Hello, my name is Ronan Vector, back here again, here with a different game today. Well, not different. We did this earlier and weeks before, but I'm coming back to Fallout 4. It's been some time now since the latest update was dropped. So we have some usable mods now. Anyone who ever saw my last Fallout stuff knows I like my mods. I had 500 going at one point, but I really wanted to try out this next gen stuff here. So I've already made a little bit of a start. I've already gotten through the beginning here. I did one of the Creator Club quests here for the Sentinel companion. And as you can see, I've already cleaned up um, Sanctuary. And basically, what I've been doing, that's just a little barracks there made out of boxcars. Basically, what I've been doing, I haven't really done any major quests. I've just been slowly kind of spreading out to each place and just looting the hell out of every place, just grabbing everything and bringing it back here. So that's my goal. I do have a lot of weapon mods and a few armor mods. I'm trying to keep it pretty tame as far as uh, making sure I'm not too overpowered, and that sure isn't a problem so far. I still die in one hit, so whatever mods I've gotten so far haven't, been doing me too many favors. If anything, it's made the enemies harder. But before we get started with the comic book here, because I do like to, I don't know, I like to listen to comic book stuff while I play sometimes. So I figured, why not give this newer guy I've been listening to a shot? His name is Marvelous Long Reads, and he's good. I like him. So I'm gonna go ahead and share the link in the various chats here. If you're on YouTube, it's already in the description. But uh, go get it kicked to Twitch stream's looking good. Kick. Now the Twitch stream's looking good. YouTube's mystery. Oh, there it goes. All right. Get my OBS up and get. All right, here we go.
Wolverine goes feral. Yeah, you heard that right. And why wouldn't he? Given everything he's been through, Wolverine remains a fan favorite, even though he lost his nose in what's now a long forgotten story by Larry Hama, uncannily similar to Voldemort. Who knows? In this mega long read, we'll explore the entire story of Wolverine going berserk and feral. And for a comprehensive overview of feral Wolverine, we'll first take a look at the 1993 X-Men crossover event in
Got to
Fatal
pump
Attractions,
your
covering
iron to
Velvet's
get that
issues 90 to
strength boost, you know.
118 and 145 of Wolverine 1988. So, let's dig our claws in. Acolytes, attack. Fatal Attractions opens with a visual of a rugged, unkempt Charles Xavier contemplating. He's seated in his wheelchair, synced with Cerebro in his ready room. That's never a good sign. Located below his Westchester mansion, this room has a computer chamber that allows him access to information that's obtained both legally and illegally from across the globe. In comes Bishop, the energy-absorbing mutant
If he
from the
has
future,
anything.
who wants to discuss the matter of his resignation. He shamefully admits that he feels like a man out of time, an outsider in the midst of outsiders, his fellow X-Men, as his direct approach is considered unnecessarily disruptive. Professor X outright rejects Bishop's resignation and informs him that attending his school for gifted youngsters does not always
Some
require
weapons to
fighting for
sell.
survival, but is also about learning. Giles informs him that he'd consider himself a failure if Bishop
Guess
fails.
not.
After the professor outright rejects his resignation, a reassured Bishop thanks Professor X and is then instructed to ask Aurora Monroe, aka Storm, to ready the van. We're then transported to our Mother of the Sacred Church school, where we see Sharon Friedlander as a school nurse, who's acting on Xavier's instructions to protect a new mutant. She's then attacked by the Acolytes, who refer to her as a flat scan, the derogatory term for non-mutants. At Xavier's
Flat
Institute,
scan?
Jean Grey and Warren
Wait a
Worthington
minute. Let me go back to that.
the derogatory term for. She's then attacked by the Acolytes, who refer to her as a flat scan, the derogatory term for non-mutants. At Xavier's Institute, Jean Grey and Warren Worthington
It's one of the weirder racist,
Archangel,
made up
miraculously
racist
join to train
terms.
Bishop and Gambit.
Flat
Soon
scan?
after, they're interrupted by a rather scary hologram of Professor X.
Sounds like
who's
something a
Professor
child would
Psionic
make up.
projection, and called in to fight Magneto's chosen army, the Acolytes. Led by Fabian Cortez, the Acolytes are a fanatical group of religious zealots who decided to carry on what they thought was Magneto's legacy. A genetic cleansing, even after his death. They attacked the school bus carrying the children of our Mother of the Sacred Heart with the intention of abducting and recruiting a new anonymous mutant. After learning that the unidentified latent mutant is actually a child with Down syndrome, the Acolytes reject him. Fighting back. Angry at them for attacking children, the Gold X-Men team decide to take the fight to the Acolytes in France, where Wolverine insists on joining them. Their mission is to rescue mutant ally Dr. Moira McTaggart, who's been abducted by the Acolytes. As the battle rages on with bloodshed on both sides, Cortez brutally attacks Bishop and Wolverine retaliates by piercing Cortez's ribcage. He's nursed back to health by Amelia Voigt. Cortez then receives a surprise visit from the Games Master, who informs him that due to recent complications, all the points he gains to date to emerge as the Tsar of the Upstarts were part of a secret competition. Every participant vying for an ultimate prize would be taken away. Cortez claims he's rightfully earned those points as his actions directly led to Magneto's death. He shockingly realizes why he could have lost points for that. Meanwhile, Dr. McTaggart and Professor Xavier are investigating the deadly legacy virus that was released by the terrorist Strife to wipe out the mutant population. That's also infected Illyana Rasputin, Colossus's sister, otherwise known as Magic. Mutant or human? What's the difference? In one of the very few X titles where mutants are portrayed just like us humans who experience emotions like pain, loss, and grief, we see the mutants bear it all out. Jean checks in on a grieving Jubilee and urges her to get her feelings out. Illyana was visited by Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat. After Kitty's arrival, Jubilee felt useless and sought out the professor for words of encouragement. Seeing him distraught too, she wished to go comfort him, but instead chose to emphasize to Kitty how alone she'd be. Kitty asks her to stay for some time with Illyana, as the three girls enjoy their youth for the first time ever. Illyana suddenly had a seizure and was sedated by Dr. McTaggart. Realizing there's no hope for Illyana, Xavier just places a Shi'ar helmet on her head, admitting defeat. Jubilee notices that Illyana had dropped her Nightcrawler plushie when she went into respiratory arrest. Not knowing what else to do, she simply places the plushie back in Illyana's hands. The Gold Team returns from their fight with the Acolytes and soon realizes what's happened. Colossus is rightfully angry at the fact that X-Men business continuously separates him from his family. His parents also died recently while he was on a mission with his fellow X-Men. In one sentence, the line between human and mutant is completely blurred when Jean says that even though we come into the world alone and leave alone, the time spent in the company of others, growing and learning together in between, is all that matters and what makes it all worth it in the end. Quicksilver's destiny. Meanwhile, in Virginia, the Acolytes attack a hospice, brutally massacring patients and doctors alike. Nurse Leslie Murray recounts the horrific attack on the members of X-Factor. One of the Acolytes, Spore, has been captured by X-Factor.
Not sure if that was a good trade.
Quicksilver enters, and as soon as Spore sees him, coughs up the Acolyte's next target, the U.S. military base at Cape Hayden. In most depictions, Quicksilver is Magneto's son. He has the superpower to move very fast and is the twin brother of the Scarlet Witch. So, he's the Acolytes' obvious choice as their new leader. Val and Quicksilver, along with Random, set out to Cape Hayden and are followed by X-Force. Turns out, it was the Acolytes' plan all along to lure Quicksilver there and enlist him to carry on Magneto's legacy. After he adamantly declines, the Acolytes leave. Exodus approaches X-Force, warning them about the impending arrival of a greater power and offers them a safe haven. Turns out, Eric Lensher, better known as Magneto, is alive. No surprises there. And the impact from Asteroid M that was widely thought as the cause of his death just made him stronger. As he fights for ownership of Grey Malkin going up against Cable, Cable is only successful in saving X-Force, teleporting them away. He tries to then recover the sentient program called Professor before setting the station to self-destruct. Cable fails to destroy the base as Magneto interferes, and he almost dies in the process, teleporting himself out at the last moment. He was able to remove
Let's
the
take a
core
look at
and also
that.
retain the OS. Cable fails to destroy the base as Magneto interferes, and he almost dies in the
Magneto's fucking savage.
process, teleporting himself out at the last moment. He was able to remove the core and also retain the override on the station's teleportation. Magneto is back. Magneto contemplates the events on Avalon and the fight with Cable. He believes that the fight was more of a philosophical one where Cable succeeded in foiling Magneto's plan to control and indoctrinate the minds of future mutants by retrieving the core on Avalon. He then decides to pay a visit to the X-Men, offering them sanctuary. In the meantime, the Acolytes finally realize Fabian Cortez had been lying to them and gang up on him. Vought says that using her powers to turn Cortez into mist would be letting him off easy. Exodus, however, reminds Amelia that Magneto is a merciful man and doesn't wish to punish Cortez for his ambition and that the Acolytes should follow suit. He then urges the Acolytes to prepare themselves for the ascension to Avalon. Unhappy that they couldn't exact their revenge, the Acolytes take heed to Exodus and leave. It's the day of Illyana's funeral, and the Professor has never felt more of a failure. He questions his actions of convincing mutants to leave their families and homes to give everything up to fight for a world that fears and hates them. Charles ultimately resolves to not let anyone else down. Meanwhile, Magneto is on Avalon and decides that the Earth is unfit for the future of mutants and that they must choose to settle down or rather up in space among the stars. As Magneto puts on his iconic helmet, it's made pretty clear that the mutants' need for destruction to pave the way for creation remains unchanged. He finds his purpose, the welfare of all mutants and their need for Magneto. Down on Earth, Shadowcat expresses her wish to have a normal life, where her best friend would still be alive. Storm takes Kitty flying and explains to her how inevitable change is, and life goes on no matter what. As soon as they touch the ground, they see Colossus burning his own paintings of his family. Kitty tries to get Colossus to grieve the death of his sister and asks him what he feels, to which he simply replies,
Alright,
nothing. Kitty
I think
then
that'll
runs away
do.
crying, clutching Illyana's painting. The
So
X-Men are
can
mourning the loss of Illyana at her funeral.
modify anything
Magneto,
else.
in typical
Let's
fashion,
see.
decides that it's the best time to make his comeback,
that.
accompanied by the Acolytes. Magneto makes
Take it.
grand claims that he doesn't want to fight the X-Men, some of whom are his former comrades.
It's like a
but
boot.
came with the intention of offering salvation to the
Das
mutant
Boot.
population. He brings Avalon down to the Earth's atmosphere. The Acolytes state they intend to wipe out all of humanity from the safety of their space station, Avalon. As Magneto makes his speech, Wolverine tries to attack him but fails, as his electromagnetic powers force Wolverine's claws to retract. While Magneto uses his magnetic powers to immobilize the X-Men, Bishop has been absorbing his power all this time and finally blasts it back at Magneto. Rogue tries to literally kiss some sense into Magneto as she tries to absorb his powers, only to realize that Magneto is
Why
now
did she
much
have to
stronger
kiss
than he
him?
was. Colossus, in what's a shocking but also understandable move, decides to switch sides and join Magneto. Having had enough, Professor X uses his telepathy to hurl Avalon back into space, along with Magneto choosing not to kill him, but certain that Magneto will return. A death mission. The United States of America is once again at the center of strategizing to save the world. They decide to initiate the alpha and beta parameters of the Magneto protocols. At Avalon, Magneto is angry. Installed around the Earth is an electromagnetic mesh created and supported by a network of satellites. Although he'd be safe in his near-Earth haven in space, the mesh makes returning to Earth a death sentence. This in turn disrupts his ability to recruit new converts. He slashes through Earth's electromagnetic field, triggering an electromagnetic pulse wave. As chaos ensues, the X-Men, armed with alien Shi'ar technology, are able to restore their electronics and gather together to assess the damage caused. Cyclops leads the assessment meeting to strategize and points out the culprit behind the act, Magneto. Professor X springs into action quite literally by putting on a Shi'ar exoskeleton linked to his brain, enabling him to walk. He assembles
pretty
just three
cool.
pairs of mutants to synergize their mutant powers, that of Wolverine and Gambit, Jean and himself, and
fuck with
Quicksilver
that.
and Rogue. Even after apprehensions expressed by Storm, Beast and Cyclops, Professor X with his contingent sets out to Avalon. The team ascends into Avalon, Magneto's abode in space, where he's backed by his ardent followers of fanatical mutants. The team sneaks into the ship undetected, much to their own surprise. Without much trouble, they get to the control room and activate the ship's teleportation system by inserting a disc containing
That's
the
pretty
tech
cool.
to bypass the alien technology that powers the ship.
Alright, let's
The
save
teleportation
again
guaranteed to prevent any
before I kill
outside
myself.
interference. Just then, Magneto
A
ambushes the team
crash.
with all his might, and the first to spring into action against Magneto is Quicksilver. As they fight, with fists as well as words, Professor X tries to get into Magneto's mind with the combined telepower of his and Jean's. In time, Wolverine also comes face to face with Magneto, and in a fight that stretched too far, Magneto finally does the unthinkable against Wolverine. He rips him from the inside out. Magneto makes his adamantium skeleton coil out like barbed wire. Jean is tasked with using all of her power now to keep his body together. Xavier manages to rob Magneto out of his hatred and wipes his mind, sending Magneto into a coma. Colossus arrives, revealing he let them into the ship by not taking any protective action when he saw them coming. Returning to Earth, from the aftermath of an ended-all battle, the X-Men return to Earth in their jet, Blackbird. Jean has been desperately holding Wolverine together. They realize that his mutant healing factor and his will to live is taxed to their maximum limits. To heal Wolverine's shattered psyche, Xavier and Jean enter his mind. It would appear that the damage from Magneto has shredded the fabric of his mind into utter chaos. They witness for once the traumatic memories interwoven into the fabric of Logan's personality. Meanwhile, the Blackbird too, like the damage Logan has taken, doesn't seem to hold up any longer. The landing maneuver has rendered its system and structure to crack up, while the team is barely managing to fly it, and while Logan has come close to an inch of dying. In his mind, amidst the chaos of his cold, dark past, he sees a white light emerge, but he senses in the background Jean's desperate helplessness. In fact, she's hanging onto the door of the crashing Blackbird. Despite his life grasp bottoming out, despite his healing factor going haywire, Logan emerges from out of his unconsciousness and grabs her hand. They somehow make it back, safely. Weeks pass, and as Wolverine heals, he's adamant about getting in the danger room, where the X-Men train. He wants to prove to the X-Men that he's still got it in him to be on the team. The X-Men, including Xavier, watch as Wolverine fends off the battle droids. They see Wolverine's not holding up like he used to. He appears to take more damage, and the healing isn't as swift. The ultimate shocker being Wolverine's claws are no more the adamantium, but rather Bones' natural human bones. Sitting by the pond with Jubilee, who had been assigned the duty to take care of Logan, he confides in her that for as long as he can remember, his claws had always been made out of adamantium. But discovering he always had his iconic claws
that'll
left before
do.
adamantium was bonded into his body means that there's a past that's long been erased from his memory, and that he needs to uncover it. Doubtful about his capability, he worries he'd no longer be an ideal fit in the X-Men. Wolverine
Does he
decides
lose
to
his
leave with
nose,
family.
though?
The aftermath. In the lower decks of Avalon, we see a battered and captive Simon Hall, Neophyte, the youngest ex-member of the Acolytes, who was beamed out of the Acolytes' headquarters on Earth by Fabian Cortez after he discovered the truth about his leader.
Oh, get away
He
from
faces
it.
death for
It's
allegedly
mine.
helping Moira McTaggart escape while she was being held captive. Colossus offers him a second chance as he believes Magneto would do the same. Up above, on the spaceship Avalon that Exodus now controls, Magneto's comatose body is being guarded by Exodus. He descends to where Neophyte's being held to execute the trial, and just about sentences him to presumably death when Colossus chimes in and makes a statement about how Magnus only did what he felt was right on grounds of compassion.
That's so damn
Exodus was
goofy.
really Magneto's voice, he'd spare him a death penalty. Exodus senses the agreement of other acolytes to Colossus's reasonings, and he decides to send Simon to Earth. Permanent
See, who
exile.
doesn't have a job
Exodus
here?
returns to his chamber. He's consumed by self-doubt regarding his leadership,
Ew.
and more importantly, the faith and trust that the Acolytes had toward him, especially given how they leaned toward Colossus's point of view. Checking on Wolverine, issues 90 to 118, 145. Logan meets Creed, number 90. Victor Creed, aka Sabretooth, is being held in the Xavier Mansion, which doubles up as the school for gifted youngsters. Clutching his legendary blue and yellow mask, Logan is trying to talk to his brother Creed. He retorts to Logan's attempt to talk by baring his teeth and calling him names.
Are they
To
still
Sabretooth's
brothers
unhelpful
right
response,
now or
Logan
not?
explains that the consequences of Sabretooth not cooperating are very dire. Hearing this, Sabretooth
Those
charges
fucking
at Logan
jean
with his claws
shorts.
out, saying that they will
Look
show
at
it
that.
while he's ripping out Logan's
Look at
guts.
those jean
You always
shorts.
separated by a saying that they will
Sabretooth.
while he's ripping out
What a
Logan's
man.
guts. The duo is separated by a containment field. Sabretooth tries to push through the electric force field, scarily stretching it forward with his face, and is zapped back while Wolverine admits that Sabretooth is not a mere elephant, but something much more dangerous. Sabretooth keeps on provoking Logan for a fight, but Logan backs off, saying that he's committed to the team and that he'll always put their needs before his impulses, even though he'd quite like to rip Creed's throat out. Sabretooth continues calling him names while Logan walks away. Logan tries to carry on with his daily life, working out in the gym, trying to distract himself with exercise, having his meal in front of the television. After switching off the television, Wolverine tries to sleep, but his
Quest
paranoia
I'm
takes
working on
over,
is
making him change rooms
finding
for the
some
night.
power
At the same
armor
time, Sabretooth is
for my
also watching the
robot
television
here.
and decides it's time to make his move. Sabretooth attempts to escape, saying that he's ready
It's
for a
just
world of pain
okay.
as he breaks through the containment field successfully. But Wolverine is waiting for him outside his cell with
Still
restraints
going
ready.
on
He
this.
asks Sabretooth to put the restraints
Unbelievable.
on and come peacefully, or they can fight it out, and that won't end
Oh,
well
I
for
could still
Creed.
get the boost. I
Sabretooth
just have to
lashes
click
out
on
at
it.
him and they start fighting. Logan and Creed are
Good to
going at
know.
each other, though Logan goes on the defensive. That's until Sabretooth takes Silver Fox's name and promises he'll go after the X-Men next, starting with Jean Grey, Heather
Oh,
Hudson,
wait, I want
moving on to
Cods-
the younger ones like
Codsworth.
Kitty Pryde and Jubilee. Hearing this,
Can't
Wolverine
forget
has had enough.
Codsworth.
In response, he bashes Sabretooth's head to the wall, shouting that he's tired of controlling his wild side. In response to Sabretooth's jabs and taunts of him being an animal just like him. The fight ends with Logan holding Sabretooth against the wall, Creed's face dangerously poised between Logan's claws. We're left wondering if Logan has finally gotten rid of his arch-nemesis and embraced his feral side, or will the man in him win the battle? Will he pop his third claw, slicing through Sabretooth's head? The Beast Within, number 91. In the aftermath of surrendering to his primal instincts and incapacitating his longtime adversary Sabretooth, Wolverine finds himself drifting away from the sanctuary of the mansion. He doesn't regret his actions, but he is remorseful of his wild side taking over.
Like my roommate's
His feral
losing her
nature grows
mind.
more dominant, prompting him to disturbingly stalk the Higgins family.
Hello?
The Higgins children are innocently
Muffin?
gathering flowers, and Logan becomes a silent observer, veiled by the shadows of his unraveling humanity. The
Muffiny?
evolving transformation of
Come here.
Wolverine raises profound concerns among his fellow X-Men. That very evening, Professor X, Storm, and Beast convene to strategize on how to address the escalating situation. The humanity that Logan had fiercely fought to preserve over
Running
the
all
years
around the
appears to be
house.
eroding, compelling the X-Men to devise a plan to reverse
Making
this. As night
meows.
falls, Wolverine prowls near the X-Mansion, his actions under the watchful eyes of
I don't know where the hell
Cyclops, and
Cogsworth
Athena.
is.
Attempting to delve into Wolverine's mind, the telepath Jean encounters an impenetrable wall of primal redness, stoking fear among the X-Men. Scott openly wonders
Strange.
about the potential targets of Wolverine's next outburst. Sensing the apprehension, Logan retreats into the woods.
Oh,
unleashing
there
a
it is.
blood-curdling howl that reverberates across the Westchester property, jolting his fellow mutants awake. Hearing Wolverine's unsettling howls, Xavier, Storm, and Beast take a closer look at the bioscans of Logan's body post the removal of the adamantium by Magneto. They enlist the expertise of James Hudson, Guardian, in Canada, discovering that the adamantium had hindered Wolverine's natural evolution, constraining his mutation into a feral beast, and its traumatic effects were counteracted by Wolverine's mutant healing factor. Now liberated from this metallic constraint, Logan's body is reverting to its natural evolutionary course, leaving the X-Men astounded and contemplating the necessary steps to take next. Confronting Wolverine outside the Higgins residence, where spousal violence unfolds, Beast, aka Hank McCoy, Storm, and Charles plead with Logan to return to the mansion for further tests. Wolverine, however, resists, asserting that some changes are inevitable and that he must embrace them. As the tumultuous scene unfolds, Charles tells Logan that he knows the real reason why Logan is lurking outside the woods. He's afraid he might hurt his fellow X-Men. Storm adds that she believes in Logan and that he hasn't lost his love and honor to the mutation.
Get our
At the
first
same
crash
time,
of the
Mrs.
day.
Linda Higgins bursts out of the house in distress, running away from her husband who was ready to deal her a world of pain. Intercepting her
Yeah,
husband's violent pursuit,
there it is.
Wolverine's ready to strike with his claws out as the X-Men try to reason with Logan. He's
The
punched in
danger of
face by Mrs.
mods.
Higgins, who's still loyal to her husband and angrily tells Wolverine to back off. She defends her husband.
Wonder how Helldiver's doing there with their
Storm tries to comfort
reviews.
her, saying there are agencies and shelters that she can go to get away from the violence. Mrs. Higgins asks the X-Men to leave her property, calling them freaks. Charles again implores Logan to come back home, to the school, so they can help, but he insists on remaining outside the mansion until solutions are found. He comes clean about his intention of not running away anymore and promises to stay close by, highlighting
I
the
guess
essence
something
of democracy
changed.
intervening in his life while allowing a battered wife to endure abuse. Logan walks away into the wilderness, leaving the X-Men contemplating the complexities of their actions.
Oh.
Wolverine vanishes into the night once again, but not before giving them a talking to about how Mrs. Higgins' life is
Looks like
still
I can
in danger, and that they
remove
could
my
have
review
prevented
now.
things taking
Let's
an ugly
see.
turn in the future. The night once again claims Wolverine as he vanishes into the darkness, the echoes of his howls haunting the estate, which once was a safe space for the tortured mutant. For science, again. number 92.
They
Missing
walk
Charles
it
Xavier,
back.
Hank McCoy, and the team of Canadian superheroes, James and Heather
Let's
Hudson,
see.
Guardian and
I'm
Vindicator, are
curious.
running experiments on the
I gotta
healing
know.
factor of Wolverine and Sabretooth. They come to the conclusion that the two have the same healing factor, as Sabretooth seems to have recovered from the damage that Logan inflicted on him in their last confrontation. Logan, however, is not convinced. He's paranoid that Sabretooth is putting up a pretense of being lobotomized to avoid consequences. While analyzing the holoscans, the team is looking at the trauma on his brain where Logan has pierced his brain, and they conclude that if Creed didn't have his mutant healing, he would have been dead. Professor X
Wow,
opens up
but
the
I thought it
holoscan
was a
revealing that
necessary
Sabretooth has
update that
recovered
they
from his
needed to
brain
do.
injury
I don't
and slashed
understand
by
why
Wolverine. There's no
they're
visible
not doing
sign
it
of trauma
now.
anymore, but
I
the
don't
professor
understand.
is
I
sure
thought it
that
was
the
for our
injuries that
safety. I
Wolverine
don't get
faces are
it.
temporary or not, as that's
It's almost
still
like
unexplored territory for
it's not
mutants.
what it was about at
Wolverine is
all.
lying next to his estranged half-brother, contemplating whether his arch-nemesis can be rehabilitated and brought to the right side of the law. After the team's done with running their tests on Creed, they want to keep testing on Logan. Logan realizes that the team is thinking that he's regressing to his animalistic side. However, he wants to prove that he's not losing that battle with the animal within him and show them that he is still the same man. Logan's then sent to the danger room to gauge how differently he'll react with the same simulation of the Arctic Ice Storm module. Wolverine's obviously uneasy about the wires as they remind him of his traumatic
Alright, no
past.
more crashing.
Analyzing the readings, Professor X comes to the conclusion that the simulations are triggering some kind of deep-seated memory in his psyche, mostly of his past, the Weapon X project, something Logan has declined to comment on repeatedly. At the same time, Wolverine feels cold, and together with the wires attached to him, it feels like a half-remembered dream, which he considers a nightmare. The rage builds up inside him, and there's a seething anger that just wants to burst out of him. Wolverine lashes out with his claws extended and attacks Heather. The professor then commands the team to terminate the simulation, trying to calm Logan down by pointing out that there's no real threat. They're all friends trying to help him and that there's no need for his claws. Wolverine recalls his time in Buffalo Wood where he came across the corpses of animals with their teeth, liver, and claws extracted. He wonders what beast kills but doesn't eat his prey. He gets his answer soon enough as he smells humans nearby and concludes that humans are the worst kind of predator. Armed with rifles, they fire at Wolverine, and he manages to outrun them only to run into two other humans who he thinks are part of the same group of poachers. He doesn't quite smell the fear in them, but attacks anyway, knowing they're human. It's revealed that that was the first time he met Heather and James, and along with Wolverine, we're brought back to the danger room where he apologizes to Heather for attacking her. Realizing what he did, he wants to run away, and Heather points out that Wolverine's attack, although by mistake, was in self-defense, and that itself proves that he's not a mindless animal. Logan runs off anyway after this incident, saying that he needs some fresh air. As the night falls, he takes off into the forest. He tells himself he ran away from friends who are trying to help him because he needs to get away from the stench of people that's getting too much for him to handle. Heather and James are discussing the next steps they need to take to understand the gravity of Wolverine's condition. She points out that they can't just leave Logan out there in his current state, to which James replies that the only other way would be to lock him up and confine him like Sabretooth. Heather downright refuses to do so, saying Logan is not a cold-blooded killer, even in his feral state. She believes there's still humanity left in him. He's compassionate and also has the ability to empathize, which wouldn't be possible if Logan had indeed let his animalistic side take over. As it turns out, Logan ran away with the monitoring system still attached to him, and the team can use that to feed the transmitted data into a holographic display to observe what changes Logan's body is going through. Hank notices a spike in his graph, which indicates that his mutant senses are reaching an ultra-heightened animalistic state, which can only mean one thing, that the animal is taking control of the man. Meanwhile, Logan, who's now run quite far off, is standing on a cliff. While he did outrun the smell of humans, he realizes he can't outrun car fumes. As he's looking down, he notices a car and gets a familiar stench of alcohol. The car is on a crash course with two riders on a motorbike at a blind curve. At the same time, in a lab in the Xavier Mansion, the team of scientists are trying to find out where Logan has gone. They're also monitoring his physical activity, and with the changes that are happening, they conclude that Logan is getting ready for action. They were able to generate a magnified contour graph from the tests and track down his location. Wolverine realizes that the driver is the man who lives next to the Xavier Mansion and abuses his wife. He's tempted to leave the man to his own devices, but he decides that the girl riding pillion on the bike has a future in front of her. So he tries to stop the car, but Higgins, remembering the beatdown he got from Wolverine, speeds up and tries to run him over. The team notices a huge increase in the mutant psi activity, and he's experiencing a lot of pain from the broken bones, damaged lungs, and other injuries he suffered. Thanks to his mutant healing, he's able to stand up, brushing off the pain, while the car crashes into the cliff and explodes. In the lab, the scientists are stunned by Wolverine's healing capabilities and are shocked when they see Logan extending his claws. Worried about what he's about to do, they're relieved to see Logan reaching inside that flaming wreck of the car and rescuing a drunk Higgins, proving that he's still a kind and empathetic human being and not a feral beast. With the crisis averted, Logan picks up a can of beer that was not clear from the car wreck. He opens it as a biker passes by, who doesn't stop knowing how much trouble Logan can be. Wolverine drinks the beer, tosses the can away, and walks off into the night. He barely registers, but decides to ignore the fact that he's being watched by Zoe Culloden and a colleague of hers with Lando, Luckman, and Lake. Better known as LL&L, this interdimensional holding company / law firm has a history with Logan. More often
I
than
gotta
not,
find the
maintaining
mod
his
that's
assets
messing
and
with
property
my
for him while he
highways.
carried on with his superhero duties. The duo is surprised that Wolverine just barely notices their presence. However, Zoe is still committed to keeping tabs on Logan. Enemies old and new. 93. In a specially constructed prison cell in the heart of Edinburgh, Scotland, Cyber, a formidable enemy of the mutant Wolverine, finds himself under close scrutiny by a team of specialists who have, with some help from Dr. McTaggart, assured that this dangerous entity remains secretly contained within the prison. Cyber, regaining consciousness, harbors a burning determination to escape and exact revenge upon Wolverine. He seems to be a very sore loser. He shouts out he demands the first place to the town he's held captive in and kill all the people
shit.
there. Then he'll go after Wolverine, killing him and turning his face into a wallet just so that he can keep it in his back pocket and sit on it. What he doesn't know is that there's a dark force on the horizon, ready to free him from captivity. As Cyber contemplates his impending liberation, the ominous Dark Riders materialize within the facility. Spine introduces himself and Life Force, who can
I made a horrible mistake.
and absorb it into herself. Driven with the singular purpose of freeing Cyber and delivering him to their master Genesis, the Dark Riders ruthlessly attack the defenseless humans. Swift and deadly,
Oh
the
my
Dark
God.
Riders kill the prison personnel, liberating Cyber from his high-tech prison. In an instant,
Good
they
stuff.
vanish. Meanwhile, at the Xavier Institute, Wolverine enjoys tracking a deer. However, his tranquility is shattered by the disruptive arrival of Sam Guthrie, aka Cannonball, a novice X-Man whose reckless actions scare off the deer. Wolverine, irritated
How is he
by the
not
interruption,
constantly
teleports
setting things
Cannonball
on
to a race
fire with
through the
his
woods.
fire
At the same
barrage?
time, within the confines of the X-Mansion, Juggernaut, recovering from a coma induced by a mysterious assailant named Onslaught, awakens with a vengeance. Fueled by a desire to avoid another surprise attack, Juggernaut forcefully dons his iconic helmet and escapes after smashing through a wall. Beast, Bishop, Tabitha, and the Professor try to stop him with no luck. Beast inquires about the mysterious onslaught that Juggernaut named, but Bishop chalks it up to rantings of a man who just came out of a coma and wants to go after Juggernaut. Charles stops them from doing so and tells them that Juggernaut, who's his step-brother, is not to be taken lightly. He asks Tabitha to inform Storm about Juggernaut breaking out.
Where
As
have you been?
Wolverine and Cannonball finish their unconventional race, Cannonball emerges as the winner. To celebrate, they get drinks at the Auger Inn. Juggernaut, now free, barrels through the inn, intent on asserting his presence. He demands to be served and proceeds to drink off a beer tap. Seeing this, an intoxicated Cannonball wants to confront him and prove to Logan that he's not one to run away at the first sight of trouble. Wolverine, recognizing the potential for disaster, attempts to defuse the situation, trying to calm Cannonball down and to wait for backup, but his efforts prove futile. Cannonball confronts Juggernaut, oblivious to the risks involved. After he's whacked away like a fly, Wolverine intervenes, trying to convey to Juggernaut that the young mutant is his responsibility and that he should back off, as he knows Juggernaut doesn't want to waste his fighting skills on a young new mutant. Surprisingly, Juggernaut backs down, realizing the futility of engaging in battle. As Juggernaut departs, Wolverine goes to the aid of Cannonball and wonders why Juggernaut backed off so quietly. Storm arrives, attributing the damage to Wolverine and Cannonball, displaying skepticism toward their claims of encountering the Juggernaut. Wolverine tries making his case, saying that he was just trying to treat Cannonball like an equal instead of coddling him, to which Storm retorts that it's Wolverine who's been coddled all this while, but he better start taking responsibility for his actions. Cannonball tries supporting Logan, saying Juggernaut just ran out the back. The trio go check. At the same time, the Juggernaut encounters Zoe Culloden and her mysterious associate. Employing advanced technology provided by Lando, Luckman, and Lake, they transport Juggernaut to an alternate dimension, ensuring he doesn't create any more problems, leaving the X-Men bewildered when they try to make sense of the apparent disappearance of their foe. Cannonball says he's sure he heard Juggernaut talking to somebody, and Wolverine confirms saying one of the voices seemed familiar. Wolverine, ever perceptive, senses an unseen presence, unaware that Zoe and her associate are right there, hidden by cloaking technology. Logan comes back, 94. Cyber, who was broken out of his high-tech prison, is smoking a cigar, while contemplating that the leader of the Dark Riders must think highly of him, as they went through a lot of trouble to rescue him. The Dark Riders are going somewhere on a jet. Cyborg asks why they didn't just teleport, as that'd be faster. The Dark Riders inform him that they didn't want anybody to know their destination, where Cyber is scheduled to meet with a mysterious entity. They arrive at a place that used to be called Akaba, but is now in ruins and scattered with the dead bodies of its inhabitants. Cyber comments that the overtly grotesque visuals are not impressing him, and that causes a confrontation among the team of supervillains. With a sandstorm brewing, they start to wonder how they're going to reach their destination if the transport doesn't arrive soon. An anonymous voice says there's no transport and that they'd need to walk. The voice belongs to Jamil, who appears as their guide. He leads the way as Cyber wonders how they're supposed to walk through a sandstorm. To their surprise, a tunnel is paved that takes them to meet their leader, Genesis. At the recreational room in Xavier School for Gifted
I've sworn I've already been here.
The members of Generation X are playing a game of football. While the game's going on, Jubilee waits in increasing anticipation for the arrival of her old friend, Wolverine, who's supposed to come by for a visit. It's been 5 days since he got in touch with her. At this point, the other members of Generation X don't really hold as much faith in his arrival. Skin, Angelo Espinosa, in particular, passes a comment about Wolverine being
Thanks.
in the head. That would explain why he didn't show up. He blocks Jubilee's shot with his tiny plastic defender, sending the ball outside the table, and Jubilee, with a wonderful header, not only bonks the ball back inside, but also scores a goal. Skin protests, saying that she cheated, to which Jubilee replies that's how soccer is played, and asks him to take back what he said about Wolverine. As if on cue, Chamber, Jonathan Jono Starsmore, taps the window by which M, Monet St. Croix, is sitting, startling her. He alerts her of the presence of somebody in the forest. The mutants go to the window to check, essentially suffocating M, wondering who the mysterious being is, and that they went through a lot of trouble to get to the house. Husk, Paige Guthrie, observes that the road is on the other side of the school, and that either the person took the long way around or walked 10 miles through a forest. Jubilee says that mysterious person isn't some stranger, and that she'd recognize that walk even from afar. Wolverine is back, and he's hungry. Upon Logan's arrival at the school, he's greeted by the headmasters Sean Cassidy, aka Banshee, and Emma Frost, aka the White Queen. While helping himself to food and chomping down on some meat, Logan recounts his journey from New York and boasts about evading the security systems installed by Emma around the school. He describes his thought process. The security sensors were set up in a way that wouldn't be triggered by the movements of small animals like rabbits, raccoons, or deer. Naturally, Logan thought they were set for detecting unusual weight. The forest surrounding the school also had black bears, so Logan figured that the sensors were set to detect height. So, all he had to do was crawl through to the end of the forest. Frost asks whether Wolverine has stowed his bike on the other side of the forest, to which Wolverine replies he couldn't ride up to the school and traveled by running through forests at night. Reaching the school wasn't easy, as he had to hop fences, backyards, and crossing states was the most difficult, as he's at a loss for words to explain what he's been through. Frost is unimpressed and not interested in Wolverine's stories. She says that she doesn't really need him there, but since his dramatic entry, he could give the students a lesson on fighting skills. Jubilee is clearly not tolerant of Wolverine's tardiness and questions why he bothered to come. Logan, undergoing personal changes and disliking indoor spaces, reveals 2 reasons: to impart his fighting expertise to the students, and because Jubilee personally invited him. The next morning, Wolverine initiates a combat session in the biosphere with Sync, Skin, Husk, M, and Jubilee. He emphasizes the importance of the right attitude in fighting, a positive one. He insists that if they
What?
it should be
I don't believe you.
the enemy. When Husk asks for the correct course of action that should be taken when they simply want to capture and not kill their enemies, Wolverine emphasizes that they should run and not engage in a fight then. He makes it clear that they should only enter a fight with the clear intention of winning. Banshee and the White Queen monitor the session, with Emma expressing reservations about Logan's viewpoint and making it clear that as headmasters, they don't personally endorse the same. Wolverine retorts, saying that when it really comes down to it, the only 2 options mutants are really left with are run or fight. Banshee is positive Wolverine's training will help the novice mutants, while Emma admits she's surprised Banshee believes in Wolverine after news of his recent behavioral changes and his last encounter with Cannonball. In the training, Wolverine instructs Skin to attack him. Despite Skin's attempt to ensnare Wolverine, Logan counters with a lethal blow, emphasizing the lesson to focus on the opponent's eyes, not their hands. The next task involves tracking Wolverine in the biosphere's wilderness. The members of Generation X express their reservations about Wolverine. M finds this whole exercise boring. Sync feels Wolverine is being too hard on them and is just downright rude. Skin agrees, while Jubilee jumps to Wolverine's defense, saying that while she agrees Wolverine's methods are harsh, they just can't dismiss him because he literally walked from Westchester.
Either one, pupper or dog.
Sync expresses his disdain for Logan and says if he's
Being robot or dog.
he'd rather not be an
Yeah, I'll take the pupper or the dog. They're different.
Husk locates him, only to see him frozen, his eyes red and intently listening for the slightest sound. Logan senses a presence and asks the students to slowly leave the forest, back up into the school and make a run for the exit. Skin realizes Logan isn't running a drill, and that they're in real danger. Logan rushes into the control room to confront Banshee and Emma, suspecting their involvement. As the duo tell Logan they have no knowledge of his concerns, they're instructed to shut down the biosphere, restrict access especially at night, and run a full system scan first thing in the morning. The next morning, Sean and Emma have run all possible tests on the biosphere and don't find anything wrong. Emma feels that Logan is paranoid because of the fact that he's living in the forest behind the Xavier Institute. Jubilee and Skin, however, reveal that they saw something. Emma sarcastically comments that Logan's lesson to the young mutants went so well that even they believe him, and asks Skin what he saw. Skin replies he was having trouble sleeping and got up to make himself a hot chocolate when he noticed Wolverine making his way down the hall toward the biosphere. He woke Jubilee up to investigate, and the two followed Logan into the biosphere. There, Wolverine was fighting an energy being inside the biosphere. Wolverine, using his berserker rage, repelled the entity, identifying itself as a token, forcing it to flee. But not before it knocked over Skin and Jubilee. After the encounter, Logan left the Institute, going back into the woods. Banshee explains the nature of a token as a wraith of the dead, or worse, of a living being. Emma dismisses his explanation as rubbish and thinks that the mysterious being Wolverine fought had something to do with the nature of the biosphere, as its self-regenerative qualities are similar to Logan's healing factor. Jubilee asks how Logan was able to fend it off, to which Banshee clarifies that Wolverine's presence itself was enough, as Logan expelled the token by exploiting its aversion to its own kind. Wolverine, Far From Home, 95. In Aqaba, Egypt, Cyber is fighting Wolverine. As the two fight it out with classic comic book banter, it becomes quite obvious that Cyber is fighting a Wolverine robot. With a lot of dialogue and incessant back and forth, it's arguably a good outlet for Cyber to let it all out after being in prison. Cyber's talking to the robot as if it's the real thing, calling it a two-bit sawed-off runt and that he's gonna cause him a lot of pain. The robot replies he's going to be the one causing all the pain. The two start fighting. Kudos to the robot's programmer who got Wolverine's demeanor almost down to the T. As Robot Wolverine attacks, Cyber commends its banter but is able to block it. He then attacks, throwing Robot Wolverine off, taunting him to attack with his fists while claiming he's the best at what he does. Something that Wolverine is known for doing. He also goads him to call himself a knucklehead, like the real Wolverine would. It then goes on full attack mode, pouncing at Cyber, who taunts it some more, asking it to attack his ankles, saying it's time to die. As the robot tries to pierce Cyber's adamantium body with its claws, he shouts it's hardly his time to die, making sure the fight is being recorded. While he's brutally attacking the robot, he comments that he doesn't want him to miss anything, as this is him putting on a show. While he decimates the robot, tearing off its head,
Bad bear.
he comments that it hardly competes
It's a
with the real
bad
thing,
bear.
but that his point is made. In reality, all of this was a ploy by the Dark Riders' leader, Genesis, to understand the physical makeup of Cyber. The Dark Riders thank him for the demonstration. With its tensile strength and Rockwell hardness off the charts, and no impurities or additives, the Dark Riders note that Cyber's body is reinforced with high-grade adamantium. Fortunately, it's still bonded to Cyber's human body, but they have plans in place to correct that. Meanwhile, in New York City, Logan, seeking solace, departs from the woods near the Xavier estate and heads to Manhattan. He's talking to himself, calling his friends, telling him he's going feral, that the animal in him is
Damn
a
it.
battle that has been ongoing since he became a mutant. What he doesn't know, though, is that he's trailed by his old allies, Guardian and Vindicator. Guardian is rightly concerned about the potential danger Logan poses to innocents, and that he's their responsibility. They're morally liable and accountable for his actions if they knowingly let him get into trouble, as he's much more dangerous now. Heather tries to make a case for Logan, saying they just have to trust him. She calmly explains to James that they can't supervise Logan for the rest of his life or lock him up thinking that he might do something untoward. In the city, Wolverine encounters Dirtnap, a large man with a red smiley face on his black shirt. He offers Logan various pleasures like mind expansion, stupefaction, and everything that Logan might
Expansion.
want. He just needs to follow Dirtnap up some stairs. He grabs hold of Logan's shirt to lure him, but Logan forcefully lets go, prompting Dirtnap to comment he's missing out. Noticing this encounter, Heather points out that Logan didn't lose it, while James argues it was just his first interaction. Down below,
Hey,
Dirtnap
car's
targets a young boy with promises of cheap computers. Wolverine smells
Yes, of
something
course.
fishy and turns around. James gets ready to stop Wolverine, while Heather simply points out that Logan hasn't done anything. Realizing the ploy, Wolverine confronts Dirtnap and asks the kid to run away. The kid, fascinated by the sweet deal of getting a power Macintosh for a measly $50, doesn't listen to Wolverine, making Dirtnap smirk, and he asks Wolverine to leave as it's none of his business. Drawing his claws, Wolverine says it is his business, as Dirtnap targeted the kid to get his attention specifically and is using him as bait. He wants to know why Dirtnap would go so far to get his attention only to be interrupted by Guardian, who assumed Wolverine popping his claws was the bloodlust taking over him, making him lose control. Heather and James swoosh down to help Logan as he runs towards Dirtnap with his claws out. Just in time, James tackles Logan to the ground, almost disbalancing his wife mid-air. The commotion causes Dirtnap to vanish into the crowd. James asks Logan to let Dirtnap go, but is thrown off as Logan senses something dangerous about the thug. As the police arrive, James and Heather explain the situation to Logan, who's displeased by their covert surveillance. She tries to calm James down, explaining that Logan was just trying to help the little boy, and that he should cut Logan, who's one of his best friends, some slack. And during their flight through the city, news of Graydon Creed's presidential aspirations reaches Senator Robert Kelly. Kelly is surprised by this and angry at his staff for not informing him earlier. While the senator's answering calls from news channels about this new development, his aide, Noah Dubois, gets a call from Zoe Culloden from Landau, Luckman and Lake. Culloden reports that the operative sent to nab Wolverine acted prematurely and that he isn't far along enough in his regression to get tempted. However, their plan is on track with a rendezvous scheduled in the Canadian Rockies. At Hopper's coffee shop, Wolverine talks about the good old days, but presently, the Alpha Flight team is no longer operative and the X-Men have changed. Logan tries to point out to James that change is the only constant. James coldly states that Logan doesn't sound like himself. He feels that Logan has given up on himself, but neither him nor Heather have given up on him, and that there must be something that can be done. Heather points out James's emotional distance and says that maybe all that Logan needs are his friends who will patiently listen to him. The conversation is interrupted when Logan detects Dirtnap's scent and leaps out the window in pursuit. Discovering Dirtnap has taken the form of the previously saved boy, Logan demands the creature release him. When Guardian and Vindicator intervene, Dirtnap consumes Logan, attempting to take his form, but Logan's healing factor causes a violent rejection. Dirtnap transforms into a rat and escapes. Despite offers of assistance, Logan insists on pursuing Dirtnap alone, embracing his wild side that he's loathed all these years. Under watchful eyes. 96. Wolverine and Storm decide to take Cannonball and Caliban on a hiking adventure in the Canadian Rockies. Once Storm and Wolverine reach the summit, they hurry the two inexperienced mutant heroes to witness the breathtaking sunset. Caliban complains that his breath is already taken away by the physical climb up the mountain. Cannonball and Caliban express their dissatisfaction at being hurried up, thinking that Storm and Wolverine were in some kind of danger. Wolverine says that the young mutants need to let nature take over them, as watching sunsets in virtual reality is definitely not the same as witnessing it in real life. Storm explains that food nourishes the body, while physical activity and appreciating nature nourishes the soul. Caliban complains
Shooting
about
at
not
me.
having fun, while Sam gripes about the heat and sweat involved. Storm conjures up a miniature rainstorm to cool them down. Logan instructs them to find a dry spot for a campfire while he goes looking for some firewood to start preparing the campfire for the night. As the campfire blazes that night, with Caliban experiencing the joy of s'mores for the first time, Cannonball turns to Wolverine and Storm, eager for tales of fights and adventures from their days as young X-Men. Logan delves into a moment from his early days with the X-Men, shortly after his separation from Mariko. In the aftermath of the heartbreak, Logan returned to the X-Mansion inebriated, seeking solace. Storm, concerned for his well-being, led him to her greenhouse attic where she cultivated a variety of exotic plants. There, she unveiled a unique mutant plant, the sole one of its kind. Cutting it, she handed it to Logan, assuring him that just like a flower, he's one of a kind as well. She told him that beautiful things bloom and fade and that they must be appreciated throughout their lifetime. Storm suggested the flower would complement the picture of Mariko in his room. When the boys expressed disappointment that the story lacks a dramatic battle with an evil foe, Wolverine clarifies that the narrative's essence lies in emphasizing the X-Men's commitment to looking out for their own. Storm compliments Logan back, saying he's helped her and the rest of the X-Men too in the same way. However,
That's
the sweet
nice.
moment is abruptly interrupted as Wolverine senses something in the woods. Hearing this, Landau, Luckman and Lake employee Zoe Culloden and her colleague Noah, who were surveilling Wolverine,
There's my roommate during feeding time.
Logan's ability to detect them despite their cloaking devices. Zoe astutely points out that what Logan has detected is the grizzly bear that's approaching them from behind. Acting impulsively, Noah attacks the bear with his blasters, deviating from their intended mission and flouting the rules. Distressed by this breach of their charter, Zoe opens a portal, swiftly pulling herself and Noah out of the area. The grizzly, still agitated and fearful, charges toward the campsite where the mutants are. As the three mutants get ready to confront the creature, Wolverine intervenes, cautioning against aggression by highlighting the bear's injured and frightened state. Storm questions how he sensed that, Wolverine replies that it's an after effect of his regression. Quickly, they scramble up a tree, allowing the distressed bear to find solace in the food they left behind with the sunrise. Storm praises his ability to resolve the grisly situation without resorting to violence. She reminisces about the time he saved her life using the limited breath in his lungs when Magneto had trapped her underwater. Caliban and Cannonball playfully banter about saving each other's lives, jokingly suggesting a prohibition on kissing between them. While they engage in banter, Wolverine contemplates privately on their lack of understanding regarding the profound changes he's undergoing. His thoughts delve into the shifting perceptions he's experiencing. His regression has made him wary of the most minute changes in the wind. His ears pick up at the sound of footsteps coming from miles away. He's not losing his speech or sensibility, but is slowly realizing that he now sees people in a different light, with some appearing as prey in his altered perspective. Back in Aqaba, Egypt, the examinations on Cyber are concluded, and the Dark Riders entice him into a room on the
That bitch looks like Batman.
test to gauge the tensile strength of his adamantium. He asks why the Dark Riders are so interested in his adamantium, and points out that they can't get it off because it's bonded to him. Upon realizing the room lacks windows or doors, Cyber senses that something peculiar is going on and starts fighting with the Dark Riders. Despite initially overpowering them, Cyber's advantage is short-lived as Genesis bursts through a control room window, incapacitating him with a plasma rifle. Genesis then tosses Cyber into the room and seals the door. As Cyber regains consciousness, he becomes the latest victim of Genesis' mutant Death Watch beetles, mechanical creatures that are about to devour every trace of flesh on his body, leaving only the prized adamantium behind, the true objective Genesis had pursued all along. Cyber Vigilance 97. Logan investigates the disappearance of Cyber from his underground prison in Scotland. He gets a scent of a few other mutants who might have helped Cyber escape, attributing his sharp sense of smell to his increasing ferality, but the scent runs cold. He takes the help of his fellow X-Men Jean Grey, who brings a helicopter over to comfortably transport him to the offices of Landau, Luckman and Lake. But Logan chooses to balance on the side of it to visit Zoe Culloden. When they arrive, they see that the building is only 5 stories instead of the 6 that it's supposed to be. Logan and Jean go in to investigate the rubble, and he comments that whatever or whoever caused the damage used weapons that can't easily be found. He frantically searches for and discovers a door labeled WC. Jean remarks if it's a washroom door he was looking for. She hopes every office has one, or ideally 2. Logan points out it's not just a simple door, but that he had once saw an LL&L associate named Chang go through it in Madripoor when Logan had asked him to retrieve funds for him. He recalls Chang wasn't gone for long, but when he came back, his clothes were in tatters. He had a stubble and wielded a different weapon than when he'd gone in. Jean says what Logan saw in his past was a man coming out of the restroom door looking unkempt. She argues that maybe it could have also been a dusty storage closet. Logan recounts that though a little amount of time has passed for him, it looked like the associate had spent weeks in that gate. That makes Logan reveal that the letters WC stand for Warp Chamber and not Water Closet. The duo manage to hold the door. Logan turns the knob, he takes Jean's hand, and the two walk in. After walking through the warp chamber, the duo traverse dimensions and fall through another L&L office only to see the staff bludgeoned to death. Logan picks up the scent of someone in the room and extends his claws and attacks the unknown hostile behind a desk in the room. The dangerous hostile turns out to be an office boy named Emmett, who was armed with energy guns and was trying to protect himself. Jean reads his thoughts and stops Logan from attacking. Emmett explains that a woman named Chimera has attacked their office and is stealing all the confidential LL&L files. After the round of explanations, Emmett leads them into a room. However, the door slams and only Logan is let in as Chimera is busy scanning the information gathered about Logan's regression. As Logan shouts, seeking answers, Chimera mocks him and comments that Logan should count himself lucky that Jean isn't in the room to read his thoughts and see the murderous bloodlust in his eyes. She then shoots animated energy blasts at him from her hands and brings Logan just close enough to her feet just before she kills him. Logan closes his fist, takes out his claws and jabs them through her hand. An injured Chimera jumps back and teleports away, promising to come back. Just then, Emmett blasts through the walls, along with Jean explaining that he had to recharge his blast guns. At that point, Zoe teleports into the room and hands Logan a package. When Logan asks what's going on, Zoe plainly states that there's no time to explain, and that he'll just have to trust her like Logan has trusted LL&L with all of his affairs. She then teleports them back to their home dimension. As they fade away, Logan asks Zoe whether the package will explain everything or whether it's just another trap she's set for him. In conversation with Emmett, she states that she can't simply tell him what Genesis has planned for him, but has just provided Logan with a fighting chance. Emmett scoffs at Zoe's belief that Logan even has a fighting chance to stop Genesis from executing his plan involving the flawed mutant. Mayhem in Madripoor 98. Wolverine gains consciousness in the Princess Bar on Madripoor, his old watering hole. He feels hungover as he has a throbbing headache, a bitter taste in his mouth, and he feels extremely nauseous. Talking all of these sensations to having a good time, he realizes he can't recall the events of the night before. He takes stock of the situation and comes to the realization that he blacked out. While this would normally mean enrolling into a 12-step program to quit drinking, for Wolverine, whose healing factor neutralizes the effects of alcohol, it's most probably just another side effect of his regression caused by the forceful extraction of adamantium from his body. He forces himself to open his eyes, and what he sees is worse than he'd imagined in his worst nightmares. His old friends Archie Corrigan and O'Donnell, along with the other unfortunate patrons, have been violently murdered by what looks like his claws. He pops his claws and notices they're bloody. This makes him second-guess himself and wonder whether he's responsible for this pile of corpses. He recalls he was in Jean Grey, then running to Culloden at one of the offices of Landau Lockwood Lake in another dimension after walking through a walk.
Ow.
He remembers Emmett had called Zoe the excavator.
I'm shocked I'm still alive.
Asked
There it
Logan
is.
to open the package Zoe sent him. Logan didn't seem to have lost his sense of humor as he joked he'd open it on his birthday. Jean scolded him, saying that it might be important. So he opened it to discover a folded piece of paper with a key inside. Logan doesn't remember anything after that. As he tries to find his way out, he trips over one of the bodies. Turns out it was the bar owner Rose, who has one last conversation about the good old days with Logan. After he asks whether he's responsible for the mess, and she breathes her last. As Logan is leaving the bar, he finds the key and the piece of paper in his pocket. Outside, the police are ready to arrest him, with Logan recognizing the chief of police, Ty. Ty hopes Logan isn't going to resist arrest, and Wolverine agrees prison is the best place for him, where he won't be able to hurt anybody else. Logan is manacled and chained in a high-security prison cell. He contemplates the awful turn things have taken, and regrets not going back to Canada with James and Heather. With his enhanced hearing skills that have recently become so sharp he can listen through walls, he overhears Chief Ty talking to someone over the phone, explaining he knows all about Logan's mutant healing factor and reports that Wolverine is locked up. He's sending in some people to kill Logan. In the cell, Logan has a bizarre cellmate, a rat with a smiley face on his back. The rat tells Logan he was set up and that everyone is out to get him, but his boss is the only one who will be successful. Wolverine thinks he's hallucinating, but turns out the rat is Dirtnap, the shapeshifter who Logan encountered previously. Logan reaches out and tries to claw Dirtnap, but the chains hold him back. Dirtnap leaves Logan with the information that he hasn't absorbed the young boy completely, and he can still be saved, but Logan has to figure it out how. He escapes, promising to meet Logan again after he completely goes feral. Just then, Logan smells the familiar scent of jasmine and eucalyptus that belongs to Tiger, who brings another package. She hands him the box containing his costume and a hacksaw as Tiger blows him a kiss. He second-guesses freeing himself, but soon realizes that he should trust himself more and asserts that he can't bring harm to his friends. He also contemplates the hours it will take to saw through his chains. Outside, Chief Ty leaves General Coy and Prince Baron to finish off Logan. The General remarks that Logan will soon regret returning to Madripoor. It's then revealed that Coy and Baran were responsible for the dead bodies in the Princess Bar, and that Logan was supposed to die as well since the bar was hit with a rocket grenade. They open Wolverine's cell door to find him partially clothed in his iconic yellow and blue costume. He couldn't put on his shirt due to his shackle. Foolishly, two men wearing gloves fitted with claws similar to that of Wolverine enter the cell with instructions to kill him. As they express their disappointment that Logan doesn't have a fair fighting chance as his hand is shackled, he shockingly breaks his wrist bone, letting his skin rip and licks the blood off his hand, thanks to his mutant healing factor. His wrist heals as he dons the rest of his costume and slashes through the two men, easily killing them. Seeing this, the prince instructs all his thugs to have a go at Logan, promising 500,000 Swiss francs to the man who takes Logan down and a bullet in the head to the one who runs away in fear. Coy and Baran witness firsthand Wolverine's savagery as he kills all the thugs without so much as a word or a sarcastic quip. Baran and Coy, left to their own devices, decide to flee, but in a last bid to gain Logan's mercy, Coy shoots the prince, pinning the blame on him. Coy points a gun at Logan, trying to slowly back off, but he suffers the same fate as the prince, with Tiger pulling the trigger this time. Tiger's driving the getaway car while she tells Logan she accidentally ran over Ty on the way, the key and the piece of paper he'd taken away from Wolverine during the false arrest. They drive to the address written on the paper, which Logan recognizes as the ex-regional office of Landau, Lockman and Lake, which is now in ruins. Logan finds the door labeled WC and again explains to Tiger this time that the letters mean warp chamber, not water closet. The key Zoe gave him fits perfectly in the lock, and before he walks through, he gives Tiger a kiss, asking her to give Rose, Archie and O'Donnell a proper funeral. He meets Zoe while traveling through the warp door and asks her for a proper explanation. Zoe invites him to finally meet his fate. Macabre, Aqaba, 99. Wolverine, accompanied by Zoe Culloden, ventures through the Madripoor warp gate on a mission towards his fate. They end up in the desolate remnants of the city of Aqaba. situated somewhere in Egypt. Recollections of Storm and Cable's descriptions of the place linger on in Logan's mind. Zoe asserts that it's his destiny to uncover the whereabouts of Genesis and his followers, urging him to either untangle the threads of his destiny or, as Logan suggests with a display of his claws, sever them to forge his true path. She departs, intent on pursuing Chimera, the interdimensional pirate she's been chasing, and teleports away. Left to ponder the location of the Citadel where Genesis is supposed to be, Logan encounters Jamil, a figure he remembers from Storm and Cable's narrative. Logan instructs him to lead the way to the Citadel, while cautioning against any attempt at betrayal. In Madripoor, Cannonball reaches the dilapidated Princess Bar as per the Professor's directive to find Wolverine. Confronted by local delinquents eager to rob him, Sam is poised to deploy his mutant abilities in self-defense. However, Tiger intervenes, armed with Tommy guns, frightening off the would-be assailants. He thanks Tiger, but also points out that he was pretty capable of handling himself. Discovering that she's a close friend of Wolverine, she consents to guide Sam to Logan's whereabouts. She notes Sam's unfamiliarity with Logan's past and realizes he's newly joined the X-Men. In Egypt, as Logan is guided towards the Citadel, his heightened senses alert him to the presence of a trap set at the front gates by unknown adversaries. Opting for a solitary approach, he decides to navigate through the rear entrance covertly. Logan sternly warns Jamil against triggering any alarms, emphasizing that consequences await him if the boy betrays him. Meanwhile, in Madripoor, Tiger leads Sam to the warp chamber Logan used. Upon opening the door, they discover its continued activation. Before Sam ventures through, Tiger shares a kiss with him and instructs him to convey it to Logan on her behalf. The rear entrance to the Citadel is laden with security nets and traps, all of which Logan skillfully detects and maneuvers past. His progress halts as a huge ship lands, disgorging the Dark Riders who proceed to herd numerous captured Egyptians for a sinister agenda. Suppressing a growl that threatens to betray his presence, Logan conceals himself in the sand, evading detection. As Wolverine stealthily infiltrates the sprawling Citadel, Cannonball emerges through the warp chamber. Spotting Wolverine's footprints, Sam swiftly changes into his costume, propelling himself after Logan. Within the Citadel's confines, Wolverine encounters Dirtnap, who remains in his rat form. In pursuit of his recent sparring companion, Logan unwittingly walks into the line of fire, facing the barrel of Genesis' blaster. It's then revealed Genesis
Was that from like Attack on Titan or something?
There of the apocalypse. A single blast from
It's funny.
Genesis incapacitates Logan, and his Dark Riders carry him into the laboratory. Inside, Wolverine is confined to a biotube as Genesis prepares to attempt to reunite the adamantium extracted from Cyber's body with Wolverine's skeleton. Once again, looks like it's all over for Wolverine, as he's tied up as metallic tubes descend from the biochamber like parasites in search of their host. The bonds forged and forced 100. Wolverine is helpless as Genesis begins the process of reconnecting the adamantium to the clawed mutant skeleton. Meanwhile, Cannonball and Zoe Culloden manage to infiltrate Genesis' Citadel. They eavesdrop on Genesis detailing his scheme to transform Logan into the embodiment of death, a crucial member in a revamped version of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Genesis also reveals a sinister plan involving millions of captured Egyptians, placed in unique sarcophagi, designed to channel their life forces into a body believed to be that of Apocalypse. The ultimate goal is to resurrect their master using the combined life forces of the captives. Genesis commands his Dark Riders to initiate the adamantium bonding and mind wipe procedure, willing to go to great lengths for a successful outcome. As Cannonball endeavors to launch a counterattack, Zoe restrains him, emphasizing that it's not the right time to intervene. Despite Wolverine's healing factor resisting the bonding and causing him intense pain, Genesis and his cohorts persist in their efforts. Unable to bear his friend's suffering any longer, Cannonball disregards Zoe's advice and confronts the situation head-on, prompting Zoe to
Thanks for
counter.
following.
With the bonding process gaining ground, Cannonball emerges from concealment, assaulting Genesis and the Dark Riders while smashing some of their equipment in the process. Although he catches them off guard initially,
How you doing?
the Dark Riders swiftly overpower Cannonball, piling onto him and subjecting him to a brutal beating. Yet, the system sustains such severe damage that Logan starts to resist as Life Force struggles to regain control. Unfortunately, it proves too late, and the holding tanks rupture, unleashing a shower of adamantium shrapnel that claims the lives of both Hurricane and Life Force. Miraculously, Wolverine survives, unscathed. When Genesis attempts to capture Logan, Cannonball rises, forcefully blasting them away, emphasizing the urgent need to prevent Apocalypse's resurrection. Hurtling into the next room, Cannonball succumbs to unconsciousness from the relentless beating, crashing among the numerous sarcophagi. In a distant mountaintop setting, Elektra receives guidance from her mentor, Stick, who instructs her to identify a wayward warrior who has deviated from the right path. After undergoing some rigorous training and discipline under Stick's guidance, Elektra hones her senses and successfully detects the lost warrior, acknowledging that he has indeed strayed from the intended path. Back in Egypt, Sam regains consciousness only to discover that Logan is missing. Frantically calling out for him, he's ambushed by Spine, but Wolverine emerges from the shadows to swiftly eliminate the lone Dark Rider. Proceeding with deadly efficiency, Wolverine kills the remaining Dark Riders one by one. First Deadbolt, then Gauntlet. Witnessing Gauntlet's demise, Dirtnap promptly retreats wisely from the unfolding carnage. Simultaneously, Genesis takes Sam hostage, intending to relocate him to a safer place within the creche of Apocalypse. However, upon their arrival, Logan reveals himself, and Sam points out that Genesis may not live to witness Apocalypse's vision of survival of the fittest. The experiments conducted by Genesis have remarkably accelerated Wolverine's evolution into a more feral state,
My chat's not
infiltrating
showing up.
Genesis with primal savagery. Amidst Logan's ferocious assault on Genesis, Cannonball rushes to the creche and opens it, only to find it empty. This revelation leaves him questioning whether Apocalypse was ever present in the creche to begin with. Genesis, in his last moments, ponders Logan is really the best there is at what he does. As Sam turns to Logan, calling his name, all he encounters is the lifeless body of Genesis. Emerging from the shadows, Logan instructs Sam to apologize to Cable for the unfortunate necessity of killing his son, emphasizing the lack of alternative options. When Sam inquires if Logan will return to the mansion with him, the response is met with a heavy silence.
Let's get
Sam
some
grasps the
duct
realization that
tape,
they've
some
lost Logan in
crystal.
more ways than one. Meanwhile, at Styx
Good in
Covert Abode,
aluminum.
Elektra comprehends that her mission entails tracking down Logan and guiding him back onto the right path through training. Back on the battlefield, 101. As the X-Men engage in a fierce battle against Ozymandias' stone constructs, Cyclops finds himself thrown into a deep pit surrounded by an obelisk adorned with engravings foretelling the future. Meanwhile, Ozymandias seizes Wolverine and prepares to hurl him into the pit, but the feral mutant retaliates by stabbing the stone adversary with his claws and leaping after the falling Cyclops. With Ozymandias generating intense psychic interference, incapacitating Phoenix, Logan appears to be the sole hope for rescuing Cyclops. As Scott descends into the pit, he attempts to soften his fall with an optic blast, but the efforts prove futile. On the surface, Jean, Cannonball, and Iceman find themselves encircled by Ozymandias and the remaining stone lookalikes of Magneto, Hurricane, and Wolverine. Meanwhile, as Cyclops plummets, he collides with the pit's wall, knocking himself unconscious. Wolverine swiftly descends to catch up with Cyclops, guiding them toward the wall and using his own body as a shield to minimize further injuries. Logan's face is revealed after the failed adamantium bonding. I guess the writers forgot to draw in his nose. With a lick to Scott's face, Logan successfully revives him. Upon glancing at the obelisk, Cyclops is astonished to see a carving depicting Professor Xavier from the early days of the X-Men. This revelation prompts Cyclops to ponder how long Ozymandias has been chronicling the history of mutants on Earth before losing consciousness once more. Wolverine starts the ascent, carrying Cyclops along the way. Hoisting Scott upward, they inadvertently draw the attention of the sculptures, making them vulnerable targets. The rest of the X-Men redirect their focus to protect their comrades, but the sculptures overwhelm them. In the midst of the struggle, Elektra makes a stealthy entrance and swiftly and effortlessly stabs two statues, sending them tumbling over the edge.
Weird, you don't really think of many crossovers with Elektra and X-Men. Not two properties picture together.
Seizing the opportunity, Cyclops unleashes a powerful optic blast, shattering the stone man into pieces. The castle's collapse begins, prompting Wolverine to assist his fellow X-Men in regrouping and escaping. Despite Jean's telekinetic efforts to hold Ozymandias' picture castle together, it crumbles to bits. Once they reach safety, the X-Men check on Cyclops' well-being. Cyclops then shares that he witnessed something significant in the pit, pondering its implications on their future. Concerned about Wolverine's behavior, unaware that he's detected Elektra nearby, the group decides to depart. Wolverine receives assistance from his longtime teammate Cyclops as they leave the scene. Elektra enters 102. Wolverine is going out of school for the night. While making a discreet exit from
This is
his
getting
baby
real
institute
old.
and catching a ride to New York City, Elektra reflects on a pivotal moment from her childhood, set in the backdrop.
At least I have Wolverine here with him.
The narrative revolves around Stavros, who's the gardener employed by Elektra's
Wolverine wouldn't give up.
He discovers was a World War II mercenary responsible for numerous killings. Through his own experiences with the horrors of war, Stavros undergoes a transformation, realizing the value of life. He imparts difficult lessons to Elektra, revealing that he came to work for the Nachios family when a mother recruited him while being held at gunpoint. When two assassins target her, Stavros eliminates the older one. However, it's Elektra who persuades him to spare the younger assassin, leading him to realize his mistakes and his misguided past. This younger assassin then dedicates his life to working alongside Stavros, learning from his newfound wisdom. While the narrative continues, a young mother lovingly tucks her eldest son into bed and bids him good night before heading out for a leisurely evening stroll with her baby. The curious young boy awakens and discreetly leaves the house. At the same time, Wolverine finds himself near a blind homeless man requesting spare change. Intrigued, Logan takes a seat across the street to observe. When the boy's mother approaches, she mistakenly hands Logan a nickel, thinking he's just another panhandler. This gesture leaves Logan bewildered. Meanwhile, the boy rendezvous with a friend who happens to be a drug dealer. After completing some transactions, they find themselves in a shootout with a rival dealer. In the chaos, the rival appears to be fatally shot, inadvertently causing harm to innocent bystanders, including the blind old man. Witnessing this tragedy, Wolverine goes into a furious rage, prompting him to pursue the two attackers. Wolverine swiftly eliminates the older gunman. However, as he turns to leave, the younger boy shoots him in the arm. Logan chases after the fleeing kid into a subway station. In a precarious turn of events, the boy accidentally falls onto the tracks while attempting to shoot Logan again. In the process, a medallion is dislodged, emitting a scent that Wolverine recognizes. Leaping onto the tracks, Logan rescues the boy from an approaching train, and in the chaos, the boy's gun is lost. Once they're back on the surface, Logan takes a moment to closely sniff the medallion and identifies it as belonging to the
He looks
boy's
so
mother.
dumb without a
Logan reveals that
nose,
the boy's mother
or
was
whatever
caught
the
in a
fuck
crossfire
replaced
but
it.
narrowly escaped
It's
freedom.
just so messed
As
up
Wolverine
looking.
succumbs to unconsciousness due to his gunshot wound, the boy initially contemplates fleeing. However, his
Doesn't
guilty
even look
conscience
him more.
compels him to turn
If
back and assist Logan in getting
the
back.
intention was to make him look more
Vulnerable to an assault,
animalistic,
the boy
I
becomes a target for
think
the
all it
rival
did was
drug
make him a
dealer, who managed to
caveman.
survive the earlier attack because he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Just as the dealer is about to shoot, he's unexpectedly struck in the back by a scythe thrown by Elektra, who was chosen to
Battle
lead
of
his cousin's
Sentinel
known to
Prime.
Wolverine. Witnessing that Logan has someone caring for him, the boy hurries over to his mother, now engaged in conversation with the police. However, before he leaves, Logan tosses the nickel back to the boy, the same one his mother had given him earlier in the evening. Wolverine's on TV, 102.5. In the wilderness, Wolverine is being trained by his new mentor Elektra in order to regain his humanity. But trouble can't be far enough away when both the clawed mutant and the woman without fear are together. Wolverine is
Elektra.
attacked and abducted by Spiral and a team of werewolves, posing as Logan's close friends from the X-Men. When Wolverine gets up close to one of the werewolves, posing
Oh,
as
you know
Jean
what?
and
It must be
Skeletor,
related to
attacks him
hand
with Logan in a
stuff.
skin suit, revealing
Hand
her
stuff.
true self.
Hand
He's
stuff.
impressed Wolverine saw through
You
his
know,
disguise, and
the
next time
hand,
werewolves
the
attack,
fucking ninja
overpowering
group.
Logan. They teleport him back to the TV-obsessed
X,
dimension Mojo World as a
forget if
shop where
Logan
Elektra
worked
lives
for
on.
them, or
Longshot and Dazzler, now living on Mojo
just had
World,
assassins
are
after
horrified to
him.
see the airwaves come alive again.
Now it's all
They
coming
defeated
together.
Mojo to create an entertainment-free society. Mojo 2 appears on screen, announcing a new fall lineup, clarifying that the fall he refers
Oh
to is the
god,
fall of the
I'm not ready to
entertainment
die
regime
again.
that Longshot has so far led. While the duo
So
try to
painful
control the
getting
Devil's
anywhere
Room,
in
who are posting
survival.
their message urging the masses to not tune in, Dazzler realizes it's in vain. As the Nielsenometer, a ratings detector, detects Mojo 2's ratings have skyrocketed as Wolverine is forced to fight a legion of werewolves disguised as the Thing, Hulk, and Deadpool. Longshot and Dazzler, accompanied by the X-Babies, find him, but rather than join the fight, which would increase ratings, they decide to sit and wait. As he's getting pummeled by the werewolves, viewers grow bored of the one-sided fight and tune out. Looks like the plan is working as the ratings go down. Dazzler asks him to stop the little retaliating, and he makes up his mind to listen to her. Once no one's watching, Longshot, Dazzler, and the X-Babies join the fight and defeat the werewolves. Mojo 2 instructs the werewolves to get back up and fight and promises he'll be back. He's soon cancelled by Dazzler as the X-Babies are excited to report alongside Wolverine. They then teleport Wolverine back to Earth, where he tells Elektra that he won because he lost. She doesn't understand what he means, and he says he doesn't either. As comic relief, we also see the X-Men
Fucking
getting
hell.
ready for
Oh my
Halloween.
god.
Tries on multiple suits, all of which
Ugh,
totally
it's
reject
killing
by
me.
Psyche, the X-Baby version of Cyclops. He even tries on a feral
X-Baby.
Wolverine face mask with a tattered suit. He finally finds one
Oh
that simulates
god,
Max
if I didn't have
Wolverine,
X-Men right now, I think I would have
Wolverine.
lost my fucking
He doesn't
mind by
understand
now.
what he's supposed to be.
I know it.
Elektra Sensei 103.
To be true.
Trained by Elektra to reclaim his warrior instincts, Wolverine faces his inaugural test, scaling the World Trade Center solely with his bare hands. Upon reaching the summit, Elektra queries his identity. Identifying himself as Wolverine, she remarks on the animalistic connotation of the name and questions whether the man or the animal ascended the building. Caught off guard, Wolverine fails to respond promptly, prompting Elektra to swiftly strike him, emphasizing that a lapse in vigilance is a trait of a man, not an animal. They step into a solitary chamber that Elektra has designated as their training dojo. She hangs a scroll bearing 2 Chinese ideograms on the wall. Logan identifies them as symbolizing forest and wind, yet senses a missing piece, a familiarity from a prior encounter. Logan engages in combat training, and meditation follows. Presenting a riddle, she displays a samurai sword, likening it to Logan, Naked Fury, a potent force when harnessed skillfully. Initiating the final examination, she deceives him into entering a walk-in freezer, promptly sealing him inside as he succumbs to his animalistic rage. Pounding on the door, Elektra empathizes. Memories of her love lost with Matt Murdock flood back, along with her stint in the chase and the downfall resulting from her attempts to infiltrate the Hand. Meanwhile, Logan shifts from frenzied pounding to contemplation, reflecting on the enigmatic challenges posed to him. Ingeniously, he devises a solution. Utilizing his claws, Wolverine cuts his way out of the freezer, reclaiming the sword in the process. As he walks past the incomplete scroll, Logan's memory is jogged, and he recalls the absent element, the mountain, a lesson imparted by his old sensei Ogun years ago. Meeting Elektra outside, he shares his realization, earning her approval. She inquires if he's deciphered the sword's riddle. The ensuing combat unfolds, and as she disarms him of his sword, Wolverine deploys his claws. When accused of behaving like an animal, he retracts the claws and attempts to regain the sword. However, recognizing the underlying lesson, Logan chooses to prevail in the battle using only his bare hands. As the battle concludes, Elektra reinforces the lesson for him. Sheathing the sword is more challenging than drawing it, and at times, moving a mountain proves easier than compelling someone to change their ways. Getting help from Gateway 104. Following their confrontation with Onslaught, Wolverine receives orders from Jean and Scott to visit Charles Xavier's school for gifted youngsters in Massachusetts. The mission to locate Gateway, a silent mutant, in the hope that he could provide insight into the origins of Onslaught. Upon Logan's initial confrontation with Gateway, the Australian mutant opens a time-space portal, forcing Wolverine to relive the tragic day of his lover Mariko Yoshida's death. Overwhelmed by grief, Wolverine staggered off the school roof, narrowly avoiding a painful fall to the ground. Fortunately, Elektra intervened just in time, grabbing him and pulling him through one of the windows into the safety of the school. Encountering Wolverine unexpectedly, she's questioned about her presence, having followed him from Salem Center. She asserts that she's been tasked with bringing Logan back to the correct path and insists on trailing him until those matters are resolved. Logan welcomes her to join him and suggests they attempt to engage Gateway. However, their attempts to seek Gateway's assistance prove futile until she draws a parallel between him and her stubborn master, Stick. At the mention of Stick's name, Gateway halts the spinning of his bull roarer, turning to them in astonishment. Attempting to inquire about Stick's connection, Gateway signals for her to remain silent, resuming the spinning of his bull roarer. This triggers a vision for Elektra, transporting her to the afterlife, where she's guided along the river Styx by death. Shockingly, she discovers her father suffering in the afterlife. Compelled to relive her resurrection by the Hand and grapple with feelings of unworthiness regarding Daredevil's love. Returning to reality, Elektra and Wolverine conclude that Gateway intended to reveal the most painful moments of their lives to prepare.
I don't know how much more of this I can fucking take.
Of this revelation, Wolverine once again requests Gateway to share his knowledge. This time, Gateway is more willing to
It just
help.
works.
Teleports them into the main study of the school, where Wolverine implores him to disclose what he knows about Onslaught. Once again, Elektra and Wolverine are transported through time and space, landing at the pivotal moment when Magneto forcibly extracted the adamantium from Wolverine's bones. Constrained to observe the event in the astral plane, they witness Xavier utilizing his powers to erase Magneto's mind. However, in that critical moment, a malevolent essence within Magneto
Goddamn bots.
contaminates Xavier with a growing darkness.
I'm about ready to give up on Kick.
By Magneto's
I don't know.
deeply disturbs Wolverine.
Between Meat Canyon's
Gateway completes the spin
Papa
of his
Meats
bull roar.
thing.
Outside the school later, Logan broods and shoulders the blame for Onslaught's existence. He confesses to Elektra that if he hadn't succumbed to his feral instincts and attacked Magneto, provoking the Master of Magnetism to retaliate, Xavier wouldn't have had to take the drastic step of erasing Magneto's mind, leaving him susceptible to Magneto's dark side. Elektra suggests that armed with the knowledge they've acquired, they might have the potential to restore Xavier to his former self. Logan acknowledges the possibility, but expresses doubt that Charles could ever be the same again. Feeling parallel with himself, Logan senses he's forgotten what it means to be a man. Elektra reassures him, stating that he still is a man, and they share a comforting embrace on the ledge.
Sorry, just getting rid of some bots here.
Wolverine realizes, while in a huge pool of water that Magneto was the culprit. He infected old Charlie Xavier with the darkest part of himself that made the otherwise peaceful professor violent, turning him into Onslaught. It's now the responsibility of the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and the Avengers to prevent the most powerful telepath on the planet from switching sides and turning into an evil mutant whose mission is to punish humans. Remind you of anyone? Wolverine decides to leave the heavy lifting to the people who can move objects with their minds and shoot lasers out of their eyes, and that he's better suited to limit the casualties on the ground. We soon realize that the huge pool of water he was in was a water cannon used by firefighters gathered at the scene of a burning building, and that he asked to be doused in water to help him save the people trapped inside. As the fire rages and a window breaks, one of the firefighters on the ground instructs his crewmate on the ladder to climb up as he notices a kid is stuck. The smoke makes it difficult for the elevated firefighter to see where the kid is, and he asks where the kid is.
So tired of bots.
The firefighter on the ground replies the kid is on the 6th floor. His crewmate realizes he can't reach and rescue the kid, as the rescue ladder, boom extension, won't reach. With the child crying out for his mother, the firefighter orders the safety net. A distraught mother calls out for her son, Sean, who's trapped and needs to be saved, and says she thought he was right behind her when they were running away from the fire. Her other little daughter points out that her brother went back to save Mr. Winky. Meanwhile, Wolverine is
Mr.
up there
Winky.
assessing the situation, inquiring how many are trapped and whether the
Don't know about
firefighters
that
will
poor
get them to
name.
jump into the net below. The firefighter tells him that the net is 2 blocks away and their resources are already stretched thin. Wolverine decides to rescue the kid himself, even though he's warned that the ladder doesn't reach. He takes a running start and leaps up, hoping he hasn't miscalculated. After barely reaching the broken window, he hoists himself up and tries to rescue the child. Little Sean runs away and hides, seeing Wolverine's beastly face, and he calmly explains that he needs Sean's help to find Mr. Winky. He enters the house, tracking Sean's scent, surprised that his heightened
I don't think
sense of
any
smell
kid should
works
have
even with the
anything
immense amount
named
of smoke
Mr.
surrounded
Winky.
by. Wolverine calls out to Sean, telling him that his mother is waiting for him. Sean's hiding under his bed as Wolverine finds him and extends his hand for the child to come out. Sean realizes Wolverine isn't a firefighter and tells him that his mother had instructed him not to talk to strangers. He also asks Wolverine why he's sporting a bandana mask. Wolverine tells Sean his mother was right, but he's wearing a mask not because he's an intruder, but a superhero, and that his mother had sent him to rescue Sean and Mr. Winky. Logan wants to know whether Mr. Winky is an old man, to which Sean
So now he has his
and
nose.
replies Mr. Winky is his beloved teddy bear. Wolverine tells Sean Mr. Winky must be pretty special to him as he risked his own life and came back for him. When Sean replies in the affirmative, Wolverine, having established trust with him, says they better get out. With Sean on his back, Wolverine dashes for the broken window, only to be blocked by another fire breaking out that's taking down the entire floor. Sean's mother is worried as her son is still up there, as the firefighters pull back and Wolverine tries to find another way out. He asks Sean for help in
Alright, no more
locating the fire steps and
crashing,
makes
no
a
more
run for the
dying.
way. Frantically looking for a way
Just
out,
some
Sean's
Wolverine
confused
action
and
and
chaos.
some
This man
Fallout
isn't making
winning.
things easy.
That's all I want to
He
see.
expresses his fear that they're going to die, to which Wolverine replies they're superheroes. They can't die. When Sean retorts that he's not a superhero, Wolverine puts his bandana mask over Sean's face and says the mask makes his wearer a superhero. Through the raging fire, Wolverine hears a voice asking him to take another route. He thinks someone else is trapped and can't see the person clearly through the smoke. The old man offers Logan his walking stick, and Logan wonders aloud how he can see through the clouds of smoke. He leads them to the emergency exit stairs that are ablaze and informs Logan that it's the only way out. In order to protect Sean, Logan covers him up with his wet t-shirt. Logan promises to get the little boy out and asks him to take a deep breath through the wet cloth and hold it. He runs down through 6 flights of burning stairs, and the agony reminds him of the time he rescued the cyborg LCD from a burning warehouse in Venice, California. The old man tells Logan to pick up the pace, otherwise they'd both be burned to a crisp, and complains about the false claims about the stairs being fireproof. With only one more floor to go, Logan realizes he's on fire and urges Sean to hold on tight. In a blaze, Logan runs out of the building, letting Sean run into his mother's safe arms. While Sean's mother wants to thank Logan, the firefighters stop her, as they don't want her to see how badly burned Wolverine is. The gathered crowd marvels at how Wolverine is still alive, with huge blisters visible on his skin and his body still on fire. As Wolverine, fighting through the pain, reminds himself that even though he doesn't possess the power to lift objects with his mind or shoot lasers out of his eyes, what he does have is a mutant healing factor that can restore him to full health. However, he also wishes he had a built-in pain suppression factor to deal with the immense pain. As the firefighters call him a hero, Wolverine corrects them,
Burns
saying that
suck.
the hero is
Your
someone who
healing
does his
from
job
burns
every
is even
day,
worse.
like the firefighters. He asks them to douse him again as he goes inside to save the old man with the walking stick, who showed Sean and him the way out. Sean calls out to Wolverine, telling him he can't be a hero without his mask, and returns the bandana to him. Wolverine thanks him and says he needs the mask so as not to get recognized by the bad guys. Sean asks Logan whether he's Captain America, while running back inside the building as Sean wonders who the superhero who saved him actually was. Back inside, Wolverine tries to track down the mysterious old man, telling him that the building will collapse very soon. Realizing that the man is on an upper level, he asks him to come down nice and easy, because he's not leaving without him. He leaps up, holding onto a railing, and climbs up the stairs to the roof. As soon as Logan reaches the landing, he's hit on the head with a stick. An agitated Logan closes his fists, producing his claws. Seeing this, the old man wants to know whether Logan wants to rescue him or dig his claws into him. Hearing this, Logan retracts his claws and tells the man he'll save him, even if by knocking him unconscious and dragging him out. Logan then grabs him by the collar and tells the old man he's getting saved whether he wants to or not. After a couple of batterings with the stick, during which the old man taunts Logan, making it clear that he knows who and what Logan is, Logan realizes
It's
that the old
mean,
man is
but
none other
it's a
than
cruel
Electra's
world.
old master, Stick. As the two fight it out on the sole remaining wall of the building, Wolverine realizes why he encountered Stick. Logan thought Stick was dead, and Stick informs him that he's never let death stop him. Also, if he really were dead, he wouldn't be beating Logan with a bow staff. Logan fights back, acknowledging Stick may not be dead in the traditional sense of the term, but he sure isn't alive. Stick asks Logan whether the thought of fighting a ghost is stopping him from countering his attacks. Logan replies that he doesn't believe Stick is a ghost, but a being vibrating on another plane of existence. Stick calls Logan astute, but informs him that his existence is not what he's come to discuss with Logan. Wolverine says he knows what Stick has come to do, to finish what Elektra started. As Wolverine starts to fight back, he tells Stick that he knows his intentions of making Wolverine a man again, teaching him that there's no pride without humility, no bravery without fear, and no learning without ignorance. Stick, in typical fashion, mocks Wolverine, telling him he's no school teacher, and that he can't teach Wolverine how to be human or bring him back to his old self. All Elektra or Stick can do is assure Logan that he can revert back to controlling his animalistic tendencies only if he so wishes. Wolverine admits that he doesn't know how to reverse the change and that he's not in control. Magneto pulled the adamantium out of him, and he's not felt like himself since then. Stick points out that after Magneto pulled out the metal from his body, Logan gave up on himself. He let his fear get to him, and that weakened his willpower to keep the animal in him subdued. This willpower has the key to humanity, and it isn't a gift. Stick warns Logan that he must learn to control his animalistic tendencies in order to have a fighting chance against Onslaught. Wolverine points out the futility of Stick's speech if he dies in the fire. Stick tells Wolverine he'll live if he jumps in the direction in which Stick is pointing. Wolverine chooses to trust Stick and jumps off the building safely on a fire line. As the crowd cheers on Wolverine, he's approached by the Human Torch, who informs him that the superheroes are gathering at 4 Freedom Plaza to coordinate their plan of attack against Onslaught. Home is where the heart is. Wolverine and Elektra make a trek into the wilderness of the Canadian woods. As night falls and they set up camp, the duo are surrounded by a pack of wolves. Wolverine asks Elektra to stay calm and not do anything rash. Elektra argues that it's a tactical mistake to allow the wolves to surround them and that they must go on the offensive. Before she can finish her thought, Wolverine again warns her against making any moves on the wolves, even if she feels like she doesn't have a choice. He tells her that the forest is his turf and she just needs to say yes and heed to his warnings of not engaging the wild animals. Wolverine lets out a howl and then growls as the wolves respond. They pounce on Logan, tackling him, and start licking his face. He loves the attention and asks them to take it easy. Realizing they're hungry, he offers them meat from his backpack and asks them to fill up. Seeing this, Elektra comments that the animal inside Logan still hasn't been cast out completely, to which Logan replies, "Not quite." Elektra wonders that Logan's human side appears to be in charge, but what could also be his beastly side playing tricks. As they're hiking up a trail, she complains that Logan gave all of their food to the wolves, and the nearest store to stock up is 100 miles away. Logan assures her they don't need a convenience store, and the place they're headed to has a salt lick, where deer often come and streams full of fish. While he gets down into a river, he expertly uses his claws to catch fish while further explaining that the destination has squirrels and raccoons in the trees, quail and pheasants in the shrubbery, huckleberries, purslane, chicory, dandelions, morels, and last but not least, as Jewel Gibbons called them, wild hickory nuts. With all this naturally available, He asks Electra what she needs a store for. As they head to a cabin in the middle of nowhere, Logan enjoys the smell of mountain laurel and says that during the old sweet days, they had sassafras, mint, and juniper on the shadowy side of the cabin. Electra recognizes the cabin as the home of Logan and Silver Fox. Wolverine takes Electra out back to show her where his deceased lover is buried and notices some overgrowth. He gets down to chopping off some of the overgrowth to reveal the headstone that even has Logan's name. He clarifies that the reason for using the cabin door as the unconventional gravestone marker was because it was carved with both his and Silver Fox's names. Electra asks whether Wolverine would also like to be buried there after his death, to which he replies that he's already asked Nick Fury and John Wraith to lay him to rest there. Logan recalls the time spent with Silver Fox in that cabin. It was their home, and they were happy. He loved her since their childhood, and told her what they had would last forever. Silver Fox, well-intentioned, laughed at that, and told Logan nothing lasts forever, and everything has its time. Wolverine, uncharacteristically, opens up about how he thought he could never get over Silver Fox, but the whole of living life is getting back up when life knocks us down and moving on. He admits to having romantic love interests after Silver Fox, and that he's always been unlucky in love. To Wana Mariko, he burns incense in an old temple near Tokyo, and he still has a soft spot for Heather and Jean, although he knows he doesn't have a future with them. Logan kneels to pay his last respects as he places a bunch of flowers on Silver Fox's grave and tells Electra that he promised to pay her a visit every spring with the blooming wildflowers and the welcoming smell of the mountain laurel. He shamefully admits he was late this year as he wasn't quite feeling at one with himself. Getting up, Wolverine says that he isn't afraid of either his human or animalistic side, nor is he afraid to love again. Wise words from Wolverine are spoken as he says fear brings us closer to death, and he, for one, isn't ready to embrace death yet. After paying his respects, Logan
Man, where's that
Electra
stuff in the
set out on her
movies?
part of the expedition. Electra and Logan are now on a plane headed to Greece. As Logan takes a much-needed nap, Electra wonders about her pair-up with Logan. On the one hand, we have the ex-assassin of the evil organization called The Hand, who was once regarded as one of the deadliest people alive, and has been given a second chance after her close brush with death. While on the other, we have an X-Man, guardian of a dream who only a few believe is achievable, and one of the unfortunate mutants who has to fight his own mutation to retain his humanity. While Electra admits he's no Adonis and makes comments about his height, she also acknowledges he's honest and noble, two characteristics that she found only in one other man, Daredevil, aka Matt Murdock, her previous love interest. She wonders whether the reason she's taking Logan home is because she's starting to have the same romantic feelings for him. Unsure, she puts her hand over Logan's as they land. As they arrive at the Nachios home, Electra makes the formal introductions, acquainting him with her waitstaff, Gardener Stavros and his associate Theo, the cook, and Athos, all of whom refer to Electra as Little One. Athos doesn't regard himself worthy of keeping his place at the Nachios home, as he shamefully falls at Electra's feet, admitting his failure in carrying out the duty of protecting her father. Electra calmly eases him up, telling him it wasn't his fault, as there were 6 men with guns who shot him as soon as they entered. Athos lost his leg and eye while trying to protect her father, and Electra assures him that he'll have a place in her house for as long as she lives. He kisses her hands, thanking her for her kindness. Electra gives him a big hug, telling him there's no need for such formalities, as she considers everyone who lives in that house family. Logan is also welcomed with open arms as the cook has prepared Electra's favorite dishes, pastizio and horikati. Stavros tells them it's time to celebrate without any regrets or restrictions. He leads them to the terrace where the dinner table
That
is set.
puppy.
Stavros offers her olives from the same sapling she planted a long time ago, and asks her whether she remembers the time she accidentally killed a sapling with a hoe, and Stavros helped her plant another one. She confirms that she remembers it clearly, and adds that she first met Theo in that very olive grove. Theo regrets his past self as he thought he could change the world by being an assassin. Electra comforts him, placing a hand on his and telling him that she knew he had a good heart, even though she was a child herself. The conversation then turns to Logan as they realize he must be feeling left out. Stavros seems fascinated by Logan's Canadian heritage and recalls his days as a soldier during World War II. He remembers the British sending a Canadian corporal to teach Stavros and the others how to kill the Nazis with explosives and a dagger. Stavros clarifies that the Canadian was taller and better looking than Logan. On one terrible day,
That was
Stavros
close.
received the news that his mother was murdered by the SS, and he was primed for revenge on Colonel Slage, who gave the order. As he was leaving, armed with his rifle, the Canadian man stopped him, telling him that gunning down the German officer would be counterproductive, as they then have to face the entirety of the Waffen SS regiment. He offered Stavros a dagger and told him to finish the job quietly like he was taught, and offered him backup. Ready for revenge, the two crept into the compound but didn't find Slage, as he'd been transferred out already. Nevertheless, the duo made short work of the others and Stavros still has the dagger. Logan asks for the corporal's name, to which Stavros replies they just called him Canada. Electra is shocked by how open Stavros was about his war days, commenting that his little recount to Logan was the most she heard him talk about his days in the military, and that she's only overheard a little more from the cook and Athos. Stavros tells her he needed to bring up the topic of revenge as they've been monitoring the 6 people who were responsible for Electra's father's death. 2 of them, who were ready to appear as witnesses against their employer, were found floating in the harbor, victims of gang violence. One died of tuberculosis while being imprisoned, and another was murdered in the prison yard. 2 of the remaining men were let out on parole, and one of them died of a drug overdose. The last remaining one, Sawyer, is still alive, and Stavros knows where he is. Hearing this, Electra says that she appreciates what Stavros has done, as that's what's expected by her family. It's their old way of doing things. She, however, is done with the old ways of seeking vengeance and the darkness it brings. Electra asks Stavros to remember the time when she was 9, and he held her mother's gun to Theo's head in the olive grove, and Electra asked him to spare his life. Now, Theo, alive and well, is working with Stavros and is treated like his own son. She also adds that they ate olives from the tree they planted in place of the one that died. Electra reminds him that the fruits of mercy are indeed sweet, and that the 6 assassins did get what they deserved. Electra asks them to let Sawyer go and goes on to help the cook with dessert. Stavros comments that Electra's forgiveness is rare. To which Wolverine replies she's a force to be reckoned with. Stavros warns Wolverine that he better not break her heart or hurt her, and Wolverine walks away stating that he's not interested in her matter. Later that night, Stavros, along with Theo and Athos, go down to the wine cellar where they've kept Sawyer hostage and tied up. Sawyer
I'd love to get
begs for
that
mercy,
puppy.
Stavros pulls out his dagger and cuts Sawyer loose. Athos regrets this action and says they'll be done for once Sawyer will run to the cops. Stavros retorts, saying he can't disobey Electra's wishes. Unfortunately, Sawyer runs into Wolverine, and there couldn't be a worse person to stop and ask for help to call the cops. Wolverine pins Sawyer to the wall, extracts his claws, and warns the man to not go to the police, otherwise he'll be hunted down like a dog. Sawyer complies, running away into the night. Hearing the commotion, Electra wakes up, asking who the man was. Logan tells her it was just some night runner, and Electra asks about the whereabouts of Stavros. He replies, guessing that Stavros is probably curled up with a book in the study, to which Electra says that's highly unlikely because Stavros has been working the grove since he was 6 and had never learned how to read. Back at the cellar, Stavros is stacking away the dagger in its sheath that bears the name Corporal Logan. Tokyo Tales 107. Wolverine is back in Japan to pay a visit to his adopted daughter Amiko, Mariko's foster daughter, and her guardian Yukio. Using an image inducer to make himself look non-feral and less menacing, so as not to frighten Amiko, Logan stops by the apartment the girl lives in with
that's why
Yukio
she
with a
doesn't.
brand
He
new
has a
barrel.
nose
However, he
sometimes.
senses 2 heartbeats, controlled breathing as if through masks, and smells clove oil. Wolverine realizes something is wrong and smashes through the door to find ninjas of the hand, ransacking the apartment and no sign of Amiko or Yukio. When he demands to know where the little girl and Yukio are, they pull out their weapons and a fight breaks out. Wolverine engages, promising them a world of pain if they continue to fight. Wolverine's forced to slay the ninjas, and their bodies, as usual, dissolve. 2 others come to attack, and Logan makes short work of them as well. Before one of the ninjas breathes
It's
his last,
empty.
he speaks into his transmitter, confirming the presence of Logan. This turns out to be a setup as the Japanese military surround the building, seeking to arrest Wolverine and question him about the deaths of Mariko and Amiko. As Wolverine considers what to do, while looking at a family portrait of himself, Mariko, and Amiko, he thinks about how the Silver Samurai hasn't been able to live up to his promise to keep an eye on Yukio and Amiko after giving him the honor sword. Just then, the military opens fire, and Wolverine just barely avoids getting shot by a sniper. Getting back up and realizing there's no back door or fire escape, he smashes into the next apartment, and to his surprise, he finds the occupants of a motorcycle inside. He borrows it, promising to bring it back, granted he lives until then, to make his escape, and manages to get away from the military. The military, sensible enough to avoid property damage or civilian casualties, stop firing. Meanwhile, on a movie set, the latest Kojiro movie is being filmed. After the director
Those little
calls cut,
wings.
Akatora, the actor who portrays Kojiro wearing the suit, is congratulated for his performance. He thanks the crew and his director, remarking that computer-generated images and animation lack soul and can never replace the human touch of a real artist. Taking a break, he gets a call and learns that Wolverine has managed to escape the trap that was set for him. However, he still remains unaware about where Yukio and Amiko have been taken. Elsewhere in Tokyo, Wolverine rides into a Yakuza gambling den. After they point their weapons at him, he asks them to ease up and says he's neither a cop nor a raider from another clan, but just another outlaw demanding sanctuary from the military. They charge at him after saying sanctuary
Really?
is only provided to brothers of the Yakuza and attack him. When a number of their enforcers come at him with samurai swords, he cuts them down with his claws, saying he doesn't show mercy to men who would swing their swords at someone they think is unarmed. Soon he finds himself at gunpoint. Logan stands down and explains
Yeah, me
that
too,
Paul
buddy.
was drafted into
Me
the
too.
Yakuza clan by betrothal to Mariko Yoshida and seeks sanctuary once again as he identifies himself as the former guardian of the Honor Sword. He apologizes for his rude entrance but needs a place to hide. This time, he's welcomed by their leader, a woman named Shirohana, or the Pale Flower, who controls all the gambling activities in the district. She informs Logan that she can't provide him sanctuary until his credentials are verified, but can declare a ceasefire until the matter is cleared. In the meantime, she invites him to enjoy a meal as there's no reason for Wolverine to remain hungry or thirsty. Meanwhile, out in Tokyo Bay,
Oh,
it turns out that the actor
that's how it
Hanzo
works.
is a member of
Cool.
the band, and while he has Yukio chained up in the basement of the movie set,
But you have to be able to
unfortunately
smoke the
his
whole
submission is
thing.
having Amiko
That's
slowly
cool.
brainwashed by his
I
assistants
like that
to give her
mechanic.
whatever she wants.
So it's not like he
So
can
much so that
save in the
she
middle of
started
battle or
referring to him
anything.
as uncle, telling
Unless
him
he
to
can
increase her
smoke the
medical
whole
condition.
thing during
He strikes
battle, I
his plans
guess.
to double lock the blast door and key
That's
it
even
into the main
allowed.
security system. His spies call him with the
I think
latest
it's neat.
findings and report that Wolverine has been tracked. He's currently taking refuge in the gambling hall of Shirohana, the Pale Flower, and they're calling to confirm whether a team should be sent to bring him in. He decides to have his men pay the noodle vendor for the tip. While back at the hall of the Double Jade clan, Pale Flower feeds Wolverine a meal and asks him how he became a fugitive. He tells her how Mariko died and that he vowed to raise Amiko after her mother's death. When his story's finished, Shirohana admits she
Did
finds
it
him
actually add
admirable,
the
but is
save?
also bound by certain
It
obligations.
did.
She recounts
Cool.
the story of how a person named Mr. Patch, one of Logan's many aliases, assisted by a traitorous assassin called Raiko, brought about the downfall of her clan, the Dai Kumo. Pale Flower reveals she's Daikomo's daughter, and after the extermination of her clan, she had to leave Osaka and start anew in Tokyo, assuming the identity of Shirohana. She goes on to say that she hopes Logan is enjoying his fish, as he was served blowfish, and informs him that there's no antidote for the toxic fish. Logan collapses while trying to get the toxin out of his system. As things look bleak for the clawed mutant, Wolverine gets back up smartly, asking for dessert, much to the surprise of Shirohana and her minions. While her lackeys express their disbelief, stating that Logan had enough poison to kill 20 men, Wolverine boasts of his healing factor and how easily it dealt with the poison. Before Shirohana and her men can do anything more to deal with Logan, the military suddenly smashes through the wall with a caterpillar truck. Guns ablaze, seeking to take out Logan and get rid of the gangsters, two birds with one stone. As she pulls an Uzi gun out to defend herself, Pale Flower blames Logan for bringing destruction down on the house
Looting.
once again. Wolverine, while drinking, comments that it was retribution for
I'm gonna
trying to
take it
kill him.
all.
It's all in the hands. 108. As Wolverine and Pale Flower are locked up in the Shinjuku police station, Wolverine tells the guards to run as things are gonna turn awry pretty soon. He's pushed away from the bars by the guards who tell him that he's in no position to give them orders.
Generate
Pale
1
Flower
point
from
of
the cell
health
opposite
per minute.
expresses her
I'll take
disappointment
it.
in Logan's unwillingness to put up a fight and asks him why he let himself be captured so easily. Logan answers that he knows the Hand had a hand in his arrest. See what I did there? As part of whatever plans they have for Yukio and Amiko. By letting himself be captured, he's now one step ahead and can track down the person or people who kidnapped Yukio and Amiko. Shirohana calls him an imbecile for thinking the Hand will show up in a prison. Wolverine says he's been waiting for them for a while now, and just then, a man appearing to be a priest enters the cell block to offer prayers for Wolverine. However, he is in reality a Hand warrior known as the Iron Monk. With his iron prayer beads, he knocks out the soldiers and rips the door open to Logan's cell. He explains that he's come to kill the mutant and that nothing man-made can kill him. Logan's willing to try, but his claws don't do the trick this time. So he tries using the cell bars. Pale Flower tries using a cinder block to knock him out, but that
Mr.
fails too, as she's swatted
Gutsy.
away like a fly with the iron beads. As Logan and Pale Flower seem to be running out of weapons, a mysterious man emerges from the trapdoor. Not much for a security prison, looking for Logan. Logan answers him, confirming his identity, and as the fight goes on, the man asks probing questions, unbothered by the fact that Logan is hurt. Logan appreciates the sentiment, but points out that it's no time to be making introductions. The man hands him the Honor Sword and tells Logan that the Silver Samurai is detained unavoidably, but is quite aware and ashamed at failing at his duties towards his family. This time, before Iron Monk finishes his sentence boasting his capability of not being slain by mortal hand or blade, Wolverine drives the sword through his stomach, pointing out that the sword was forged out of meteorite iron by a demon. After the Iron Monk is slain, it is on.
Buzz.
Didn't want her to see him like that. I told her he'll be back soon and not to worry. In the meantime, I told her to take the children
so things did not go well. This Pip-Boy looks so filthy. It's got a gross looking. It's like I forgot to wipe and then I used my Pip-Boy hand.
As is
Anyways.
the case with all the assassins of the Hand, Wolverine hands the sword back to the man who then introduces himself as Yohei. Wolverine then asks Yohei whether they can escape from the trapdoor he came from. Along the way, Yohei explains that he's just a button man for the Yoshida clan, and that his job was pretty much over after he handed over the sword to Logan. He also asks whether Logan knows who the unconscious woman on his shoulders is. When Logan confirms in the affirmative, he also tells Yohei that she tried to kill him, but gained some favor with him when she attacked the Iron Monk. Meanwhile, in the middle of Tokyo Bay, Amiko's brainwashing is in full swing as Akatora's minions, Emi and Sumi, are playing with her. When Amiko asks to see Yukio, the two women begin to convince her that Yukio has run away with Logan to Paris and that they don't care about her anymore. The little girl, however, isn't so quick to believe them, as Yukio told Amiko she loves her, and Logan saved her from suffering the same fate as her foster mother. They then ask Amiko how that's helped her, since she still had to live in that dingy flat with Yukio and didn't have access to the treats, toys, and beautiful clothes that she's now getting. Moreover, the icing on the cake is, Amiko also has Sumi and Emi to play with her all day long. Sumi then goes down to the dungeon where Yukio has been kept.
Is there a
tortured since
tiny
her capture
wheelchair
through a
down
condition
here?
of her own. When Sumi informs
That's
her of
sad,
Amiko's
whatever the
resistance,
story
and to
is.
resort to more archaic means to get her to comply, Yukio calls them sick and warns Sumi of what will happen to them when her restraints are off, and that she pities their situation when Logan finally finds them and sees what they've been doing to his ward. Emi leaves Amiko to have some soda and cake and tells her that when she returns, they'd play a game. She then goes to report to Akatora about the progress she's having on brainwashing Amiko. She tells him that Amilo is ready
It's
for
a
the
lot
next
of
stage of
small
indoctrination.
amounts of ammo.
Akatora shuts her down as he's talking to the noodle vendor. News from the noodle vendor is
Better
grim,
drop stuff
as
and save.
Akatora is informed about the escape of Pale Flower and Logan. He's then warned by the noodle vendor to assume that Logan is coming after him and to take the necessary steps by locking his doors and windows. Back on the docks, Wolverine, Pale Flower, and Yohei surface. Yohei informs Logan that his job is done and hands him the honor sword. Yohei refuses Logan's offer to help him make it back to the Yoshida clan and tells Logan that he can handle himself just fine. They then find themselves up against members of the Blue Monkey Gang and fully intend to attack them.
Blue
for
Monkey
encroaching on their
Gang.
turf. Wolverine sets down Shirahana to deal with the gang, but to his surprise, he sees that Yohei has effortlessly already dealt with their attackers with one strike. Pale Flower, now conscious, explains that Yohei is really the Yoshida clan's enforcer and that he pretends to be lazy, stupid, and harmless to trick his enemies. Hearing this, Yohei says that he's not the only one pretending, as she must be hiding something to know so much about Yohei. Meanwhile, in the Shinjuku district, Sumi and Emi go to meet the noodle vendor who's been selling information to other parties, including Akatora's enemies. One such agent was an American by the name of Daryl Smith, who identifies himself as an agent of the NSA, but is in reality a part of the Special Mutant Task Force. The noodle vendor admits his mistake, saying the American disappeared without a trace and that he never should have trusted him. He promises never to sell him information ever again. The two women ensure that happens as they pull out their knives and are ready to eliminate him. Back at the docks, Yohei lights a cigarette, informing Pale Flower that not only is she what she appears to be, a crime boss, but she's also something that she's not aware of yet. When Shirahana asks what he means, Yohei reveals she's a mutant, much to her and Logan's surprise. Yohei says that he's been keeping tabs on the noodle vendor, who he initially thought was just an informant of the Hand, but he proved to be a double-crosser, snitching and selling information about everyone to everybody else. What especially caught Yohei's interest was the amount of information he was passing on about Pale Flower, not to the Hand, but to the American agent who was involved with the Special Mutant Task Force. Shirahana still doesn't believe him, and wonders whether that was the reason she was sent off to the boarding school in Switzerland by her father. Logan finally
Smoke
says that he
pistol.
finds this
There it
new
is.
information interesting,
Right?
but he has to
Yeah,
get
that's
back on
it.
track to find his former ward, Amiko. Yohei asks him why he's taking such a risk fighting against the Hand. Logan informs Yohei that Amiko isn't related to him by blood or family, but he was there when her mother died and had promised the kid he would always protect her. He admits to having sometimes failed to deliver on that promise, but if he doesn't keep his word, he's no better than an animal. Hearing this, Yohei chooses to accompany Logan on his mission. When Logan asks why, Yohei simply says that he has duties toward the Yoshida clan and that Logan's engagement to Mariko, who was Yohei's boss and custodian of the Honor Sword, effectively makes him his elder brother, and that warrants loyalty. Moreover, it's not every day that an errand boy of a crime syndicate gets a chance to follow an honorable man through the gates of Hades. Logan scoffs at Yohei's comparison of the hand to the gates of Hades. Paleflower chooses to accompany Logan as well, since she feels he's underestimating the
Save
hand.
before we take on that robot. I know there's something in there. I forget what exactly.
Tried to poison him, to which she clarifies that while she did try to kill him to avenge her father, her familial obligations were over by her earnest attempt, although she failed at it. Any remaining obligation was nullified when Logan didn't leave her back at the prison. Logan agrees and asks what their first step should be and where they should go to start looking for Amiko. Yohei informs him the noodle vendor is a good place to start. Back at the movie studio on Tokyo Bay, Sumi and Emi return, battered up, and offer their apologies to their leader for their failure to kill the noodle vendor, who was adept at martial arts. They're ready to pay
I'm
for their
quick. I
efforts.
might be able to
Akitora's
just run up
furious
to
and
it and disable it.
their heads stuffed
If
with
it's
pillows
what I
if they
think it
were
is.
part of his plans for Amiko's indoctrination. However, he does have another plan to finish what the two women started and recruits the cyber ninjas of the Death Touch cult to eliminate the noodle vendor, as well as Wolverine. Getting Noodles 109. Wolverine has tracked down the noodle vendor, an informant who can tell him where the Hand are holding Amiko and Yukio hostage. However, the Hand cyber ninjas of the Death Touch cult have reached the noodle vendor first and are having a go at him.
Shit, that's what happens. Synth ambush.
Wolverine helps him by killing them all.
See, I knew something
Tries to
happened.
attack him from behind when he's stopped by his allies Paleflower and Yohei. Logan demands that the noodle vendor tell him where the Hand has taken Yukio and Amiko. While on Akatora's island, Amiko
Give it the old college try
here.
here.
Carried out by Akatora's assistants, Emi and Sumi. What seemingly a carousel ride is in fact a ruse to hypnotize the child using a device attached to an amusement park bear to try to convince her that her mother wasn't killed by a dragon at all, but by Wolverine himself.
Oh no, you don't.
There's resistance to the conditioning. She eventually succumbs to their suggestion that she should get revenge against Logan for the death of
What else we got?
On the other side of the bay, the noodle vendor takes Logan and his friends on a ferry to Akatora's island. He informs Logan that the island is set up as a movie studio. After gathering the necessary information, Logan leaves the noodle vendor no choice but to join in their fight. Storm the studio. Monster movie costumes as they're shooting the scene. They have real weapons buried inside. As Logan slays them, he remarks
Jesus,
that
I can't believe there's still
these
more.
monster costumes, they'd
That
let
is the
them
most I've ever
use
slaughtered in one go
the
without
Paleflower
dying.
and Yohei to recover Emiko and Yukio
Holy
and use
shit.
the combatants. With no one left, Logan fights one-on-one with Akatora.
Good
In the
times.
fight, Akatora is boastful and
Who's
overconfident
left?
and doesn't take
I gotta.
into
I'm just gonna
consideration
sit
Logan's
here and play it
intelligence.
cool
Makes
for a
the fight
moment.
brief and one-sided with Logan prevailing as he manages to slash Akatora's face. However, before he can slay the Hand leader, the others return with Yukio and Amiko. Before Logan can finish him off, Akatora tells Logan that one of his three allies is in reality a double agent and is working for the Hand. Logan turns around, throws the Honor Sword, impaling Yohei, and he dissolves. Yohei is revealed to be the spy in their midst, and while Paleflower inquires as to how Logan knew, Logan says he'd initially thought Yohei was too skilled to be a Yakuza goon, and he also knew way too much. However, what really gave him away was the dagger he was holding that smelled like clove oil and blowfish toxin. Seizing the opportunity, Akatora manages to escape. As Akatora, Sumi
Black
and
one
Emi
has
flee
any
the scene,
differences?
the Lost Man boasts about how he's not lost the battle as his conditioning of Amiko was a complete success. Back above the surface, Logan apologizes to Amiko and Yukio for not spending enough time with them and tells them that he has to leave soon to take care of something. He promises to return to Japan and asks them to
Can't I,
finish.
though?
Amiko says she understands. She has a lot of training to do, a sinister glint in her eye.
Alright, calm down.
Versus bear. 110.
More?
In the Canadian wilderness, a bear is out looking for food. It enters a cave where it finds some jars. As the creature opens one of the pots, it releases a spirit of one of the
Get
great
some-
beasts and
let's get
disposes
some
it. Elsewhere,
medics.
Two criminals, Joko Kokomo and Peter Hale, rob a bodega while holding the owner at gunpoint. After getting away, Joko shoots the old store owner in cold blood. This elicits the idea around the two petty thieves as they left a bloody trail
Should've
from
just
the Northwest
stayed still.
Territories to central Canada. Shaman, also known as Dr. Michael
I even
Tupano
pumped
from
myself full of
Alpha
drugs,
Flight, is called in to
too.
help the RCMP with the search. He teams up with Wolverine and explains to him that the two criminals ditched their
Alright.
stolen car in the forest.
Now we know what's up.
Hiding in the park till the police are off their backs.
This is
When
why we
Wolverine
saved
asks
them.
Why Shaman is so involved in this case, he tells Logan that he's been speaking to the Ravens who had warned him that one of the great beasts of antiquity had awakened in the area and would try to.
I think this is when they spawn in. That little pause I just experienced. See if I can get ahead of it.
While Logan never really bought into Michael,
Knew it.
he did see it work a few times. He asked
Nope.
Shaman whether he usually talks to ravens, to which he snappily replies if he can talk to wolverines, why should
Okay,
ravens
we're gonna
be
do
let
some
down?
drugs.
Crooks, Jocko, and Hale try to
We're gonna
escape
get
on foot. Meanwhile,
some.
the Tolkbine family is going on a
Let's
camping
go
trip.
right down the
They're
line
instructed
here.
to turn around by an RCMP roadblock. Bob Tightbine's wife, Catherine, criticizes him so much about abiding by the rules that he decides to circle around and find another place nearby for them to camp. Wolverine tracks the scent of the two crooks and hopes to have them locked up by sundown. However, he's distracted by the great beast that Shaman was talking about. Legend has it that the great beasts were supernatural beings that named the earth a long time ago and serve as inspiration for werewolves and vampires. In reality, they're much worse, and if a predator like one of the great beasts is let out, things could get really nasty. The Tolkbine family have found a camping spot, and of course, Mrs. Tolkbine has a few words.
That's right, we're doing everything we can.
Being close enough to the campgrounds and how the washroom must be very far away. While Bob's trying to pitch a tent, he accidentally hurts his finger on the hammer and yowls in pain. His wife expresses her annoyance at his clumsiness.
When I hear Bob pitches a 10, I don't know, my mind went
Noticing
somewhere
this,
else.
their son Alan tells his mother to stop berating his father so much. The family are then confronted by Jocko and Hale, who hold them at gunpoint. Meanwhile, Shaman is trying to find out more about the great beast.
Really? After all those drugs?
He realizes that the great beast has already been freed and that
For
everyone in the
shame.
area is in grave danger. Back at the campsite, Jocko and Hale are holding the Tolkbine family
All right.
at gunpoint and demand they
We
give
race
them their
down,
freedom
we
and
race
their
up,
money in
right?
return for their freedom.
Oops,
Bob tries
no.
to reason with them, saying he doesn't want any trouble. Catherine tells him to do something, as Jocko and Hale won't let them go easily. Wolverine comes to the
I think
family's
it's like
rescue,
right
captured Jocko
there.
and Hale,
Alright, now
and
we go
they're
back.
behind Logan. Jocko,
Get up.
Peter, Catherine, along
Seriously,
with Alan,
dude.
make a beeline for the car. Bob decides to stay back and help Logan fight the creature. He tries hitting the monster with a stick, but is struck back. Shaman finds him and gets him away from the fight. While fighting the creature, Wolverine realizes that savagely attacking the animal is not the answer, and that after his mutation made him feral, he's been trying really hard to not lose his humanity. After remembering what Elektra, Stick, and Professor X taught him, he withdraws his claws and beats the demonic bear into submission with his bare hands. As soon as the bear hits the ground, Shaman quickly gets into position with the pot and casts some spells to trap the spirit back in the pot. The grizzly, freed of the evil spirit, is now normal and runs back into the forest. Jocko and Peter are now holding Alan and Catherine hostage after they crashed the jeep they escaped in. Alan flings his handheld video game and it strikes Jocko in the nose, making him drop his gun. Instructed by Jocko,
No.
Hale is about to shoot both Catherine and Alan when Logan
doing?
threatens him with his
Don't
claws. Jocko
do that.
recovers his gun but is attacked from behind by Bob before he can use it.
What is-
The RCMP arrives
what is
and
happening
takes
right
Logan
now?
away.
Did I just
Logan
phase out of
they
existence?
say there's many unresolved issues.
It's the damn marijuana, isn't it?
Once again start arguing with each other, even after all that they've been through. Shaman asks
God
Logan
damn
if
it.
they'll ever overcome their issues. Logan isn't sure.
Alright,
Tells his
so
friend
no
that they
marijuana
face the
then.
struggle every day and walks off. Hothouse Flower, 111. Logan
Fifth
takes
time's the
second to
charm,
check in
or
with the X-Men
whatever
at
I'm
the
on.
Xavier Institute. He seems to walk through a wall, which is in reality a holographic projection, as repairs are taking longer than expected. A temporary fix for the wall that Juggernaut broke through. Logan is greeted by Jean, Scott, Hank, and Bishop, and gets a big hug from Jean, asking him how his trip to Japan was. The X-Men are busy setting up for a going-away party for Bobby Drake, aka Iceman. Sam and Aurora join the rest and are glad Logan is back. Logan checks in with Sam about his bike and whether it's been taken care of. He also goes to talk to Bobby Drake, who's taking a leave from the X-Men to help his father recover from getting beaten up for speaking up about mutant rights. The two men admit that time and circumstance have prevented them from being close friends, but Logan says that he respects Bobby and if he needs any help, he only has to ask. Jean informs Wolverine that a package arrived from Lando, Luckman, and Lake, and expresses her doubts about the organization's interest in Logan.
Far so good, and we haven't needed a drop of drugs yet.
Recording of Zoe Culloden.
But
Requests
just to
that
be
she
safe.
deliver the box in person, but due to some problems at the office, she needs him to look after it. She warns him that something big and dark is coming, and that the timelines
This makes
are
me
converging
laugh.
around him. Logan is nonplussed, and the X-Men are suspicious, but Logan decides to accept the task. Aurora asks Logan to join her and Bobby in the greenhouse, where she gives Bobby a mutant hybrid flower as
Oh,
a
that didn't
farewell
know.
present. Bobby says he's not going away forever, and that if he's ever needed by the X-Men, he'd come back running. Later, the team is going to Harry's hideaway, and Wolverine offers to drive Sam Guthrie on his Harley. Sam admits that he's been having trouble starting the motorbike the last few mornings and thought it was because of the cold. Wolverine admits that Sam did exactly what he asked, take the bike out for a ride every day to break in the engine.
Please lower your
It's a
weapon.
lot darker than it normally is, due to carbon buildup. Sam's been running the bike at a comfortable pace, and Harley Davidsons are designed to go fast. The X-Men are at Harry's hideaway. a Westchester bar they love. However,
Who's
the
left?
night out is getting to Logan. The bar was
Did you miss
rebuilt and
one?
wrecked recently. He regards it as somehow false now. He argues too much with the older X-Men, and he doesn't know the new members. He misses Kurt, Kitty, and Jubilee. Eventually, he leaves the bar and goes to another one, a grimy biker joint called the Yorga Inn, whose jukebox is full of eccentric musicians. Drinking alone, Wolverine raises a toast to all the people who suffered from knowing him. At this point, the bartender says it's closing time, and Logan leaves. Later that night, Logan goes to sit in the abandoned office of Professor X, proceeds to unburden himself as though his friend were there. He talks about his growing feral nature and his sense of isolation. When Logan stops and asks what to do next, the dawn breaks through a nearby window. Logan smiles. Now he has his answer. The demons of the night.
How though?
When morning comes bringing in light and
From where?
donning his Wolverine costume, Logan goes to the danger room and starts up a basic workout routine with some battle buds.
Somebody explain it to me.
Goes wrong and spawns a hologram of a tall man in red armor with
Make it
crows
make
on his head,
sense.
who informs him that a new age is dawning and he can be a part of it. Logan responds by stabbing the man in the faceplate, causing a part of it to flake off, revealing a skull underneath. With a wave, the man summons a woman in a shroud with a Japanese hairstyle, who Logan recognizes as Mariko Yoshida, his dead wife. The man assures Logan that the power he serves can bring her back to life, that an age of miracles is dawning, and all it will cost him is one insignificant thing. Logan pauses, then stabs him in the gut. The man cryptically admits that he's known Logan long enough to have foreseen this, but that he has time. Mariko wants Logan back, and eventually his guilt at what he's putting her through by separating them will cause him to relent. Logan turns to face Mariko, but before he can comfort her, Stick appears and gently lays her to rest in a nearby mound of earth, saying that she was dragged into the living world and that eternity is for sleeping and peace. He explains to Logan that the path he's going to choose is the right one, and that the man he just met wants to pull him off of it. He echoes Zoe Culloden's message, saying that something bad is coming, and that the path Logan has chosen will take him to strange lands and away from loved ones. But this is the path he needs to take to grow. Stick presses a button on a device similar to the one Zoe Culloden recorded her message on, causing himself and the whole scenario to promptly vanish. Sometime later, Logan takes Sam to buy a new bike. After he hands Sam the keys to the new vehicle,
Listen to the mayor. Oops.
Sorry it had to end this way. I tried to build a place where our children could live comfortably. You know, I'm a family man that know our children come first. I'd do anything for them, even at the expense of taxpayers' money. The mob has broken through, and it's only a matter of time before they reach the lower level. As a last resort to protect our family, I give you, well, I give you myself. Take my body to the people. Tell them I died a coward. Maybe they will leave you in peace. I left the key to the safe with one of the attendants. I forget his name. Anyway, goodbye, my darling. I love you and the children.
Well, I guess that didn't work out. Guessing because bombs. What's he going on about?
is beyond me.
Guess we'll save. Get it. Get my comic going
Sam
again.
asks Logan why he can't break in the new ride himself. Logan then reveals he's packed and ready to go as the guy who sold him the new bike throws him his bag.
Find the nice one.
Sam to tell Gene he'll call as soon as he gets a phone. But also there's one thing he's decided to prove. It's that Storm was wrong. He's not a hothouse flower who can't survive on his own outside the school. Manhattan Misadventures 112. Arriving at the East Village in Lower Manhattan, Logan feels right at home and decides to involve himself in an altercation between a couple and a pair of street thugs. He makes short work of the goons and is dismissed by the man who's on a wheelchair, saying they didn't ask Logan to use violence and scare off the goons. The woman, however, thanks Logan and introduces herself as Kirsten and her partner Clive. Observing his bag, Kirsten asks Logan whether he's staying or leaving. After Logan implies the former, Kirsten explains that she's the superintendent of a building with a vacant apartment next to them, and that they both spend most of their days at the nearby Third Eye Cafe. Logan agrees to check out both the cafe and the vacant apartment. Nearby, a street mime is juggling clubs while riding a unicycle. As he cycles away from Logan, a chain snaps out of a nearby cellar, wrapping itself around a club in midair and snatching it away. The mime is so impressed that he breaks character, asking how that trick was performed. A voice from down the cellar replies that if the mime comes down, he'll learn. He complies, but when the mime climbs down, he immediately regrets this choice. The following day, as promised, Logan calls up Xavier Institute and the phone is answered by Gene, just the person he wanted to talk to. Gene checks up on him, asking whether he's staying and how he's doing. Logan informs her that something Iceman said before his departure really stuck with him, and that he wants to prove to himself he's still capable of walking among people without letting his feral side get the best of him. Gene assures him that he has nothing to prove and that he's already proven time and again he's trustworthy. She then checks up on whether he's still up for the rendezvous with the X-Men in Scotland. Logan confirms and also tells Gene he can be reached at the Third Eye Cafe. Gene also tells Logan he has people in the Institute who care about him. Logan hangs up after letting Gene know he's never going to forget that fact. Logan ventures out for his first day, but it seems pretty dull as he's eating street food and has to listen to people call him creepy while walking down the street. When he wants to be alone, he goes home to his new address and is satisfied with the feel of hardwood stairs under his feet. At night, he can't get to sleep, consumed by the guilt of how his actions led to Charles Xavier turning into Onslaught, for which he's now being detained by the government. Logan tries to tire himself out by doing pull-ups, but his healing factor kicks in, rendering him awake and hungry. And as he opens the fridge, he finds 3 cans of beer and a few cheese slices.
Oh, come
Out
on.
the window, he sees the mime rolling down the street, but now his face seems evil and he's juggling knives.
So
instead of Indians.
hard.
Shrugging this off, Logan goes to sleep. The next morning, Logan has breakfast in the Third Eye and asks Kirsten for a cup of coffee. Kirsten says he needs to find a job to occupy
Now I know where
himself.
they are.
Logan gets defensive and asks whether she's a social worker. Offended by Logan, Kirsten walks away and points out that she thought they were friends. Logan apologizes for his behavior and asks if she knows anyone in the area who's hiring. At Kirsten's suggestion, he goes to a building site to talk to the foreperson, Helen Bach, for work. Bach explains that she's not really offering a job, but is working on a co-op. The collateral damage of the Onslaught crisis caused a housing shortage, and so the co-op is getting people to work on the site in exchange for a reduced price on an apartment. Logan admires their drive and asks if he can work on the site anyway for free. Bach puts it to a popular vote, and the workers cheer to let him work. Logan's assigned his first task, to work on cross braces, and instructs him to always wear a hard hat on the construction site. At the end of his first day, Logan and Bach are walking back. Bach admits she doesn't really believe Logan is running away from something. Logan answers he's not really running away, he's trying to find something, and that looking within all this while has made him self-centered. Logan mentions he used to have a teacher who told him no man is an island. Bach mentions that Kirsten told her story of how they met and makes it clear to him that she doesn't support violence. As if on cue, the duo are confronted by the goons from the previous day who are totaling Logan's bike. Logan marches up to fight the first again, but Bach reasons with him to involve the authorities. As one of the goons tries to push her away, calling her a girlie, Bach hits him with a tool.
Oh, no, you don't.
He falls down. The other goon tries pulling a gun on them, but Logan attacks impulsively with his claws out. However, at the last moment, he retracts them before Bach sees them and knocks the goon out. As the goons come to their senses, they recall running
let's
into the
rip
mime
her.
juggling the Indian clubs. Bach notices Logan's knuckles are bleeding, but he lies, saying it's because of the punch he threw. Logan asks Bach where she learned how to fight, but she walks away, refusing to talk about it. Realizing he's not getting an answer, he
See what we
decides to
got
take his
here.
battered up bike to his apartment, but there's a visitor. The mime he saw earlier is now in his sitting room, on his unicycle and juggling knives. The mime tells Logan that he's been waiting a long time
Halfway
for it.
decent
Logan
armor.
realizes he recognizes
Good
the voice.
backup
Being
hazmat.
a mime, 113. 13. Logan has come home to find a murderous mime juggling knives and taunting him. He also realizes the mime is juggling the box Zoe Culloden entrusted to him. He attacks, trying to retrieve the box, but the mime keeps taunting him about the way he attacks and how impulsive he is. Logan
So where
demands
this
to know his
from now?
identity, but the name slips
Hopefully I
his mind
can
just before he
modify it
recognizes
some.
but is distracted by the falling box. Focusing solely on the cube, Logan suddenly remembers he saw the box in Shanghai a very long time ago when he was saving a young boy and his master from the Imperial Police. The student was a young Westerner boy, and they were running away to protect a seemingly ordinary wooden box from falling into the wrong hands. When the sergeant knocked the old man to the ground for disrespect, the boy struck him back. This caused the sergeant to turn his gun to the boy when Logan stepped in and decked the man. As the sergeant cocks his gun to shoot, a captain interceded and promptly killed the sergeant with a sword for disgracing
Oh, that
the
increased
Imperial
my
Japanese
carry
army.
weight by a
The
lot,
captain is then
actually.
prepared to kill the boy, but Wolverine intervenes and tells him it's not honorable to kill a child.
Strength
The boy
plus
at least
6.
tried stopping
I
the
don't think I'm
sergeant.
gonna use
The captain
this.
sees that Logan is willing to fight to the death.
Kinda
and is
seems
allowed
like
to
cheating.
sheath his weapon, saying that if he ever wanted, Logan would be welcome to study the martial arts at the
It's
Ogun Ryo
too
Dojo in
good
Japan,
for
where
me.
he would work to fill the void within his body, mind, and soul. The old man, being helped up by his student, said that Logan would also be welcome to study under him, as Logan possesses powers he isn't aware of yet. Logan shrugged both these offers off, saying he had places to see and things to do, before he walked away, chugging whiskey and singing sea shanties. As he departed, the young man said they should go follow him, but the old man stops him, telling his young student that while the chaotic strength of Logan may be tempting to follow, there was still work they had to do to safeguard the wooden bucks. Back in the present, Logan reacts just in time before the mime stabs him. The mime somersaults in midair, having his wrist broken in the process.
So the
Instead,
mime's evil
a block
now.
away from Wolverine, Helen
Hey.
Bark is waiting to cross the road. She's already regretting her behavior the previous night and walking away from Logan. She remembers he was bleeding and wonders whether she should go back and comfort him. Bark hesitates for a
Time to go
moment,
back
and at this
home.
moment, logic prevails and
Drag
she
our
realizes
goodies
she's just
back.
met Logan and doesn't know much about him. However, she does know he's honest, brave, and all alone. Even with a broken wrist, the mime isn't crying out in pain, but simply switches hands and is ready to attack again. Logan smells two different scents on his attacker. He quickly realizes that the mime has been possessed, which leaves him in a dilemma. He can't kill his real attacker without killing the mime. He's just an innocent civilian who got possessed. Down on the street below, Jean and Aurora were wondering whether they got Logan's address correct. Storm remarks Logan has always felt like an outsider wherever he went, and Jean says he shouldn't feel that way around Jean or Aurora, as she considers him a brother. They go up to the intercom to get into the apartment, but realize the bell's broken. Jean feels that Logan shouldn't be left alone, and as they're entering, they see Helen as well and asks her whether
Successful
she wants
hunt.
to speak. Looking at her, they also ask whether she's okay, and Helen tells them she's fine and that she's not going inside and walks away. Back at the apartment, Logan doesn't
How are they
defend
already
himself as
back?
The mime slashed through him. He tells the mime his mutant healing factor can cope with the damage.
Are you, though? Are you really?
Running up the stairs, Jean and Aurora remark on the grimness of the place, and Aurora comments that she's lived in far worse conditions in Cairo. As they reach the landing, Jean senses the fight that's going on in the apartment, and they storm through the door to help Logan. The poor mime doesn't stand a chance against Storm and Phoenix, who use their powers to knock him down. Logan informs them that the mime is possessed, and before Jean can conduct a telepathic probe to find out who the real attacker is, he leaves the mime's body and enters Jean's. It's revealed the attacker is the same entity that Logan encountered in the danger room the last time. The mime flees the scene with his broken wrist as Jean cries out in agony over the evilness that she's never experienced before. A possessed Jean tells Logan that the entity wants the bucks, Logan's head, and the souls of everyone he's ever loved. Storm tries to buy Jean some time to fight the evil power that's possessed her by restraining her body with wind. It doesn't
Sees
work as
me.
Jean is made to throw
Why
a
am I in
weapon spell,
danger?
but Logan jumps in the way, catching the knife in his gut. Storm tells him she could have deflected it with wind.
Is it the Brahmin? Is
Says
it
was
this
purely out of
super
instinct
dangerous
and tries to
Brahmin?
save Aurora. This act
Is the threat
is
over?
enough to
Nope.
stun the possessing spirit, and as it remembers the good person it used to be, Jean is able to force it out of her head.
Just
The entity
whatever's
that lives in the
endangering me
apartment
is gonna
loves
sneak
Fury.
up on me and I'm gonna
Tells his
fucking
friends he's
hate
going
it.
to track down the entity and finish it once and for all, and entrust the box to them. On the street, Helen's supposedly possessed by the spirit. Helen barges down the street, knocking aside Kirsten and Clive, who realize that something's up. Meanwhile, in his mansion in Fire Lake, Massachusetts, Damon Hellstrom, the son of Satan, is using a large scrying emerald, which once belonged to the Ancient One, to watch for mystic threats. The emerald reflects the box, and Damon knows it brings mortal danger. Hell hath no fury. 114. Logan dons his superhero costume and is hunting down the spirit as a thunderstorm hits the city. He runs into Kirsten and Clive, who don't recognize him as he's in costume, and when interrogated, tell Logan that a friend of theirs knocked Clive out of his wheelchair without even turning back to help. Hearing this, Logan realizes the spirit has possessed Helen, a local woman who gave him a job at a construction site. Clive tells Logan which way Helen went, and as he walks away, feels a familiarity in the voice of the stranger they just encountered. As he walks down a side alley, following her trail, Logan comes face to face with Damon Hellstrom, Satan's son, who reveals he's in town tracking the same evil entity. He asks Logan to safeguard the mysterious wooden box that he got from Zoe Culloden and tell Logan he can't get involved. As Hellstrom vanishes, Logan dismisses him, saying he was of no help at all, and whatever he said didn't make any sense at all to Logan. Lady Deathstrike, aka Yuriko Oyama, enters and tells Logan the wooden box is rightfully hers, as it belonged to her father. In Logan's apartment, Jean and Aurora are guarding the wooden box on Logan's say-so. Aurora expresses her apprehensions of leaving Logan to pursue the evil entity on his own, especially now when the public still fears mutants. Jean assures Aurora that Logan's regression into his feral nature has almost stopped and that he's actually more competent than before. Aurora points out that the evil spirit was able to possess Jean, one of the most powerful psi talents. As they're talking, there's a blackout as half of the Lower East Side is shrouded in darkness. The mysterious box, however, lights up, and the duo realize that the light is coming from inside the box. They decide to open it. Wolverine and Yuriko are now fighting on rooftops and fire escapes and also break through into someone's living room. During their fight, she shows Logan the recent upgrade of a cybernetic skeleton by the mad cyborg Donald Pierce, a self-repair and reconfiguration program, or in other words, a cybernetic healing factor. Many blocks away, the possessed Helen Bark enters her apartment and searches for weapons to take down Logan and his mutant allies. The possessing spirit notes that its host Helen is far stronger than it assumed. As Helen opens a wardrobe, the spirit uncovers the secret she's been hiding. As they're fighting, Yuriko tells Logan her father invented the adamantium bonding process that was stolen by Canada's Department K that conducted the Weapon X program. She demands that Logan give her the box that's dear to her, as it's the only remaining legacy left by her father. Wolverine refuses and tells her he swore to protect the box, and there are bigger things at stake than her claim over the disputed box. As the fight escalates, Wolverine rips off the skin covering her metallic skull and pins her. He explains that he knows the box is hers, as it bears symbology similar to Yuriko's family's, and that she can have it after he calls Zoe Culloden, the woman who entrusted him with the box, finds out more. Deathstrike pauses after this and decides to trust Logan. Back at the apartment, Jean and Aurora close the box, realizing the unfathomable power its owner would have. They're ambushed by the evil spirit who's possessed Helen.
No idea if this guy was evil or not. I just slaughtered him. I didn't know, man. Sorry. Surprised me. You didn't have to help.
Who shoots a 10-force windstorm at Helen. The X-Men duo soon realize that Helen is possessed by the same spirit that took control of the Juggernaut.
Well, hopefully Jean wasn't quest important or anything.
How to get to the parasite without hurting the host. The spirit comments on how their compassion is a weakness, as Jean counters not just with words but uses her powers of astral projection to reveal the true nature and form of the evil spirit and asks him to let go of her.
Thought he was a gunner.
Out in the astral plane, Jean not only overpowers the evil spirit that could only boast about being as strong as death itself, but also teaches him a lesson in how he should stop considering women lesser beings. Jean frees Helen of the entity as Wolverine enters the apartment with Deathstrike. He finds Helen recouping and goes to her. Helen recognizes Logan even in his costume, and the two tell each other about the past they've been hiding from. Helen tells Logan she was a pilot in the Air Force during the Gulf War, and the plane shot down. She was imprisoned and tortured by the Iraqi army. And when she was finally released, she was given a medal and a medical discharge on psychological grounds. She made herself a bunker in her apartment with her uniform and collected various weapons to protect herself so as not to be at the mercy of others. After a few years, she was able to move on and decided to build things up instead of tearing them down. She decided to not live a life always armed and afraid. Wolverine sympathizes, remarking that's what everybody in the room wishes they could do as well. The evil spirit disagrees and says that while he was denied one worthy warrior host, another was brought right to him with electric fire in her veins, cold metal in her heart, and a deep hatred in her soul. He takes control of Lady Deathstrike and uses her cybernetic healing factor to reshape her face to resemble someone Logan can identify, and asks him whether he recalls who the face belonged to. After this, Lady Deathstrike, now possessed, runs away, breaking through a window. As Logan, Storm, Phoenix, and Helen look on in horror, Storm asks Logan who the spirit is that just won't leave him alone. Logan explains it was Ogun, his teacher, who taught him that a warrior's soul and honor are his strength and showed him by example that even the most noble man could be corrupted. Executing the X-Men. 115. At the secluded Hulkbuster bunker base in New Mexico, the purpose of which was to earlier control the damage caused by the Hulk, Bastion has planned something evil. He successfully captured the mutant Storm, Cyclops, and Cannonball after breaching the Salem Center, and is set to successfully execute Operation Zero Tolerance to bring an end to mutant kind. He owes this success to Jubilee, who's kept prisoner and whose memories he accesses. She helplessly looks on as Bastion is unloading the gurneys occupied by her now neutralized friends. At first, she believes Bastion is bluffing and everything she's seeing is just a hologram. Cannonball gains consciousness and threatens to take them on as soon as the neutralization cuffs come on. He's knocked down by Bastion's henchmen as Jubilee tells him to back off. After she sees Logan and Jean's bodies, especially their hands touching, reality dawns on her finally. Bastion reveals that along with the capture of the X-Men, he's also in the process of decoding the Xavier Protocol and files that contain information on how to kill the X-Men. The supervillain tells Jubilee that he isn't pleased or elated to wipe out the mutants, but simply wants to protect the human race. As Bastion's men are taking the mutants down to the containment block, they notice Wolverine is bleeding, and as they turn him over and pry his hands from Jean's, they comment on how badly he's injured. Before they're taken away, however, Bastion wants to have one last look at them. He contemplates why he hates mutants, as he remarks they're not very different from humans. How very similar to humans they look, how they bruise and bleed just like humans do, and how they seek solace from their friends and loved ones in troubled times. Brushing away these thoughts, he walks away and orders his men to take the neutralized mutants away. Bastion goes to meet Xavier, who's turned himself in to the US government after the Onslaught debacle, and taunts him about his failure in realizing his dream of peace between humans and mutants. Looks like the professor still has it in him when he retorts with, "Men die, Bastion. Dreams live on." Down at the containment block, Bastion's men are sorting out the mutants to their assigned special cell. They presume Logan is dead, as he's taken a lot of damage due to their aircraft crashing, and decide to incinerate him after taking off the power dampener they put on him. Bastion shows Xavier how his best and brightest have failed in their mission, and how they'd spend the rest of their lives confined in this facility, to which Professor X retorts that they haven't failed as long as they have life left in them. Bastion tells Xavier that Wolverine is the perfect example of what makes humans afraid of mutants. He points out the Professor shares their fears of Wolverine not being able to control his bestial side. Bastion also informs Xavier that Logan is dead. Cut to the incineration chamber where Bastion's men are preparing to get rid of Logan's body. Just as they're about to turn the ignition on, Logan gains consciousness as he smells gas and attacks the two soldiers. Bastion is called down by Daria, who's scanning Jubilee's memories. She informs Bastion that Jubilee went into depression after Bastion left, and pulls up the images showing Jubilee's memories of Wolverine violently clawing his way through hordes of attackers. Bastion tells her there's nothing to worry about, as the elemental force of destruction that is Wolverine has by now been reduced to a pile of ashes. Wolverine infiltrates the containment block with the soldiers of Roughhouse and Cannonball. Disguised as a soldier, he takes out the security cameras before ordering the others to lower their weapons, release the mutants from their cells, and help Cannonball back up on his feet. Bastion's memory scan is interrupted by a soldier who informs him that they've lost visual on the containment block and that all the cell doors have been opened. The soldier pulls up the feed from the hidden cameras and shows Bastion that the guards have been compromised. The X-Men are now free inside the base. Bastion goes down to check it out and discarded by a rule-abiding trooper who asks his master for identification. As they're ordered into position by their leader, Bastion informs them that the mutants have escaped and now have secured body armor and weapons. They're now disguised as troopers. He also orders them to shoot any trooper that has their weapon set to stun and can't provide the new password. Bastion and his henchmen get on the lift to go up to the surface. As the trigger-happy soldiers shoot their own men, Bastion realizes that it was Jean who took his form and gave the soldiers false orders. Jubilee sarcastically comments that Bastion's next order should be to shoot anybody that looks like him. The now escaped X-Men are well aware of the fight up ahead, and Scott and Cannonball decide to blast through the remaining guards. Meanwhile, Bastion has sealed the facility and locked the exit door. He's informed of the current location of the mutants and proceeds to send the newer and deadlier Sentinels after them. Storm and Cyclops use their powers to try and open the door, but fail. The mutants decide to fight the Sentinels as Bastion and Daria look on. Just as all seems to be lost, Jubilee flips the switch to open the exit door as the X-Men proceed to cut off pursuit. As Bastion prepares to return to the Xavier Institute, Wolverine wonders who helped them as the X-Men fly away in an escape pod to plot the next course of action. X-Men deserted. 116. The escaped mutants seek refuge from a blind man named Mustang in the desert. Mustang informs them of the Prospero Clinic down the highway and how he was a long-term project. Along with some other patients of Dr. Prospero, he was staying at the trailer park till everything was repaired. Storm makes short work of the footprints they left Mustang realizes his guests are mutants. He informs them he won't turn them in and reveals his past as a fighter pilot in the US Air Force. After he retired, he bought an old fighter plane and became a stunt pilot. One fateful day during a show in Iowa, the plane's engine blew up and the stick malfunctioned. Mustang decided to redirect the plane away from the kids in the stand instead of ejecting himself out. Later that night, Logan goes to investigate the clinic, and the next morning, the X-Men confront Mustang. Jean uses her powers to plant Logan's memory in Mustang's mind, and he's able to see the clinic in his mind. Mustang witnesses a coyote being zapped by the clinic's laser fence and hears an incoming 18-wheeler truck. In the memory that is actually Wolverine's, he's running toward it and leaps up on it effortlessly. Popping his claws painfully, he peels open the truck's roof to reveal the shipment inside. The source of the Doctor's miraculous cures were actually cybernetic components for the Prime Sentinels. Dr. Prospero was actually retrofitting his wounded patients with cybernetic parts and turning them into sleeper agents for Operation Zero Tolerance. The X-Men finally realized that the new Sentinels are cyborgs who were activated by an electric signal. Mustang rues his fate as Wolverine says brainwashing is no price to pay for losing one's humanity. Mustang tells the X-Men he can hide them as aircrafts, and Sentinels approach. He leads them into an underground bunker and asks them to stay put until he gives the all clear. As the aircrafts fly over them, Bastion wants to check out the encampment. He's informed of the real nature of
Keeping
the
it true to
encampment,
life.
remains unconvinced. Sam looks out at the aircraft passing them by, but informs his fellow mutants of the bus containing the other patients of Dr. Prospero. Mustang tries to tell them the truth about the treatments they're getting, but the patients don't believe him. He points to the hiding mutants as Bastion orders the activation of the 3 sleeper units, even though they weren't fully equipped. Elsewhere, Senator Kelly is at his wife's grave contemplating his actions of dealing with the mutants. He decides to shut down Operation Zero Tolerance with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wolverine saves the day. 117. At the encampment, the X-Men were hiding in a bunker to avoid capture by Bastion. Mustang opens the trapdoor to reveal the mutants who would corroborate his story of how Prospero's patients are being turned into sleeper agents for Operation Zero Tolerance. This act of his unknowingly led 3 Prime Sentinels in the encampment to attack the X-Men, who successfully defeat them. The horrified patients finally believe the truth about what's been done to them. The X-Men decide to raid and shut down Prospero's facility before he turns more innocent people into mindless killing machines by retrofitting them with cybernetic parts. Back in the aeroplane, Bastion orders Dr. Prospero to activate more Prime Sentinels, as S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the verge of putting the operation down. Meanwhile, as night falls in the desert, Jubilee has escaped from Bastion's underground prison with Daria's help. She's exhausted and doesn't think she can go on much further, but remembers how Logan wouldn't give up. Simultaneously, at Prospero's clinic, while the X-Men are strategizing their attack, Logan sniffs a familiar scent coming from the desert and leaves without a word. The X-Men are shocked at Logan's sudden disappearance and wonder where he ran off to. In the desert, Jubilee is fighting a Sentinel who's tracked her down and now has orders to terminate her. After dealing some damage to the Sentinel, Jubilee tries to run away but trips over a prairie dog burrow in the dark. She gets back up, and before she can attack the Sentinel, Wolverine intervenes and kills the Sentinel. Jubilee, reunited with Wolverine, hugs him and starts to cry. Later, at the clinic, the bus carrying Prospero's patients crashed into the facility. Logan returns with Jubilee on his back as the X-Men wonder why he left so suddenly. Noticing the bus, Logan realizes he's late as Jubilee hugs the other X-Men. Scott, Sam, and Logan go inside to check out the facility, but find that it's already been trashed and there's nobody inside. They decide to search the place for any clues that would give them more information about the transformation procedure. Outside, Mustang wants to commit arson and get rid of the hospital. Scott tries to calm him down, explaining that they first need to get all the patients the necessary medical attention required to reverse the Sentinel transformation process. Mustang protests as Wolverine makes him understand that the choice to retain his humanity lies only with him and no one else. A few miles away, on board an aircraft flying over New Mexico, Bastion realizes the X-Men have breached the facility that they were using to create Prime Sentinels, and in a last-ditch attempt, orders the remote activation of a special sleeper agent with the Hunter-Killer units. This results in Mustang, the blind man who's been helping the mutants all this while, being transformed into a Sentinel with cybernetic eyes. Fighting friends. 118. Mustang, a retired fighter pilot who was severely injured and lost his vision in a plane crash, was receiving treatment at Dr. Prospero's clinic. After the X-Men showed him the truth about the clinic turning injured patients into unwilling killing machines to take out the mutants, he joins them in their
So
mission
blue
to end
over
the
here.
barbaric
Why
transformation
is it so
process.
blue?
However, what he and his new
Oh.
colleagues don't know,
Well,
he's a special Sentinel with upgraded
that doesn't
armor
explain
weapons
anything, but
deactivated by Bastion, equipped with cybernetic eyes. Mustang's only mission now is to kill his mutant friends. Logan intervenes before Scott uses his optic blast on Sentinel Mustang and goes up to him believing he hasn't been completely transformed. He urges Mustang to fight the program Bastion has implanted in him, but is attacked by Mustang shooting lasers out of his eye holes. Wolverine dodges the attack as Cyclops and Cannonball band together to take Mustang down.
Just some things you don't expect to hear, you know.
Mustang.
Just it's weirdly blue over here. Maybe I'm just crazy, but
Outside, the other X-Men have managed to get all the wounded patients out of harm's way.
I get it's supposed to be a nighttime ambiance, but it's almost like there's blue spotlights. Look at that. They don't look great.
Back inside, Wolverine tries to reason with Mustang again as he narrates his
Must be something to do with the textures and light.
Even after being turned into a feral beast. Mustang attacks him with a laser.
Maybe I'm just
blast
Becky.
again.
I don't know.
Bastion's notion of mutants being a threat to the survival of humans. Jubilee intervenes and blasts Mustang's eye with her powers, rendering him blind again. He falls to the ground, regretful about his actions. Back outside, as the X-Men prepare to take on the Prime Sentinels, they realize they aren't actually
Oh,
attacking.
piss.
The S.H.I.E.L.D. air fighters are shooting at them, forcing even the human pilots in the port ships to leave.
Oh, God, there's something else over there.
Seems to come to an end. Bastion takes matters into his own hands and hurtles towards the X-Men
Well,
targeting
that
Scott.
doesn't
He
surprise me.
tries to talk to him. He attacks and incapacitates Scott with a laser, while Jean and Storm work together to
Holy
the
shit.
technology. Cannonball flies up and catches an unconscious free-falling Batman.
Oh my
The X-Men
God.
are joined by Agent G.W. Bridge,
I
who's
thought it was
received
farther
orders
away.
to tend to Scott and goes on his way to take care of the remaining Prime Sentinels. The medics find out that a mini nanotech device was implanted inside Scott. Wolverine, Jubilee, and Mustang join the others outside as Wolverine, clutching a stack of floppy disks, asks what happened to Scott. The X-Men decide to take Scott back to Salem Central.
Alright, well, good thing I smoked a doobie.
Jean creates a psychocoon to stabilize Scott as the X-Men prepare to
A
leave.
game-saving doobie.
He hands over the discs to Mustang to pass it on to S.H.I.E.L.D., informing him that they contain the medical records of the people who were converted into Sentinels. As Logan and Mustang part ways, Logan tells him to stay with S.H.I.E.L.D. as they could help reverse the transformation. Mid-air, Scott regains consciousness and informs his teammates that the device that's inside him is actually a bomb. The best there is at what he does. The X-Men accidentally teleport to a Skrull training ground and are rendered unconscious by the shape-shifting aliens. They abduct Wolverine, replacing him with a Skrull who went a long way to keep up the illusion. The Skrull also sowed the seeds of doubt in the X-Men about their leader, Professor Charles Xavier, leading to the eventual disbandment of the superhero group.
Yeah, I'm right, Sentinel Prime, Sentinel, power armor.
Who didn't realize they had a Skrull in their midst. The X-Men reflect on losing Logan and wonder what happened to Wolverine, making him Death, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He's ordered by his master to kill the Hulk and thinks back to the day he was captured. The Skrulls took him to their master, who Wolverine identifies due to his heightened sense of smell. In the present, Logan has tracked down Hulk in a forest and attacks him. As the fight rages on, Logan's past and his transformation into Death comes to light. He's held captive by Ensabar Nur, aka Apocalypse, who now has the Skrulls working for him and offers to lead him to his destiny. He's confronted by Sabretooth, who now has adamantium and a healing factor of his own, and extremely sharp metal claws. Back in the
God, what is
present,
that, like a
Wolverine is still fighting both
ghouls and super mutants?
Back to the past, where Wolverine is fighting Sabretooth after a savage and brutal fight.
Oh.
Logan kills Kree by piercing his stomach with his
Holy shit, so they were ghouls and graders. I see that now.
not even fight, being brainwashed into merciless killing.
What?
Apocalypse
Why did I get screwed on my VATS? That's not fair. Also forgot to put on my helmet.
Between Hulk and Logan doesn't seem to be letting up, as the duo keep hitting each other, each blow more brutal than the last. The Hulk keeps smashing Logan into the ground, turning the non-adamantium parts of him into jelly, while the clawed mutant decides to use Hulk's
Alright.
adamantium against him and pops his
We're gonna
claws
do
in a
this.
last-ditch attempt. The Green
Don't you
Monster
worry,
falls
crew.
back with a stabbed throat, and just as Wolverine is about to finish him, he hesitates. Hulk gets up
It
and
gon' be
leaves.
easy
Logan is transported
this
to meet
time.
Apocalypse in his present form, who vows to kill Logan as well as run the world red with blood as he ushers in the age of the
I don't really have any reason to
Verdict.
believe that,
In this
but
video, we got an idea of what Logan would be like.
I believe in
if the
myself,
mutant
you know.
progression was allowed to continue, if not hindered by the introduction of adamantium into his bones. It's no secret that Logan's battle with his own feral nature has been an ongoing one since the Weapon X project tried to turn him into a killing machine for the US government. Larry Hama provided a unique philosophical conundrum, not only with regard to the clawed mutant, but also apprehensions made crystal clear by his fellow X-Men. some of whom were scared of Logan's droll and feral nature after Magneto forced the
How did that not kill me?
Anyway, things turned out all right at the end.
Whatever.
Logan regaining control
I'll
of his
take it as a
feral
win.
side through his reinforced with the adamantium, even though this storyline has been since
I've been
forgotten.
getting one hit killed this whole game,
Let's provide an insight into the mind of the
and I didn't get blown up for
Wolverine.
once in my life.
With the upcoming release of Deadpool and Wolverine, we hope to see more of Logan's feral side as Hugh Jackman dons the iconic yellow and blue comic book costume on screen for the
Well,
first
that's a
time.
trap. Alright, we gotta figure out something new for the comic book stuff, because I like Marvelous, but it's time for something different. How about, there we go. It's a classic. Some good old fan fiction. Here, I'll, let me get the link in case anybody feels like watching it after the fact. Because it's good.
In a strange turn of events, we find Vegito battling Broly, but at the same time, Vegeta and Goku witness the fight firsthand. As the blast makes its way through the arena, Gohan shouts for Piccolo to get behind he and his father. Damn!
Alright. Got it in the various chats. Yeah, my chat thing must just be broken today. Because I'm not even seeing my own messages. Let me check OBS real quick.
In order to explain, we'll have to look back in time. Peering through the endlessness of outer space, we come across a unique ship.
Parallel universe number 5,098,487,923,674. We have arrived. Deploying scanners.
A race of bird-like aliens detects something particular on the Earth. In jumping from universe to universe, they're quite familiar with our blue little planet. However, one does know, this iteration seems different from the previous ones, resolving to land below, requesting his comrade get the shuttle prepared, questioning if the Namekians are ready to go. Moments later, Popo wonders how a ship is able to land
I think
here.
it would be my
as any man-made
alerts.
machine should be repelled
Yeah,
from the
let's
lookout by
see.
default. But Piccolo reassures him it's okay, as he senses Namekians on board.
I don't know.
who
Hopefully
are
it'll
always
work
welcome
now.
here.
I'll try to keep a better eye on the chats.
So Dende's worries remain, not recognizing the ship as one of his peoples.
So tired of these problems. It's just
Braving
not.
the heroes of Earth, Piccolo, first and foremost, wants to know who these
It's not
individuals
working
are.
right.
Bluntly,
Done with
he
this.
mentions they are Namekians of
Fix
another
block or
universe,
whatever, and the
venturing into
fucking
this realm with the
alert
help of the
system is not
Vargas
great.
technology, referring to the race of
Not
the
right
Triad
now.
to his side. We learn there isn't just one universe, but many, each of them following its own path. While the majority of universes offer only the same choices and decisions, a select few differ slightly, as the smallest change of a single event can send fate spiraling in an alternate direction. These
Change up my
alterations can be as
Twitch
vast as the
tags.
sky changing to a different color,
Now that
or an
we're doing
alternative
different
species conquering the planet.
comics.
Another being in one of the countless universes, and only one, the Vargas discovered how to jump realms out of sheer luck and chance. However, the Kais decided no one should have this kind of power, but permitted one special event to take place in celebration of the Mortal's milestone, soon making friends with the Namekian people in order to design an enormous tournament between the great fighters of all the multiverse, the winner claiming 3 wishes from the Dragon of Namek, and the Dragon of other universes will be used to resurrect anyone who should fall in battle. Aside from the prize itself, needless to say,
Alright.
warriors tend to appreciate a challenge like this, advocating what a unique opportunity it would be with no risk. But ultimately,
I like to make
choice is
sure
theirs if they should enter or not. While Piccolo has
people
his
are
reservations and
arriving at the
suspicions,
thing they
he
want
knows there'll
to.
be no talking Goku out of such an occasion. And optimistically, one of the visitors offers to alert the fighters of Earth. In less than an hour later, they all find
You
themselves
know
on the
what?
lookout.
I'm gonna be extra
He gets
fair
excited
here.
for himself. Goku's first
Not
instinct is that Oob will
completely
finally get a real
happy.
test for his power, with nothing to
It's
hold
too
him back.
bright. What you guys are seeing is too bright. I was doing content warning the other day, and how can you be scared if you see everything coming?
Making our way to Goten and Trunks, the pair have a question, asking if they'll be able to fight as a team, but are sternly told that will not be an option. The bouts are to be one-on-one. You lose if you're unable to fight for 30 seconds or give up, and weapons are allowed. Each participant must enter the ring alone, with no exterior aid. But seeing a way around these rules,
Yeah, I
players are
think
just
that's
fine with
a little
this,
bit better.
figuring they can just register as Gotenks and
A little less
tackle on the
washed
spectators by
out.
themselves, telling the visitors the fighter is among them already, but simply
Picky.
can't be seen yet, which the aliens see no issue with. In fact, one fighter registered their
Yeah,
child
that's
as
way
a
closer to
warrior,
what I'm
so
seeing.
this Gotenks fellow can be created seconds before the battle for all they care, prompting Piccolo and Gohan to follow as only spectators as well. Going on, one of the Namekians mentions the gang is the 18th group to enter, which will act as their universe number for convenience, requesting all who wish to take part or simply watch from afar, enter the shuttle now. Without wasting a moment, Vegeta scurries off, followed by the others only seconds later, while those who decide to stay on Earth worry for the Z-Fighter's safety. The same Namekian reminds that there is nothing bad that will happen that can't be fixed by the Dragon Balls, and besides, there's no reason for anything bad to happen anyway. On the ship, the aliens are ready to take off.
The shuttle is back. Open the airlock.
40
Yes.
Ugin Pen marvels at the technology and vast size.
Love the Ripper.
Goku questions how long this trip is expected to take, and since they'll be warping,
It
it'll
makes
be
me
seconds. The
happy.
tournament takes place in a universe completely void of life, so no harm will come to any bystanders. And with those words, the ship fades from this universe. Arriving on a barren, comatose world, housing an enormous stadium and several distinct spacecrafts, at least one of which we recognize. In the arena, the Vargas escort our heroes to where they'll be staying.
Am I on fire?
That they're surely going to run into warriors they believe they know, but assures they're not the same iteration that they've already met. Getting acquainted with their bench area, Piccolo and Gohan look around to get a glimpse of the other competitors. When something catches his eye that causes his blood to run cold, muttering out to the others, it's Cell, who also seems familiar with the Z-Fighters. Piccolo deducing the villain must have succeeded in killing them where he comes from, which is one theory, but Goku points out that Universe 16 appears to be their doppelgangers, and they're stationed right next to him. Trunks hopping the barrier to get a closer look at the other teams, stopping dead in his tracks to find his father. Behind him is Nappa, Goku, likely called Kakarot, and Raditz. From another group, Frieza. Trunks pointing out, it seems that a lot of monsters their fathers fought in the past are here, even Majin Buu, causing the boys to reminisce about their battle with him. Something clearly.
No, you don't.
His daughter questions what's wrong, but he claims it to be nothing. It becomes apparent he spotted a group of primal-looking Saiyans from Universe 10. Their leader, resembling Vegeta himself. Gohan spotting him too, believing that certainly they've come from a world with no Frieza, and more than likely, they haven't discovered the Super Saiyan transformation yet. Simultaneously, Piccolo senses a cornucopia of
Jesus,
Namekians
what is going on out there?
But the boys, with their heads in the clouds, want to talk to the primal Saiyans. Trunks thinking his grandfather must be among them, choosing to go find out. Goku
Wow.
running
I
off
don't-
without really thinking of the consequences. Gohan can only wish him luck.
Oh, it's that rocket bitch.
Frieza and Cold brood over
Think I could hit her?
flea-infested monkeys and the Saiyans.
I better get in better cover.
By now, it seems he and his sons must be missing from several realms, vowing to eliminate every last one of these
Can go
beasts
wrong
that
real
around them.
quick.
Given they have found Namekians that grant wishes instead of wishing death upon themselves, it's time to claim all the universes for the rightful owners.
I think it's right
Calling out for the king,
there.
Trunks requests to speak to the leader of the
Super
Saiyans,
hard to see though.
Vegeta. Surely, like regular Vegeta, is insulted someone would dare speak to him so casually, only adding fuel to the fire. Trunks quips, "Not you,
Scared.
stupid. I mean your father." Goten requesting the one called Kakarot at the same time, but the Saiyan has never heard of him before. When Bardock chimes in, admitting he had a son with that
Fighting
name,
the rocket guy from afar,
the
buddy.
kid instantly recognizes
Okay,
his
I guess we are.
While Bizarro Vegeta continues to lose his head.
Oh my god.
For him to calm down,
Stupid
Trunks
fence.
explains that this old-timer
Holy
is
shit.
Prince
Run
of
away.
Ridding himself of the discussion, Vegeta points behind him, singling out that man is the previous King Vegeta. Back with the others, Gohan questions Goku if he'd like to meet his father, but as we're aware, our hero doesn't really have much interest in knowing him. When Piccolo decides to approach a group of his own, soaring over the primal Saiyans in the process, landing between the two universes, he greets Nail, offering the advice not to take the Saiyans lightly, as where he comes from, they've slaughtered entire planets. Though Nail assures him to worry not, as these Saiyans don't seem to have the technology to travel through space, leaving Piccolo a bit confused, questioning if there's someone called Frieza in their universe, which seems to only be a footnote on these Namekians' history. While the name came up during their evacuation of Namek to avoid a cataclysm, it's said one that went by Kaioshin, vanquished the individual named Frieza. Pointing in the other direction, Nail motions to exactly who it was. As we see Universe 1 consist of all the Kais that face off against Buu in our universe. While the conversation between the boys and King Vegeta winds down, it's revealed that Goten and Trunks are merely half Saiyans. Much to the disgust of the king that any iteration of his son would shame his people in such a way. But ever confident, he tells his alternate father that together, they could easily wipe the floor with
Oni
every last one of his
Assassin?
soldiers.
Are they after me?
Meanwhile, Piccolo notices the lack of their kind in other realms, and Nail believes that's because the Namekians don't differ much from reality to reality. But in Universe 7, there does seem to be a vast variation. In order to stop the aforementioned tyrant known as Frieza, every last Namekian fused into one, winning the battle with ease before traveling the
Can't tell if they're with me or against me, to be honest. One's almost dead.
All of which are attending the tournament. Nail believes he's the shoe-in to claim victory in
Oh,
this
okay,
contest.
not friend.
Heading back to their own space, Goten
And I
spots
know
the
this
challengers
now.
of Universe 19, which turn out to be some new faces.
Oh wait,
Greetings.
they're fighting a
They
death
don't
claw.
seem all bad, or at
I
least
guess we
they
should
don't
work
really
together
bad.
on this.
When Pan shouts for everyone to look, peering over at the 20th universe, it seems the sole contestant is frozen in a block of ice. While the gang wonders exactly what's going on with them, Piccolo zeroes in. Realizing it's the original Broly, one of the Vargas
Fuck.
they found him frozen in the void of space. If he's alive when his match
That was
is up,
tough.
he'll indeed protect
I should have
the
just shot at it.
Namekian pointing out what a terrible idea this is.
Oh yeah.
Goku's
Oh yeah, let's
concerns
bring
swell.
Broly to a OG Broly to a
Piccolo
tournament.
says
That should go
monster.
good.
Gohan pointing out, the Vargas have brought plenty of monsters here, to the humor of Cell. In looking around, that's completely right. Frieza and his family, the Ginyu Force, Babidi, Buu, Deborah, Bojack and his gang, and even the evil incarnations of
Babidi,
17 and 18.
Boo,
But Goku
Deborah,
remains undeterred. After
Jack.
all, the heroes
Those are
of
a
Earth
bit-
should be light years past these
Someone would
villains
think
by
I was
now.
having a stroke if
Astonished
you didn't
to
know
see
what that
his master knows
was.
all the other fighters. Cutting him off, an announcement comes over the PA, declaring all the challengers have arrived. Having randomly selected the matches, the tournament is soon to begin, getting Goku pumped. The first fight will be Nappa of Universe 13 versus Cargo from Universe 10. May the fight begin! You know, I've killed lots of your kind in my universe. That's none of my concern. The Z Fighters, giving their 2 cents on the battle, noting this Nappa is leagues above the one they fought, but it's also apparent he's very old. With little effort, the Saiyan claims victory. Next up is Frieza from Universe 8 and Jace, also from Universe 8, causing a bit of a panic for Jace, confused why 2 of the same universe would fight each other, but it seems the battles are 100% random. Getting a sinister grin from his ruler, he decides it would be best to forfeit. And with that, Goku, from our Universe 18, goes face to face against Masu of Universe 10, his family and friends cheering him on. But Vegeta notes, this won't even be a good warm-up.
Let's kill these
Landing
things.
and spotting the tail, Goku asks if this man is a Saiyan. The Stalker refuses to speak with some renegade without a tail. Goku knows it'd be best not to use his full strength. But on the other hand, it's not like he's human, so maybe just a little strength. And so happened, a little strength was far too much. As Goku is announced the winner, the audience finding themselves in a state of shock, not following exactly what happened, and only feeling a pocket of air pass through him. Even
So
the
this-
unknown warriors of other worlds are
Hey.
astonished by this.
Oh, he's
for
the other one's
Goku,
still in the water.
possessing
Good.
strength. The Cape Vegeta laughing that the lowlives here are finally starting to understand how outmatched they are. After witnessing this, nearly the entirety of the Namekians decide to drop out, leaving Primal Vegeta to call them cowards. Rejoining his group, Cape Vegeta laughs that he met the pathetic version of the Saiyans, going on to claim he and his kind are the Super Saiyans.
What's going on over there? Oh, it's Snake versus a whatever.
When he asked, they teamed up with a Namekian.
There we go.
Strange guy fighting Frieza on Namek himself. Piccolo pointing out to him, in reality, he first belonged to Namek, questioning if their Kakarot was sent to Earth when he was a baby.
Ooh,
Two,
wow.
chiming in himself.
For you.
Yes, he was, and killed all the humans that dwelt there. About 20 years
Can't
later,
see.
the remaining Saiyans came to pick him up before
On
eventually
fire.
the Dragon Balls. The gang deducing he most likely killed Kami, thus erasing Shenron. Their Vegeta explaining that the few living Saiyans revolted against Frieza on Namek, and once he discovered the secret of the Super Saiyan, Nappa won, inquiring how they survived. Our Vegeta, ironically enough, scoffing that they did it better.
Son of a
Chuckling that he
bitch.
killed Nappa back on Earth. Trunks jumping in to change the subject, insisting these Primal Saiyans will surely be disappointed once the real fights begin. But Cape Vegeta is only focused on the moment Frieza gets to die once more. Gohan admitting that would be a sight for a lot of people here, mentioning in his universe, Frieza killed Vegeta, going on to talk about how he also killed Krillin and almost Piccolo, but now the latter could crush him like it was nothing. Kakarot questioning if Krillin was a bald dwarf and Piccolo a Namekian, revealing it may come as a shock, but he killed both of them. The brothers looking at each other before staring down the evil Saiyan, smirking that what's really a shock is he's their father. In a nearby room, one of the Vargas sits with a concerned look on his face, stating Universe 10 had more competitors than anyone, and all but one Namekian just gave up. His comrade pressing, even more will throw in the towel once more intense battles take place. But bearing no other choice, they need to charge forward with the tournament. Announcing up next, number 17 from Universe 14 against Ickle of Universe 15. But it seems that it is ready, literally, as this is a fighter previously mentioned in California, but unwilling to give him more time. 17 is declared the winner by forfeit. Back in the booth, we see this is actually a personal quarrel between one of the Vargas and the
That's right.
She was a real
Chop,
trouble.
chop.
Regardless, instead,
Hey.
South Kaioshin of Universe 1 against Birder from Universe 8.
Forgetting to put on my
Already
helmet.
He's the fastest being in the universe. But maybe just his universe. Moving on easily enough, we then have Majin Buu of the 11th and Bujin from the 6th. Without really even giving the signal to begin, Buu attacks. So Bujin decides to use his power of illusion, briefly mystifying the Majin. But he laughs he can do magic too, turning the clocks into ice cream, donuts, and candy. Once again showing little match. The Space Pirate resolves uses energy bonds at max power. The fish line-like attack cutting through his foe, but this only serves to bore the Majin. Once again, showing an easy victory to the audience. Though Bojack only appears mildly frustrated, Bobbity
Pretty well illustrated
Then,
comic there.
Trunks is here as well.
For a fan comic.
He's the same that came to help him. Well, that's correct.
It's better than most comics I've
Gohan's
seen.
struggling, but this time around, he's the elder, as only 10 years have passed for Trunks since the defeat of Cell. Introducing him to someone, looks like he found Android 16 in the ruins of Jiro's lab, and Bulma put him back together. The android has been a big help in rebuilding his world. Elated to see his old friend, as Trunks informs him he was a big part in pushing Gohan to transform. The robot telling Gohan their kindred spirits and their protective nature. When asking if he plans to compete, 16 grows cold, uttering indeed, as there are several Son Gokus here, and he'd like to kill one of them. With a nervous chortle, Gohan wishes him luck and returns to his wife, elaborating on the history of Trunks in the fight against Cell. But she's confused, insisting they both spoke with him about an hour ago. Turns out,
I'm
Gohan got
eat.
the wrong Videl. Apologizing for the accident, the correct Videl pokes her head over the barrier, asking what's going on. Goten also taking special interest in their doppelgangers. As they speak amongst each other, the Pete Hulk will wonder why they would summon two identical teams, when the alternate pan spots Goku, running up and embracing her grandfather, proclaiming, at last she finally gets to meet him. Goku just finding the idea of two pans adorable, but then thinks this must mean he's dead in her universe. Emerging from the shadows, it seems their two realities diverged the moment he appeared. Vegito! And remember, prior to Dragon Ball Super, Potara fusion was believed to be permanent. The fused warrior quickly deduces, unlike himself, Goku and Vegeta must have found a way to trap Buu inside this boy, referring to Oob. Trying to explain, Goku is interrupted by the PA, calling upon Tidar from Universe 19 and Oob himself from 18. With Universe 19 having their own iteration of a scouter, Tidar's ally warns his foe is immensely powerful, and he needs to go all out from the beginning. Squaring off, Oob can't wait to show his mentor everything he's learned, but his challenger doesn't intend to be a pushover. Unleashing immense mechanical weaponry. Naturally, even Goku as a child could handle conventional artillery, but Oob does notice his armor seemed insanely heavy. Seeing the projectiles are in fact homing missiles, he effortlessly does away with them. The only danger would be the chemicals the blast seemed to have released. Slicing the tiny plane that the two stand on. The stranger appears rather sure of himself. Oob, on the other hand, explaining his blade uses nanotechnology to allow it to cut through anything. Oob decides not to take any chances. One-shotting Tidar into oblivion. Frantically asking if his team could fix his arm. Vegeta scoffs that he got careless. But of course, Oob doesn't feel this is the time for such lessons. And with no sensu beans, unfortunately, we won't get to see if that would help. Pan suggests he request aid from a Namekian, while a member of Tidar's team angrily tries to seek revenge. Trunks reminding him, everyone will be wished back in the end. Cutting in, Babidi offers to heal Oob, good as new, but it won't be free. But not even the loss of an arm quells Oob's hatred for the wizard. Disgusted his powers came from such a despicable creature. But then, someone puts them back together. Babidi scolding his Majin for healing him, but he's got the wrong guy, as it was Super Buu with the assist, assuring he only did it to spite Babidi. Or maybe because Oob has a little bit of Buu in himself, or even that all present company continues to exist inside Super Buu himself. Goku inquiring if that means him too, which naturally it does. Going on to tell, everything existing that contains at least a little bit of power now resides within him. As one of the Vargas restores the ring, we prepare for Nail of Universe 10 versus Raccoon from Universe
I cut
8.
off his arm.
Facing off in the ring. Raccoon gets up to the normal
Oops.
Force Flare, introducing himself in a less than modest fashion, leaving Nail slightly put off.
It's a lot of ammo.
As the Namekian gets put to the ground, the brute looks down at him, asking if he wants some more.
Wow. Yep.
Not
Sorry,
taking any
kiddo.
time to get
Really
back
messed
in his
that
fight.
up.
The elite warrior shocked, as he's not accustomed to his foes recovering from his attacks.
Oh, there you are. That was satisfying. Not gonna lie.
While impressive, Cape Vegeta knows the blast wasn't near powerful enough to take Raccoon out.
Oh,
Smoking
legendary,
all,
you
the
say.
Force Tank didn't even get knocked off his feet, though he does compliment Nail on the veracity of the attack. Burning fire, Nail lies severely maimed.
They're glowing like that.
Raccoon laughs that he's no different than the other Namekians him and his squad ruthlessly slaughter. Takes him by surprise, and with a certain grin, now clearly holding the upper hand. Namek moves in to end the fight.
Oh, look of the poisoner. That could actually be pretty good
Brutally
if I mod it
stomps him.
right.
Nail wins after a 30 count. Wow, such extreme violence isn't normally in his nature. He's out of energy and knows he can't take any chances.
I'm
In our
gonna have to
universe,
dump
Vegeta
something.
exclaims his saltiness to this Nail fellow.
Keep forgetting
not
my
helping him
helmet.
back on Namek, to Piccolo's awkward silence. Echoing through the stadium are the names of the next competitors. Trunks from
Shoots
Universe 12
fireworks, huh?
and Cooler from 8. Taking their places in the fighting area, the time traveler notes the irony of the situation. Informing Cooler, he's the only member of the Frost Demon family he hasn't yet killed. Immediately being overwhelmed, Cooler, much like the other members of his family, insists Trunks would be nothing
That's
without
nice.
a sword. And just as with them, he plays along, sticking it in the ground.
Oh,
Rising
it's
back to his
bugged.
feet, Cooler decides that since Trunks has shown
Good
his
old
true
Beretta.
power, so will he. The Saiyan notes
Good
he seems
dumb.
to have recovered his health, and is indeed much more powerful, stepping up to his foe.
Hit you by chance.
Luckily, the audience is protected by a barrier, but with his back turned. Laughing that Cooler is just like Cold and Frieza, he questions if he's out of dirty tricks. Sheathing his weapon, Trunks scoffs that he's not even worth killing, and is declared the winner. It's then announced, as the ring is restored, the next bout will consist of King Vegeta of Universe 10 and our Vegeta of the 18th. Noticing the prince in deep thought, Gohan questions if he doesn't want to fight against his own father, not realizing that evil Spock over there is actually Vegeta
Shit.
himself, which Trunks clues him in on. However, he could care less about who he fights. It's all filler until he gets to come face to face with Kakarot anyway. Hearing the name of King before his opponent's name, the Primal Vegeta wants to know what happened to his title, who quips at home.
I don't know what's going on with that shimmer effect.
Dashing, Bizarro Vegeta now realizes that brat who insulted him earlier must be this man's son.
What the
Putting
fuck?
a stop to his nonsense rather quickly, with a boot to his back, our Vegeta admits that Trunks' mother didn't educate him on manners well, declaring his opponent is powerless without the likes of Frieza to rebel against, before cutting a bit deeper, scoffing that this man is no more than a husk of what he himself would be had he stayed on a pathetic planet bearing his name. Looking towards the other Primal Saiyans, he acknowledges that he would be just as primitive had he not found inner peace on Earth.
I mean,
Furthermore,
right?
he thanks his alternate self for only confirming that he would look ridiculous to grow a beard like his father, perhaps just a moustache instead. But King Vegeta has had enough of this insolence, generating a ball of energy and pointing out his adversary's tail is missing. The retired king shouting for his comrades to shield their eyes, as to not wreak havoc on the entire stadium. Tossing it to the air, he unleashes an artificial full moon. Keep Vegeta snapping at Raditz and Nappa to cover their eyes as well. And with a few heavy thuds of the heart, King Vegeta reveals his Grade 8 form, proving to have just as much control as regular Vegeta. He heartily announces that no one can defeat the King of Saiyans. And with a single hit,
I don't even know what the hell just hit me.
as it seems the prince wants to put an end to this joke of a battle.
Story of my life. I'm never gonna get this quest
You can
done.
open your eyes. We find the fight is over. King Vegeta naked and disgraced in front of his own people, while his minions grovel at the thought of their sire losing. The former
Alright, we're just gonna
realizes the participants
bum
of the
rush it straight
contest are
there.
much more
None of
powerful
this,
than they had anticipated.
no more killing, no more looting.
The Vargas then usher Bardock of the
No more
Team
distractions.
banned from our 18th, and the loss of their king won't let that get in the way of the original Saiyan Renegades fun. Taking center stage, Bardock is put off by the idea of fighting some little brat, but said brat is elated to see her great-grandfather. The king awakens from his slumber just in time to witness the match, though confused in the fact that he lost. His men try to reassure him that he only lost against himself, to be fair, confident Bardock will reclaim their honor. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as Pan goes in to hug her elder. The Saiyans don't know how to deal with affection very well, and the others can only look on in disbelief. Using a classic Goku combo, it's not long before Bardock surrenders, calling the king to stand, announcing they're leaving. Walking through the
Multiverse
gate,
is
he
great.
demands the Vargas take his people home, who frantically request they stay for the finals, or at least allow them to heal their wounds. But King Vegeta has had it, done with the humiliation, when the alien is then approached by Nail, informing they too are leaving. Arguing but they won their match, he's resolved his people won't get very far. As the PA echoes through
This
the crowd,
time.
informing the arena of the forfeiting contestants, and the victory of Pan. It's time for Kakarot
Look at
from
that
Universe
big
13
guy.
and Cat from Universe 6. Thinking aloud, he figures this will be a pretty quick match. Then according to the bracket, it should be either Trunks or Vegeta, only hoping the latter isn't as powerful as the one from his universe. Meanwhile, Cat's teammates cheer her on. Tanya mocks that she can't stand how bubbly these stupid girls are. Bojack's suggesting they unalive them once they get back to their native realm.
Unalive them.
Jumping into the fighting area. She seems to
Oh
lose
boy.
herself a bit, not realizing the ring has increased gravity, roughly 10 times what she's used to.
Better pull out my force multiplicator.
She's going to have to use all her powers for this
Multiplicator.
one.
Multiplier.
Audaciously greeting him,
I speak
slightly
good.
embarrassing the Space Warrior.
No.
Who the girl
Thought it was
thinks
gonna
she is,
crash.
He decides to try to mimic his doppelganger from the 18th universe.
You know what? Let's go for a swim.
To the face. It does
Slam
nothing.
some,
Starting to panic at the sight of her foe not even being scratched.
some
Yet
right
Max
away.
uses energy well.
Eat a blueberry donut.
Backing away, Cat sees she can't win by traditional means. Not wanting to use this method, she has little choice.
That provides red
Emitting a pheromone attack,
resistance.
the fumes make their way to Kakarot. His spandex getting a little bit tighter. Seductively looking into his eyes, she calls out for her handsome warrior, the Saiyan overwhelmed with mammalian desires. Whispering he lose the match for her, she makes her approach. Continuing her flirtatious behavior, and repeating he throw in the towel and surrender. Things take a turn, with Kakarot declaring his love for his foe, demanding she bear his child, and given the Saiyans
Yeah, see, we'll take the easy way through.
He tells her she'll be coming
See,
back
all you
later
have to
to
do is
rescue
slam a
her,
donut,
commanding her to go to
eat
13
some
blocking
bloat
away
fly,
deterred.
and a little
But
bit of
Steve Davis,
Rad-X.
she falsely
Just
promises that she
those
will.
three simple
But first about that
things.
forfeit. The situation getting much more grim. Kakarot slaps her, yelling she do as he commands, screaming what he
Wow.
thinks he's doing. She realizes this guy is totally out of his mind.
That Bardock is a bastard.
Matt wisely gives up the match.
Yeah, no
Coming back
shit.
Once more. He stopped. His group's Vegeta, explaining that if he hits her again, he'll be expelled from the tournament. Or even worse, all 4 of them will be. Facing the girl, he warns she'd think twice before again turning on a pervert. Cat only now, absorbing the full blow of the situation. Back into the ring, Universe 17's Cell, and Universe 11's Deborah. Just as Cell was beginning to feel the boredom, at least now he'll finally see some action. And with a few promising
Old
adversaries
Cell
still ahead of
Jr.
him. Drawing the bracket in the dirt.
He's a little
Goku
guy.
introduces that first he'll have to beat down Trunks, much to the concern of his son, who's informed it's actually the other Trunks.
Oh, does someone give me a
He'll
follow
have to
out
face the
there?
winner between
Somebody
Pan and
stealth
the other
following me
Kakarot,
on
secretly
Kick?
requesting Pan lose her
Appreciate
next match,
that.
or he'll have to hit her.
Whoever you
She
are.
calls a threat, but actually, it's just the reality of the situation. Trunks and Gohan playfully urging the prince to cut it out as the fighters take their places, ready to show everyone what the demons are about.
Oh, here we go. I was not ready.
Laughing at the gullibility of the demon lord, Deborah can't
Damn
believe
it.
Cell's reflexes could beat
Getting my
his own.
ass whooped today.
The compliment. Cell admits his foe is also probably the strongest fighter he's ever faced, but he pompously responds, "Of course he is." In the audience, Goku wonders why Cell didn't bother getting any stronger. Even Gohan can sense he's at the exact same power as he was at the beginning of the Cell games. But Vegito thinks it's impossible he didn't manage to improve himself after nearly 30 years. Commenting on his Demon King counterpart, Piccolo believes Deborah's power is the same as well, but he never seemed like the training type anyway. The demon soon finds himself out of breath.
That's a good fight.
Extending his arm. Cell challenges him to dodge this. Frieza's death beam to the ire and shock of the Space Lord. Though seemingly a fatal blow to the Demon King, Cell nonchalantly pulls the sword from his torso, calmly asking if he's only capable of attacking from behind. Turning to him, he breaks the blade, affirming he can't be killed with such weapons. But Deborah argues that with a sliced open body, how much longer does he intend to last? Good as new, the Lord of Darkness may have bitten off more than he can chew. Screaming to know how he put himself back together, Cell wastes no time. Firing Piccolo's Makanko Sapo. Below, Madison Kakarot can't believe he was hit by such a simple technique. Theorizing he may have intentionally let it hit him, but moving in closer, we can see that's definitely not the case. But the demon is determined to end this now, spitting at Cell. As the android begins turning to stone, he screams at his enemy, demanding to know what he's
Ooh.
done. Laughing, Deborah
Times.
confidently states the fight is over. With few options and even less time remaining, Cell grabs the sides of his face, growing a smug smile. The demon looking on, wondering what he could be up to. When he rips off his own head,
Dirty
confusing even the
bitch.
likes of the Lord of Demons. As Cell and his solidified body plummet to the ground, we know this isn't the end. However, Deborah is bewildered why the insect would choose suicide. Looking to the sky, Cell quickly regenerates his body once more. Nothing left in the tank. And it's finally over.
Oh boy.
I'm actually surprised to see the demon
Getting
lose.
hairy.
But Piccolo notes it's his regeneration that was the deciding factor, and Cell is actually quite weaker than he was during the final standoff with Gohan. But using his Namekian hearing, the villain eavesdrops on this. Satisfied, he was able to hold his power to exactly what it was during the Cell games, as he wonders how they possibly defeated him in their world, believing he's surely superior to Son Gohan. Regardless, he soon declared the winner by a 30 count. Immediately after, Pan from Universe 16, aka Vegeta's universe, not ours, against Bojack of the 6th. Excited to get in the ring, her father stops her, telling his child he knows this fighter, and he's an incredibly talented and ruthless warrior, having no doubt he's stronger than Pan. But shouting she refuses to give up. That's not what he's asking. Merely pressing she be extremely careful. Taking her place, Bojack scoffs. This battle will end very quickly. Realizing she truly is going to have to give it her all, Arpan appears baffled that her counterpart is able to transform. With Bojack face planting to the ground, Videl believes she's won. But Gohan knows this fight has just started. Grasping at the dirt, the sinister brute rises to his feet, furious. His lackey's commenting on how this little one, referring to Pan, is going to get a glimpse of
No,
Vegeta's
oh my
fury.
god. After all that, this little fucker just runs right up to me. Can't believe it.
Snapping the young warrior's neck. The fight is over, tossing her to the wayside. Pan's mother rushes to her daughter, Gohan already there to catch her, bringing her gently to the ground. Kakarot chuckling at what fools they were to let that puny brat enter the tournament in the first place. Raditz seeing the situation for what it is, commenting on how that little girl's entire universe will be eliminated in a few seconds, leaving Nappa confused. But as we see, both Gohan and Brawl are furious. The latter powers up screaming she's going to kill Bojack. Piccolo reaching out to stop her, demanding she not retaliate outside of a match. Vegito agreeing, believing they would immediately be sent home without Pan being revived. If they remain here, she'll be brought back a lot sooner than if they have to gather the Dragon Balls themselves. Also pointing out that her brother Gohan, or half-brother, even despite his legendary rage, is backing down, so she needs to follow suit. Piccolo transmuting a piece of the stadium into a makeshift casket for the girl, as Gohan places his daughter to rest. Brawl continues to argue for the both of them to go after Bojack, but firmly putting his foot down, he demands she do nothing, as Pan's opponent played by the rules. They are not permitted to attack him. Snapping back, she asks if he wants payback for what he did to his daughter. And of course, the Half-Saiyan can barely contain his aggression. As his power swells, everyone in the surrounding area can feel his ki. Super Buu noting he's not even a bit weaker from the day the two of them squared off. Staring down his sister, he demands that she must take her anger out on him, but do not by any means risk their participation and Pan's resurrection by doing something so stupid and rash. It's not until now she finally calms down. Our Pan peering in, a couple of groups over, turning to her father proclaiming she'd like to drop out of the tournament now. After all, that other Pan was a lot stronger, and she still lost. Gohan reminding she could be that powerful too, even learn how to transform. After all, the two of them are identical, Brawl piping up that she and her doppelganger aren't the same at all, given their deviating fathers, believing she could never become a Super Saiyan herself. Vegeta arguing that she probably could if she trained more, and to his further disappointment, she also comments that she doesn't dig that hairstyle anyway, not to mention becoming all muscle and no brains like Goku and her father isn't exactly on her wish list. Not far away, Babidi shuns those mourning the loss of the young girl, comparing it to the loss of Deborah, and they don't see him complaining about it. Boo asking if he's dead if he can eat him. Though below, out of the field of view, the Demon Lord coughs that he's still alive. Just then, the next participants are ushered to the stage. Tapion of Universe 3 and Karakor of Made of the 10. But as we remember, just about all of Universe 10 withdrew from the competition, being the Primal Saiyans and the Namekians. It would seem a deal is made off camera. So instead, we have
What?
Silver from 8.
What was that even?
Of course, getting Goku's attention, hearing his best
I don't
friend.
agree.
Glancing over, we spot Group 9, consisting of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. And Krillin seems to appear more Master Roshi than we've ever seen him before. Salsa hearing a loud clunk behind him. Looks like Krillin didn't account for the weight of the shell and the change of the gravity, narrowing his eyes towards his foe. He doesn't think it'll take long to put an end to this geezer. The Hermit taking notice. This is the guy one of his friends killed ages ago, but he hasn't aged at all since that day, noting how reality can be so unfair. Abruptly attacking. And discovering the shell is more than just for show. Our human friend chuckles that nobody should strike Kashin. Not with their bare hands, at least. After all, it is known to be one of the strongest materials in existence. The same substance that the Supreme Kind Gohan accidentally broke the Z-Sword with. But how did it come into Krillin's possession? Dashing once more, Salza promises to make this old fart pay for that. Gracefully landing in front of his opponent, almost to taunt him. The Armored Squadron member knows with how short he is, he shouldn't be able to swing very far. Proving ever tactful, our Dwarven warrior claims he himself may be old, but Salza will be a sucker for eternity. Having enough of this.
Oh, the
He charges
texture's
his energy
fixed
blade,
itself.
believing
That's
that if he
nice.
strikes the shell, it'll surely cut through it. But the new Turtle Master isn't willing to risk something so precious getting scuffed, revealing he has a blade of his own. As the space soldier falls to the ground in pieces, Krillin thinks this is a fitting end for such a monster. He's then approached by Goku while the PA declares his victory, but showing to be less than friendly, he inquires what the Saiyan wants. Oblivious, our hero continues to blurt out how cool it is that he went off and became an old master himself. Still on guard, Krillin assures he doesn't know him, but is familiar with his Saiyan friends. And it's a pity, the universe is littered with monsters like him. Stumbling away and muttering about the Saiyans, demons, cyborgs, Babidi, all these wicked creatures gathered in one place, confounding Goku. And with that, the first half of the first arc of the tournament concludes, bringing a break to the audience and contestants. Everyone taking the opportunity to grub up. We even catch Arali, Nekomajin, and Beelzebub from the Toryverse. Going down the line, we see every universe eating their preferred nourishment, including Boo's candy, Frieza's wine, and the mysterious Namekian with several glasses of water. While the humans modestly work on their meal, we find Babidi's Boo keeps turning all the dishes into sweets, while Deborah still lies on the ground begging them to heal him already. Future Trunks wants to join his friends from the past, but can't decide which to choose, the 16th or the 18th. And the Saiyans do their Saiyan thing. Android 17 abruptly stating, "Good food. That's what's missing from our universe." 18 reminding it was him who killed the last chef. The unborn fighter's mother claims her warrior will be born any minute. The Vargas assuring they're still waiting, before asking exactly what they eat. As the intermission persists, it would seem Cell and his spawn grow impatient. Tidar's group, the fighter Ook defeated, all bow their heads in a moment of silence for their fallen comrade. Broly just chills, and even the crowd gets refreshments. Piccolo asks Vegito who he thinks will be the last man standing, which of course Vegito believes that to be himself, further questioning if nobody here intimidates him, not even Super Boo. And while Vegito knows he'll be a challenge, against himself though, when Brawl chimes in wondering if Broly will be an issue, as he was making a fuss about him earlier. With a mouthful, the fused fighter admits that Broly's power must have been growing constantly for years now, and he's probably the one with the biggest power here. But there's little doubt he'll end up attacking the audience or the other participants to get himself disqualified. Goten inquiring if that means he can't beat him, but Vegito assures that's not the case at all. Of course he can, unless that is he's his first opponent. When the PA blares, the tournament will resume in 10 minutes. The fight being Vegito of Universe 16 versus the unknown participants of 20, being Broly of course. In the booth, a Vargas alerts the previous announcer they've learned that fighter's name. The Namekian adding he was told he was a dangerous maniac and should never be awakened. But the hosting aliens aren't having it, asking where his fighting spirit is. Besides, with a simple press of a button, they can banish him back to the void of space where he came from. Though it may seem foolproof, the Namek has extreme reservations. Goku worries that if this Broly's power can grow like the one they fought, even Vegito will struggle greatly. Vegeta mentioning that only matters if he's still alive. Going on, Goku also wonders if they'll continue the tournament once the entire audience has been decimated. The prince quipping that their children will surely die with them, to the concern of Trunks, Goten, and Brawl, but he assures he's not kidding. Our hero then urges the less powerful of the group to enter the spectator stands. At least there, they'll be protected by a barrier. With a little luck, it may hold out. Pan frustrated that if there's a layer of ki blocking the fight, she won't be able to follow the participants' energy signatures. Her father bringing up that she may not be able to see much, but at least she'll be safe, with Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan staying to watch. Away, Raditz is stoked to finally see those two mystery fighters go at it, Nappa arguing that the guy in the ice will never wake up. Kakarot and Kate Vegeta laughing at how foolish this Vegito character looks, between his carefree attitude and stupid hair. The moment of truth arrives. The Vargas requesting the Namekian uses healing abilities to melt the ice. As it begins to crack, It's determined the warrior is indeed alive.
Like the way he said that. Are we pack rats now, sir? Call me a rat.
It must be stopped!
Climb! Oh. I think there'd be something neat. Ah, there it is. Can't open it though. Boom. Alright.
As
For
chaos
that.
reigns on our fighters. Back in the control booth, the Vargas and Namekian resolve to return this brutal psychopath to his own reality.
Who's
Pressing
that?
down on the button. Nothing happens.
Oh.
As they realize there must be some sort of malfunction in the
Oh.
technology. But this is no mechanical error.
Just give me your
Superboy
fish
took it
meat.
upon himself to keep Broly in this realm, believing it would be a shame such a fight couldn't take place because a little birdie got cold feet. During his rampage, Broly spots Goku as he rushes our hero screaming his name. I'm the
Was it
real
even in the
Kakarot.
water?
The boys cheer for their fused father, but Piccolo points out all of this is pointless against a guy like Broly. Gohan adding he had assumed Vegito had a plan, but now he's unsure. Super Buu wondering what's going on also, pondering if the Potara fighter can see what makes Broly so unique. Surely he can. So why continue on like this if he's aware he can't win? Smirking, he calls out to the legendary warrior, knowing he wants some more.
Be back.
Electrified by his power, Goku notices Broly's ki just doubled. For the first time, Heat Vegeta shows fear, not realizing the legendary Super Saiyan had this kind of energy. However, the Kais are relieved. In their universe, they made the decision to terminate Broly while he was still a baby, Shin being against it at the time, but now understanding. West Kaioshin explaining they had studied the previous legendary Super Saiyan over 1,000 years ago. Once transformed, he also became completely resistant to attacks, and his power increased steadily and vastly with no sense of logic. Kaioshin of the North adding it was the three of them against him, and the Saiyan was still able to overwhelm the entire group, only succeeding by launching him into a star. But Broly here, the Kaioshin doesn't believe they'd even be able to budge. Vegito announces, happily mind you, that this is the first time since his fusion he'll have to use his full power. Vegeta stricken by the fact that the two of them alone contain more energy than everyone in the stadium put together. Continuing their gaze, Gohan mutters that he's never seen Vegito use Super Saiyan 2 before, not even during his training with Brawl. The Vargas in the control booth realize Vegito can hold the brute for now, but they absolutely must figure out why their technology to send the beast back failed. Getting on it quickly, one finds out a few components have been fried. Replacing them should remedy the problem. Another barking at him to do so. Every second Broly remains here heightens the chances he will kill more innocent people. As the Namekian coldly utters, it's too late. Oob realizes their energy is managing to pierce the shield to protect the audience. Peering into the booth, they seem to have taken on some damage as well. Luckily, only a small portion of the attack breached the crowd's defenses. But for those injured, a Vargas rushes healers to assist right away. As the most mighty of warriors witness the battle, their hairs stand on end. Turning to his friend and mentor, Gohan makes sure Piccolo is doing okay, which he's fine. But, cutting off, Goku wonders out loud if the two of them survived that previous attack. Brawl excited to find the power her father's been holding back from her. And we see why Goku lost the pair's key signatures. They've both been blasted hundreds of miles apart into the depths of space. Near the ring, Trunks helps as many spectators as he can. Then senses Broly, quickly making his way back to the arena. 16 alerting his power now exceeds Vegito's, who is not moving. Ever pompous, though not necessarily incorrect, Super Buu sarcastically congratulates Vegito on wearing himself down, wanting to play with this new toy. Now, Broly's back better than full force, and the fused fighter is exhausted, realizing he's going to have to take the pleasure of ending this himself. And once Broly is dealt with, Vegito's next. Zipping back to the fight, to everyone's shock, it's become apparent Vegito is wounded. Piccolo thinking back to the last time he struggled in a fight, and he's at a loss. Since his inception, he's never taken damage in battle. As joyful as he can be, he thanks Broly for the match. In fact, this will probably be the toughest fight he'll ever have, but if his power increases too much more, it'll put too many people in danger. As the fighters of our universe wonder if it's too late to help. Showing to surpass Broly once more, Vegito powers to Super Saiyan 3. The ki irradiating from him causes everybody to slowly levitate, even though shielded by the ki barrier. The Vargas try to figure out what's going on, considering the planet itself could be moving, or possibly their artificial gravity is going awry. But one of them believes it's Vegito himself, as a sheer force has created a new center of gravity for the small world. Announcing to the crowd, they plan to increase the artificial gravity to counter what's going on. Trunks, as well as a few others, probably, can't wrap his head around the science taking place. Gohan simplifying that the energy itself is acting as an entire planet's physics would, and being so dense in nature, exhibits characteristics of a black hole. Using a Final Flash Dragon Fist combo, Broly is thrown into the darkness of space. Powering down and taking a much-deserved breath of fresh air, Goku and Vegeta can't believe what they just witnessed. Shin and Buu also astonished by the finishing move. As most likely, the only ones around still thinking of the rules, the Vargas declare Vegito the winner by 30 count. His daughter almost appearing frustrated in his victory, like she's deterred, realizing his power. This causes even Cell to admit he doesn't stand a chance against a guy like that, and the entire Cold family break their jaws on the floor. Announcing another short intermission, just to make sure everyone is in good health, a quick break begins. Super Buu admitting that Vegito's show of strength is nothing he believed possible. But while everyone is preoccupied, descending to rejoin his group, Namek questions if he'd like to be healed, but he doesn't think Namekian healing is enough for him anymore, but assuring he has sensu beans, so he'll be fine. In space, Super Buu attempts to track down Broly. Snarking, Kabuto Shin's teleportation is very useful. He senses out the energy of Vegito's attack, who shows to be keen to the Majin's plan, putting his fingers to his forehead and telling everyone to follow him. But, without explaining, this just confuses everyone, not even knowing where he went. Spotting the legendary warrior, Buu can't remember the last time he found someone so worthy of being absorbed, believing the Saiyan should feel honored. Now the only trick is freeing him from that ball of energy. Since sound can't travel in space, it appears Vegito communicates telepathically with his foe, stating he knew he was up to something. Buu demanding to know how he managed to find him, admitting he noticed the Majin teleport twice to get here. It wasn't even that hard. All he had to do is follow his own energy from the blast. Then utters, Buu is not permitted to attack the crazed warrior under the rules of the tournament, but he argues they're millions of miles from the arena. What rules do they have to adhere to? Vegito threatens he killed Buu once, and he'll do it again if necessary, but he won't allow him to absorb Broly. Laughing at the challenge, he points out, not only is Vegito wounded and depleted of energy, but he can't even breathe in space. In the control booth, the Vargas talk amongst each other, and we find out they're merely 5 minutes away from fixing their gear and sending that maniac back to his own realm. Appealing to our hero's competitive side, he urges he'd like a real fight, a real rematch, as Vegito can't even imagine the powers within him now. Just then, ever sneaky, Boo attempted to send a small piece of himself to absorb Broly, but Vegito saw through his scheme. However, Boo inquires if he can stop all these parts too. Appearing to know instant transmission as well, Brawl can't locate her father. Piccolo requesting she search specifically in the direction he's pointing, as that's where Broly was carried off to. Without either warrior returning, the Vargas go to announce the next match. 21, or XXI, of Universe 5, and Lumica from 10. And once again, given the entire 10th universe withdrew, it's an automatic forfeit. Bojack piffing that these stupid little birds haven't even realized the guy from Universe 5 dipped out too, scoffing the Vargas don't control anything that goes on here. Though, they do have their systems back up and operational. But as Brawl intensely tries to locate her father, will they be in time to stop Boo from becoming an even greater threat than Broly? Vegito, having his work cut out for him, does his best to prevent Super Boo from absorbing Broly, while dozens of Micro Boos beeline the legendary Super Saiyan's direction. They're stopped, as Gohan and Brawl stand in the way, the latter having taken notice that their father asking for help is not at all like him, realizing the severity of the situation. Walking out from the hallway, one of the Namekians believe they have healed all the injured, though mentions many of the spectators suffered from the light emitted by Vegito. To offset future mishaps, it might be a good idea to give the arena a daylight luminosity, to which the Vargas will see what they can do, just as Boo scoffs that the cavalry has arrived. Thinking to himself, or possibly to his allies here, he tells his children they've done a good job and should be able to hold out until Broly is warped back to his own realm. On the planetoid, Raditz points out that the lighting seems to have gotten brighter, Nappa responding offbeat, "Super! Let's leave! What the heck are you saying, Nappa? We're nothing here! Even you'll be crushed by that monster, Vegeta!" 16 turning to Trunks, inquiring if he'd like to throw in the towel as well, but he never figured he'd make it far anyway, so technically nothing has changed for him. While Bobbity stays as cocky as ever behind his bubbly shield that's Majin Buu, believing his creature can still do better than those two freaks. But by the looks of it. Then checking in on the Cold family, even Frieza knows how outclassed they are. But their plan all along has been to obtain the Dragon Balls. Nothing more, nothing less. So whether or not that comes by traditional means is irrelevant. The lone Namekian respects the infinite strength showcased before him. Alas, he has his own wish to make, and nothing can come between him and that. Bojack is undeterred as well, though Xenia feels otherwise, informing they can find her in the spectators area. Cat's universe unwavered, but not for a show of confidence. It's because everyone here seems crazy strong anyway. The Kai is already planning what to do after the tournament ends, determining it's too dangerous to keep this link open between all the universes. The sooner they can close the connection, the better. And wisely, the boys try to weasel their way out as well, but knowing their fathers, the wise route isn't exactly the road most traveled, and they intend to enforce that philosophy on him. Boop seeking the guidance of his mentor. If he understands just how outmatched they are, why press on? Goku argues that's the challenge. Surely they'll meet Vegito in the finale, and there's no doubt they'll improve along the way. Thinking, Vegeta knows he shouldn't be surprised that their fused counterpart is stronger than he and Goku, but by this much is ridiculous. Though frustrated, listening in, Cell foreshadows many things can happen on the way to the finals. And with a Saiyan biology, he can only trust his next fights get more and more intense. The tougher, the better. Merely hoping these fools can give him a proper challenge when the time comes. Turning to Piccolo, Goten worries about Vegito, Brawl, and Gohan, as they still haven't returned from wherever they are. Piccolo bringing up, it's also nearly impossible to sense them, with all these incredible energies surrounding the area. Without further delay, number 18 from Universe 14 against Yamcha of Universe 9. Krillin questioning his longtime friend, who has aged much better by the way, if he also ended up choosing to forfeit. As arrogant as ever, he tells the old man to do what he wants, but he himself plans to fight to the end. Getting up to his lady killer ways? Yamcha playfully asks if 18 can just surrender now, as he doesn't want to hit a girl. However, he would love to take her out for a drink later, piffing at his offer. With breakneck speed, the Wolfang warrior is right in her face, blurting, "Now I'm sure of it!" Striking again only for her opponent to evade. He continues, deducing she doesn't release energy when she attacks. And her name is a number, she must be an artificial human. And the serious look on his face spells he knows much more about the androids than you'd initially suspect. His detective work even shocking 18 herself, but responds, Yeah, so what? Reaching out his hand, he comments that she must have suffered terribly, probably even forgot what her real name was, pleading to let him help her. But we know Yamcha's greatest power is rejection. Continuing to blast the surrounding area, she yells that she's killed more people than he can imagine, and she doesn't need anybody. But effortlessly dodging, he assures that he can read the grief on her face, suggesting she regrets the massacres, but is afraid to admit it, in constant pain of not remembering her own past, and he knows the suffering all too well. Finally biting, she snaps, asking what he would know about it. In a twist, Yamcha reveals that he's a cyborg too, and used to be called Number 17. Away, 4 mini-boos have found themselves to Broly.
Well done, my friends! Here we are! We finally entered into enemy territory, putting our own lives at risk! Yes! Okay, let's surround this guy! Yeah! Yay! Ah!
Gohan with a save right in time, to the disappointment of Super Boo. Our hero can only wonder how much longer the Vargas are going to take to send Broly back. And sure enough, it seems everything is ready to make just that happen. Though one argues what the point is. After all, he's on the other side of the universe by now. Brawl desperately needing to take a breath. She can't stand it anymore. Refusing to die here, she decides to power up to the next level, though her brother and father warn against it. Vegito even reminding he's forbidden her from doing so previously. Trying to look at the bright side, Gohan thinks at least there isn't much for her to break out here. Boo taking a particular interest in the girl's power. Appearing to be Super Saiyan 2. Using one of her father's techniques, the Teeny Boos know they're in trouble now. Taking aim at the minis around Vegito and Gohan. Her brother shouts for her to stop. Realizing what she's possibly done, her little foe is cackling at the potential, but believing she'll never be able to get all of them. Worried for her family, she returns to normal. Coughing she again, cutting off. Vegito appears completely void of life. Gohan taking a savage beating as well. With no one left to stop him, Super Boo decides it's mealtime. But he's gone, as the Namek took control over the situation, taking it upon himself to send Broly back where he came from. Though the Vargas continue to argue, who would really care if the beast were to stay or not? Returning to space, Gohan tries to snap his sister out of her daze, announcing they're heading back. Filling their lungs with precious oxygen, Vegito opens his eyes, weakly uttering, everything's gonna be okay. Piccolo has the Senzus and will find him soon. But Super Boo may not give him the chance. Powering back up, most of our heroes don't even have the strength to transform. Growing a devilish grin, Boo congratulates him on a battle well fought, assuring he had a wonderful time. Turning tail, he chimes he's really looking forward to facing him at their best in the future, causing Vegito to wonder, was he really trying to absorb Broly? Grabbing up on those magic healing beans, the fused warrior thanks Piccolo, who offers to fix up his gi as well. And as the fight continues, 18 is persistent that it means nothing Yamcha is a cyborg too, though completely confident she'll never lay a finger on him, refusing to strike back, as Yamcha, even saying so to 18, is a real fighter. He uses actual technique, and he's learned to push the limits of his body rather than take for granted what was given. Then informing, 18 has become much less powerful with time, as infinite energy is nothing more than a myth. Furthering, he states the energy of androids deteriorates with time. As the years pass, she's gotten weaker and weaker without even realizing it, and if she doesn't do a maintenance check on her body within 10 years, she won't even be able to walk. Her brother looking on speechless. Bringing the cyborg to a knee, he questions again if she's willing to accept his help. Vegito returning to his group, he asks what he missed, and is excited as you'd expect. The boys are stoked to see this Yamcha as a cyborg. Our Vegeta comments on how their universal counterparts seem to have gone for quite a trip. Goku recognizing immediately, Boo had to have had something to do with it. Cell taking note, if they fight far from the arena, nobody sees a thing. Unofficial comments, if Yamcha pins 18 for 13 more seconds, he will be declared the winner. Though on the ground with her arm locked, she appears reluctant to surrender. Even as Yamcha continues his persuasions, he's on her side. She shouts he will not beat her, but he claims he doesn't care about winning. All he wants to do is help her. As the Vargas makes his count down to 3, Yamcha gives up, releasing her and standing. He suggests she have her fun in this tournament, but when she's ready, come and see him on the 9th balcony. Krillin scoffing, a sucker of a friend will always fall for a girl with a beautiful pair of eyes. Tien pointing out how incapable he is of making it past the first round. Rejoining, he apologizes to his allies, deciding he'd rather save 2 lost souls than eventually get pulverized in the ring. And for the first time all day, it seems 18's emotional barrier has a crack. We're then introduced to a strange universe in Universe 2. And if you're familiar with, you probably already know. The next fight is set to feature a Raleigh of this realm, and Mary Sue, also of the second universe. The latter hailing from the Orion Star, where she mastered all martial arts and speaks every known language. Descendants of Saiyan princesses, blood sister of the Nameks, hidden daughter of Broly, Bardock, and King Vegeta. Sister of Bulma, fused with her double from the future, genetically altered with an IQ of 250. She's also immortal, can talk to animals and enter dreams. This elaborate introduction causes one of the hosting aliens to question what that was all about, who doesn't even know himself. It just kind of happened. Our Trunks, Brawl, and Vegeta, seemingly completely enamored by her. Gohan and Pan, not so much. Though, the young girl fairly questions how she can have 3 fathers, angelically praising herself for closing her eyes when the life forms here created the moon, as she would have transformed into a giant Ozaru Dragon Octopus Platypus. Her, who hates violence, but must fight to save her doomed people, her friends in prison, and her evil interdimensional double, the one of the prophecy, the promise she made, and the baby of Trunks, Piccolo, Goten, and Vegeta she bears within her womb. Such a beautiful voice! Such a dreadful destiny! I give my life for her! Bear my child! Shut up, Kakarot! With a Raleigh ready for the battle to begin. Don't miss the adventures of Mary Sue in the next Dragon Ball Multiverse. Mary Sue continues on with her overly generic heroine prattle, pleading to the universe that she must win, as the Dragon Balls are her only hope, praying the goddess helps her in this fight. As a few of you in the comments guessed, or possibly spoiled, Raleigh puts an end to this nonsense immediately. Though, still under her influence, Vegeta and Trunks aren't too happy about this, with the prince barking expletives at the disbelief anyone could hit such an innocent girl, his son in tears how he failed to protect her. But still, being unconscious for 30 seconds, the little robot hailing from Penguin Village is announced the winner. With the girls of Universe 6, Zenya still away from Bojack, Cat wonders. That fight was a little too easy for this Arale girl, and she herself is one to talk, her ally agreeing. As the announcer continues to gawk, he pulls himself back together long enough to read the next contestants. Gotenks from Universe 16, and Gotenks from Universe 18. Though one of the Trunks reboots, that is a huge waste of such charisma. The Vargas beckoning him to the ring. Brawl happily scoffing they get rid of this moron as soon as possible, apparently not being the biggest fan of the fusion. A bit puzzled, the tournament host wonders what they're waiting for. Alas, shouting for all to hear. Before your very eyes, a universal first, the greatest warrior of all the universes, the idol to all girls, regardless of their home planet. Gotenks the Magnificent! And it would appear having his speech mirrored dampens its effect. Brawl doubling down on her hatred for the over-the-top warrior, wanting to eliminate the both of them immediately. But in our universe, Pan cheers him on. Though, upon the other Brawl asking which one, even she's lost track of who's who. I'm gonna surprise him by transforming right now! This is the end for you, pale copy! Impossible! Looking in, Goku's baffled at the fact both fighters do the exact same thing. Vegeta, not so awe-stricken. Annoyed, actually. Their power is gigantic, and they don't deserve a single bit of it. His rival agreeing to a certain degree, stating it's crazy how strong they've managed to get without really training. Being adults now, the power of the fusion has only grown since their initial battle with Majin Buu. Though, the Super Saiyan 3 state doesn't last but more than a minute, catching Gotenks off guard. Thinking, Vegito sighs that's the hard truth of the third level. It saps a lot of power really fast. Now since the kids are no longer kids, they use even more power. The stronger you are, the less the transformation holds out. In the booth, turning to his comrade, Varga questions if he's also annoyed this fighter's head feathers keep changing colors, though it's no more frustrating than their flat faces. Retaining his arrogance, Gotenks figures it's no matter. In the end, he will win whether Super Saiyan or no. But Vegito commentates that they must have used so much energy, the fusion itself could no longer remain intact. Brawlated, they'll be eliminated for cheating. The judge a bit speechless, as the boys look towards their partners not knowing what to do. The Varga comments on what an incredible turn of events this is. Each warrior has split into a pair. Brawl now offended they aren't disqualified after all. Her father reasoning they technically didn't break any rule. It was agreed one fighter would enter the ring. Even if they are two now, they followed that guideline. Though the judges, conferring with one another,
Alright, thanks for waiting.
duos look so much different than their original.
Sorry about that.
The other, though, not being able to tell.
Had a Costco delivery order coming in. Had like 6 cases of Red Bull come in. You know how it goes.
75 identical strikes. The fight seemed like it would never come to an end. One Trunks finally getting the advantage, rushing to go 2-on-1 versus Goten. He doesn't know which one is which. Kind of fed up himself, one of them mutters for Trunks to reveal his universe, and they can just take the victory. Turning out to be our 18th, finally bringing this farce of a battle to an end. Announcing it formally, it seems one of the birds believed the boys splitting into a pair was a technique to gain an advantage, rather than their initial plan going wrong. Anyway, the next match will consist of Romanesco from the defunct Universe 10. and
My
Nergal
lighting
Majin of
is
2.
just like a
To
little
win
bit
again, the
off.
remaining group wins by default. But entering the ring regardless, Beelzebub
There we
inquires what
go.
Goku is doing. Grunting, he was called to
bothering
class.
me.
The demon clarifies he doesn't
Don't
have
need
to
no
do
ghost
anything. His
lighting.
opponent forfeit, showing similar intelligence to
All right.
the childlike Majin Buu. The cat shouts he will not flee, even against a forfeit. His ally snipping, that's the point. He doesn't have to fight. This then ushers Xenolome from the 19th, and Super Buu a 4. The tech-based fighters ready to get back in the arena. Oob, bewildered, wondering why they haven't thrown in the towel as a whole. Stepping up there at Zero, we've had enough of Oob showing off.
None of that.
Profusely apologized for what he did
It's a
to
bad
the teammate,
Wildborn.
though he did cut off his arm. Getting serious, Oob asks if they've even seen the powers of the others. Their armor is cool and all, but it won't suffice for cutting off. They scoff at the mention of their armor. In fact, they even argue Oob doesn't understand anything, and he hasn't seen their real equipment, questioning if he's noticed they've changed their attire. Originally, the group didn't believe they'd need the war armor for a mere tournament, but since the fighters here are well above the Frostymans they're accustomed to, they requested authorization to use Ultra equipment, having a Vargas send the message to their hierarchy. Goku, turning to Piccolo, asks what a Frostyman is. Vegeta explaining, Frieza, Cooler, Cold, etc. They're all final representatives of that particular species. Back to Group 19. One chuckles. The geezers are always slow to decide, but it's all good now, and we'll be able to fight for real. Gohan states he's happy for
Jesus.
them, but surely he knows most of the people around here are way stronger than
Freaking me out. There's too many things. I just killed 2 children, a swarm of bees.
Easily destroyed that
There's a
Broly guy
ghoul
everybody
crawling
saw
around.
with a single strike.
Holy
Gohan
shit.
was unconvinced, inquiring if he even
Red Bull
saw how
time.
invincible he was. Still smug, the stranger continues to believe how strong he may have been. It would have all been useless against his ally talking over him, urging he not reveal their weapons, and instead watch Xenolome's fight. Who asks the Majin if he's ready, apologizing.
All right.
Who admits he was
No more
listening
failure, no more
fascinating
crashing, no
information
more
going
death,
below, but encourages his
no more
people to come and
distractions.
after all,
We want
the fight has already begun.
we run from here to our quest objective. Nothing
Easily
more,
put themselves
nothing
back
less.
together. It's just as Xenolome thought. This Buu has the same powers as the other. The announcer in shock, he managed to effortlessly cut through one of the arena spikes. In fact, 100% of the energy pierced their shields. If this warrior isn't careful, he could easily kill many of the spectators. Firing a small ball of Q, Umox. You're such a cute one. What's your little name? Piccolo lauding this fighter, as that ball of energy was so condensed, and most likely could eliminate even a Super Saiyan 2. Universe 19 is no joke after all. Their technology is really something to be trifled with. Dubbing that last attack Farewell Buu, he actually apologizes to his opponent, not wanting to kill him, but he saw no other solution. Getting a better view, the blast took a sizable chunk out of the arena. But we know Boo all too well to think this is the end. Reforming, Boo grits that armor is pretty cool, so he'll be taking it now, snapping his fingers. The battlesuit doesn't magically fly off as the
I understand why I'm getting XP for some and not
Who
others.
admits this is a first?
Oh.
Xenolome realizing his foe tried to use psychic powers to
God,
remove
stop
his
drinking
tech.
the water.
Explains
Thank
their
you.
systems are protected against such tricks. So in that case, looking on, the Z Fighters worry he's going to be absorbed. But coming out, luckily at least in his shorts, the coveted Ultra Armor is all the Fiend sought. A little dazed, Boo tells the warrior he will study it peacefully. And taking a nap for longer than 30 seconds, the match comes to an end. The 19th group furious. Not only did they lose, but the very moment they get access to the Ultra Armor, it gets stolen, knowing they must find some way to get it back. Though his teammate urging he calm himself. Only Xenolome's cerebral waves can make it work. This Majin Buu character won't be able to do anything with it. The others only hoping so. If not, the Pink Warrior just got extremely dangerous. Boo himself laughing. Dangerous? Only now? You're funny. Vegeta chuckling that precious gear of theirs really came in handy. But Piccolo knows, this group is much more powerful than the Prince may think. They were merely unlucky to go against Boo so early. Goku knowing not to underestimate their weapons. Unlike Boo, most of them can't regenerate. The boys continuing to do what boys do. Mocking, Fooey, these weren't our real war armors. Yes, we're going to put on our Giga Ultra Armor. With them, we destroy Boo in one strike, leaving at least a couple of Universe 19's fighters a tad aggravated. Though, a real question must be asked. What kind of effects will non-organic material have on Super Boo, if and when he's able to overcome the cerebral barriers? Getting grumpy-er than usual, Vegeta growls, ready for this current round to be over.
Jesus.
He wants his next turn.
I mean, what am I supposed to do with that?
Far from ending.
Am I crazy? Was there like some kind of counter there I missed?
And so, the next match is announced. Ten Shinhan from Universe 9, and Sun Wukong of 2, who shines. At last, the greatest hero of them all gets to fight. While the human takes his place in the ring, the Monkey King chorts if his opponent is too afraid to attack. Though, Tien merely explains, Mr. Wukong must touch down in the ring for the match to start. Ever the trickster, he pulls something out of his ear, extending it into a powerful pull of some kind, before guiding it to the arena's floor, proving it indeed to possess special powers. Snickering, the fight can now be... The Z-Warrior taking advantage of the monkey's arrogance, quickly making a Pac-Man out of a nearby planetoid. Trunks shocked Tien could manage that kind of power, but Vegeta has a descending claim. These nearby worlds are nothing more than gaseous bodies, but even if they were full-blown terrestrial planes, it still wouldn't be all too impressive. Resolving to his pole of powers yet again. He increases it to the size of a skyscraper. Laughing, his Niobe can take any length he wants, and is so heavy, only he himself can move it. Even retaining his confidence as Tien causes a rumble from far below. Who proves not to be overwhelmed. With only using one arm, he raises it dozens of feet above the ground. Now growing frustrated, Wukong takes a few hairs from his head, blowing them at his opponent, as they become several Monkey King clones.
Hey, good shit from the... Unless that mask had something.
Proving to be too much for his foe, Tien has announced the winner.
No.
Though Sun Wukong argues.
So that was just nothing.
In fact, he was just now
They fucked me. Great. Useless. Useless to me.
As he definitely regretted. Aggravated, the Monkey King scurries off, noting how freaky it is. This guy looks just like Buddha. Now, Zenya of 6, and Sun Brawl from 16. But didn't Bojack's crony throw in the towel? Trunks piffing at Sun Brawl, Goten reminds him she's his sister too, as Vegeta's daughter realizes who her opponent is. She's elated to see it's Bojack's girlfriend or something, and couldn't be more
God,
stoked,
why?
ready to make her suffer and get retribution for
It's killing me.
But her father steps in, requesting a 2-minute reprieve to the judge. Granted, they enter the facility to get some privacy. Finding a room, Vegito requests Brawl take a seat, explaining he forbids her to hurt or kill this Xenia fighter. She is to crush her with a single strike, without any unnecessary violence. Slamming the table, Brawl quarrels it's Bojack's girlfriend. Now is the perfect chance to... Speaking again, her father finishes her sentence, stating it's the perfect chance for her to train her resistance to anger. Pressing she got carried away again while in space. Rebutting that anger saved their lives. Vegito stands for them to leave, thanking her for the save. And she was awesome fighting Majin Buu, but it's still proof of her greatest weakness. She doesn't have the ability to use her full power without destroying everything nearby. She needs to learn better self-control, urging his daughter to do her best in the
Hell?
or face expulsion from
Scared the
tournament.
hell out of me for a
Just like we
second.
thought, Xenia scuffles with Bojack, chiding she's already given up. But her leader begs to differ, as there are no cowards in Bojack's gang, none that are still alive at least. Taking her place, she figures on the positive side. Her opponent is just a kid, rushing in. Brawl is roaring to go. Mocking, Xenia scoffs that she thought her foe ran away, asking if she's ready to be finished off like her little friend. Whew, bad start. Incredible! Is she stronger than us too? Without even transforming, Brawl holds back as much as reasonably possible and manages to end the fight with a single blow. However, Xenia is pronounced dead by the Namekian healer. Looking at the ground, she tells her father she did everything she could, who understands. Comforting his child, he admits he knows she didn't intend for things to go that way, and she's passed her self-control test. As cold as ever, Bojack tells the staff that his group isn't a morgue and to take that useless meatbag somewhere else. Brawl annoyed he doesn't even care about his girl, though Gohan mentions he's not so sure that they're an item. In fact, he remembers them killing her in their universe just to distract him. His sister frustrated he only mentions this now. Next match, a lame from 19, an android 16 of 12. Excited to see his partner didn't give up. 16 reminds, this tournament is also about giving proper respect to their opponents. So once again, we get to see what the god-tier tech fighters have to offer. Interestingly enough, against a full-blown robot. Immediately detecting 16 is not an organic life form, he decides there's no reason to go easy. Using what he calls an ultra waver ball, the android knows if that attack touches him, he's dead. Believing his foe has no choice but to duck. When that happens, he'll be even more of a target. Taking off his hands. Notices this armor is greatly
I don't know. Like, am I crazy? Can you miss 3 times in a row at 95%? Or am I guess I'm just super unlucky, right? I don't... Drive me crazy. I'm never gonna make it. Never gonna make it to that fucking place. How far am I even? It's kind of in the sea even, so that's not great. But I want to kind of bear east, I suppose.
Screaming, his ultra waver will melt 16 where he lies. Turning to his ally, he can only apologize to Trunks, hoping the Dragon Balls will have compassion for a robot.
Can't even really escape through the water, can I? Because those fucking piranhas from my mod are in there.
Wonders why he's hesitating. This is just a walking computer after all.
Gonna be hard.
Trunks should know the Dragon Balls did not resurrect 16 in their realm. Gohan only hoping he taps out. Bellowing for his robot adversary to surrender, 16 again merely utters his goodbyes to Trunks, telling he's happy to have been his friend. Sweating, 16's foe scoffs that he may have a friend, but if having their wish means shooting a man while he's down, he will do it. Smiling, 16 says, there it is. The robot has become a man in his eyes now. A lame is not heartless. He combines compassion and duty. further stating he's not worried anymore, and Universe 19 is in good hands, finally giving up. The tech fighter confused. Why would anyone risk their life for?
Even the fucking pigs are killing me now.
Victory.
I-
19th finally getting their first win. One takes the time to brag to Goku in the
It's not going good. It's not going
gives
good.
them the satisfaction before bringing up.
Not
16
thrilled.
really isn't that tough, by their current standards at least, leaving them a little deflated. Without a second of downtime, King Cold from Universe 8 is announced as the next contestant versus Videl of Universe 9. Getting a closer look, this Videl seems to have had a bit of a rougher life than the one we're familiar with. And Gohan seemingly getting a much closer look is scolded by his wife, Kechida Mid-Ogle, as the Galactic King himself stoically gets ready for battle. Unintimidated by her foe, her particular weapon of choice catches the eye of the Kaioshins, as it's none other than the sacred Z-Sword, leaving them mystified how a mere human would be able to draw such a blade. Taking note, Cold knows, if the highest of gods are astounded, he should tread carefully, and after witnessing the abundance of power at this tournament, he can't stay in his restricted state. Switching to what we know as Frieza's third, or Xenomorph form, Cooler feels it's about time their father got serious, aghast at his unbarred energy. Trunks realizing, had he let this guy transform back on Earth, it probably would have been quite a different battle. Videl, showing to maybe not be the ace in the hole as it initially seemed, is having extreme issues raising the sword from the dirt, as the increased gravity is simply too much, not to mention the weight of the blade itself. As the Frost Demon approaches, she looks up at him, bluntly stating she's always dreamed of fighting his kind herself, shouting, "Kaioken!"
I like the idea of a Videl that became like super strong. I think it's cool.
Making the most out of being human, the Kaioken have mastered King Kai's technique. The Kais talk amongst each other how unusual the situation
Do I need to go on
is.
power armor just to go on a fucking walk? Like,
But could still draw the sword. Another theorizing that the blade was never meant to be appropriated by a Kaioshin. Perhaps it was made to name a hero from the lower realms. And having both the Z-Sword and knowing the Kaioken, it's almost undoubtable Videl has spent some time in Otherworld. Tavion, one to talk, just feels that sword irradiating with heroism, asking his teammates if they think so too. But Dr. Raichi could care less. Turning to his partner in the shadows, he passes on the previous inquiry, stating he's grumpier than usual since this tournament started. Not able to see his face, the figure also doesn't care. The other humans compliment their comrade on her agility, able to use the blade to keep distance, but not finding herself over-encumbered by its weight. As if he had Kashin in his knuckles, Cold breaks the Z-Sword with a single punch. Videl and the Kai is horrified by this turn of events, but Goku knows what's coming next. While it puts Videl at a great disadvantage, at least Old Kai is finally free from his prison, his fellow Otherworld inhabitants gawking with incredulity. And amidst the action going on, the geezer gets less than a warm welcome. Creepily sneering behind the smoke, Cold leers. His foe is a stubborn young lady, but he's begun to get bored with this fight. Videl knows. It's almost like he's taken 0 damage so far, and hasn't even started going all out, admitting to herself she can't win. And, out of nowhere, Old Kai is just the right height to do a little Roshi stuff, causing the girl to question where he even came from. Figuring out what's going on themselves, the officials become aware this new guy emerged from the broken sword, so he'll be allowed to participate alongside the Universe 9 fighter. Relaying this information to the audience, the Galactic King decides to end the both of them in his original form. The Frost Demon brothers speaking amongst each other. Frieza has never seen his father in his final form in person. Cooler only once, when he was pregnant with Frieza. Noting he had such little self-control, the entire planet they were on was destroyed while birthing him. Exclaiming, with blatant honesty, she's screwed. The Elder doesn't believe that to be the case, as he informs her he has the ability to raise her power exponentially, even more so than her silly opponent here, but only if she agrees to. Shouting before he can get in another word, she immediately agrees to whatever the terms are. The Kaioshin of the North deducing he must be the great Kaioshin from long ago, the one who disappeared around the same time the legend of the Z-Sword began. Beginning the ritual, Videl notices Cold will probably be ready to fight again soon, questioning how long this is expected to take. With an uncanny grin, the old-timer says, for her potential, about 10 hours. So unfortunately, it won't do much for this battle. Growling for the pair to come at him, Videl wisely decides it isn't worth it and gives up the match. The Kaioshin frustrated, as she just needs to be a little patient is all. Giving up some insight, Piccolo believes, if his memory serves correct, neither Trunks from the future or Goku would have been able to take on Cole had he managed to transform during his time on Earth. Not this version at least. Explaining, he is vastly stronger than his sons now. Presently, he's much closer to Android 17 and 18, maybe
Fucking
even
hell.
16. Still standing a mile taller than his children, who are actually cowering before him. Cooler inquires if he can fully control himself in this state, but their senior quips. The two of them can handle their true forms, right? Rejoining her allies, she introduces the Kaioshin as their group's guest. Tien showing the proper respect, while Yamcha is about as nonchalant as Goku. The next bout is soon announced. Bardock from Universe 3 and Raditz of 13.
I hate it so much.
One of those names. Tapion looking over his shoulder asking, "Oh, so that's your name?" Seems to be. The primal weakling Pan easily took care of. Wasn't the only Bardock here today. Rather hostile, the doctor points to the Saiyan shouting,
You! What do you expect? Revenge? Don't make me laugh! I'll slaughter you!
With no direct context, we can possibly assume this attitude comes from the history between the Tuffles and the Saiyans. The Vargas listening in, trying to get to the bottom of this discourse as well, wondering why Raichi is surprised. One explaining they found Bardock first, and he requested they keep his identity hidden, even from his own group. Responding to his teammates' threats, he scoffs that isn't going to happen. Not only because Raichi is a weak excuse for a Tuffle, but the Saiyan already knows who the doctor is going to lose to. As the result of a mission to Kanasa gone wrong, he can now see events of a time that have yet to take place. In the ring, father and son greet each other, the elder elaborating, in his universe, they would call him Weakling Raditz, and he died at the first given opportunity. Grunting, this Bardock is the same from his own realm, a failed father, proud to be born to the lower class, but managed to reach the elite. Even still, had nothing but disgust for his two sons, claiming he was only weak because of him, barking his hatred for his father. Today, he will finally have his revenge, as his power is eons past any of Frieza's elite, or even the Ginyu Force, believing he can squish his dad with a mere finger. Throwing a smirk, Raditz realizes he's, yet again, in over his head, admitting he was certainly a lousy father, but since gaining visions of the future, he's changed a lot. Seeing the error of his ways, and how barbaric the Saiyan people were. Though he warns his son, he doesn't plan to pull any punches, giving him the chance to give up now, if he'd like. Although, his son assures that won't be necessary. Hearing a clicking noise, Raditz explains he's honed a special technique. He's able to form Blutz waves in his eyes, just enough needed to transform. Not only that, but he has also managed complete self-control while in this state. Bellowing, there isn't even a full moon for his father to use for himself, or destroy to stop this state. But we know, Bardock is much too smart of a warrior to be overtaken by such tactics. Though he does give his son credit. If he had this ability in his own universe, they'd have won against Raichi, signifying his grudge with the Tuffle goes further than mere history among their peoples.
God damn. Sorry, kiddo.
Not the Earth that's in danger. I'll kill you all if I have to. It's not the universe either.
For all Pippin, no one can stop her father. And certainly not you. Before Pippin explodes, all of the universes are at risk.
This masquerade ends now.
Captain Ginyu isn't dead then.
I don't care about these people.
I'm sure we'll get along well.
Stop.
This is impossible. I'm never gonna get through this shit.
Having enough of his foresight, Bardock quickly puts an end to the match, as to not risk further injury. He and Raichi eyeballing each other as the Saiyan returns to his group. Hopping atop
I
his
could just
brother,
get one
Raditz
goddamn thing
couldn't
done
even
today.
make a
I'd be
mess of
so
first round.
happy.
The down to Zaru only blurting for a sibling to
Pop my
shut up
top
and
off,
close his left eye, as he can't
do a
seem to
little
unlight the blood
lemon
splash.
party
Clean
dance,
up
whatever you
ensues.
like.
The official's usher, Akira Toriyama from Universe 2, and Raichi from
Just
Yes, I'm up.
make it
3.
happen.
Aren't you the author?
Yep, I have complete control over my own characters. I'm sure to win.
That sounds like cheating.
You want me to make you tap dance?
While the Supreme Creator appears to be going through drawings, Beelzebub has a fair question. This Raichi guy, is he really one of his characters? When Toriyama suddenly remembers, no, he actually didn't create that one. Resolving he's too old for this stuff anyway, he surrenders before the match can begin. Salinger and Gogeta Jr. eagerly
That's
rushing up
pretty
for
funny.
autographs. Pulling out a tablet, the Toribot
Gogeta
asks why he doesn't just
Jr..
use paper like everyone else. Regardless, the pair get their signature, but being kanji, they're not even 100% sure what it says. Anyway, Raichi is declared victorious and connects at the ring. Summoning the next contestants, Sid of 6 and Vegeta from 13. Initially alerting the judges she forfeits. Her teammate urges she wait, telling her to use her power. Upon asking why, it seems Universe 6 is developing a plan, wanting to get Bojack to think Sid is the most powerful of their group. Happy with the idea, she vows to blow their minds. The little guy hearing everything, but is gonna keep his mouth shut. And, in an awkward silence, Sid looks for a volunteer to carry her to the ring. Airdropping her into the ring, Sid thanks her Namekian helper. But upon feeling the gravity of the fighting area, things only look worse for her. Already being on the ground, Vegeta asks if she'd like to forfeit, or just be left alone there for 30 seconds. As Sid's eyes begin to sparkle, it becomes obvious this is what she was expecting all along. Vegeta starts to smoke as his foe rises to her feet, looking much more buff than before. In Vegeta, Vegeta?
Vegeta?
Prince to princess. Sid reveals her power to swap genders with her opponent, and now their strength should be about equal.
What a very
They
useful
are the same
power.
Now, Vegeta's in a body completely foreign to him, not to mention the psychological impact. The Sid himself, is completely used to this, bidding the princess farewell. Scoffing. Psychological impact? Is that a joke? Vegeta couldn't care less what gender he is. Kicking his foe, he laughs that it's always the same with these magician types. One little trick and they think they've won. Grabbing Sid by the hair, demanding she return him to his usual state, as he'll need it to face his real opponents. In compliance, with both back to normal, Sid cries the gravity hurts, but Vegeta assures she won't feel it for long. As he vaporizes the helpless fighter, and is declared the winner, coming to great pain to the Magic Warriors group, losing their friend. On a lighter side, Trunks grins his dad would make a real pretty mother, much to his disapproval. Over the PA, it's announced the next fight will be Gas Karkle from Universe
Coming
7,
for me. I know
Cell
somebody's
Junior
over here.
17, leaving Gohan to wonder.
It's not alone.
As the mysterious lone Namekian dashes to the fighting area. Turning to an official, Cell informs he and his spawn need a minute, telling the little one his opponent is too powerful, so he'll need to increase his strength. The Varga knowing this is against the rules, but he's not going to be the one to tell him. Happily rushing into the private area, Cell knows, here, the walls are soundproof, and their key should be blocked from being read, as his child eagerly questions how he's going to make him stronger. He kills his own offspring, merely birthing a new one, giving it as much power as he could. Waltzing back outside, Gohan simply wonders what they have possibly done, while Vegito and Shin aren't fooled, knowing full well that isn't the same Cell Jr. Immediately rushing his foe. Cell can only smack himself on the head. Before the judges announce, Cell Jr. is disqualified for attacking prior to the match beginning. The boys pointing out he didn't bother touching the ring itself. leaving it to Gas to decide the fate of this battle. Super Boo shouting, "Come, Master Namek! Vargas gentlemen! You will give him a second chance, won't you?" The crowd also bellowing in protest, wanting an actual fight from these two. South Supreme Kai calling this farce unacceptable, as Cell and his mini-me continue to break the rules. West figuring it's really up to the Namekian to decide. Who declares? The fight will continue. Trunks trembling at the timbre of the warrior's voice. Bothering to actually touch down this time, the Vargas announce, the fight officially begins now. Powering up, even Goku comments that this Gas guy is really something. Vegeta believing Cell betrayed himself with his most recent creation, as he gave it far more power than he knew. And with a shot through the head, it seems Cell Jr. won't be regenerating from this one. As Vegito infers, the attack hit the primary core of the bio-android's brain. Gohan in shock didn't know of such a thing. Gas exits the ring and is named the winner. The fused fighter chiding Cell, assuring him not to worry, as he'll be resurrected at the end of the tournament, unless he decides to catch a dozen others beforehand. While in the booth, with a beaky smile, we've reached the last match of round 1. Raichi ushering out the next fighter from his group, as we discover Demon King Piccolo as one of the contestants. He'll be facing Beelzebub of Universe 2. Ifu wanting to get an autograph from the both of them. Though, the other demon scoffs at his foe, calling himself Demon King, as he knows the King of Demons, and he doesn't look a thing like this, yelling this man will pay for pretending to be his father. Dabura taking a liking to the kid, hoping to one day have a son like him, as Bobby wonders how he managed to heal. A little shy to tell, Boo chimes in, saying he's got candy in return. The winner spouting,
You idiots! You cleared those sweets yourself for lunch!
In the ring, King Piccolo stands in disbelief his foe is this little imp, who yells back in response, arguing this guy isn't a demon at all. He's one of those Nam things, like some of the organizers. But himself, on the other hand, is a real demon. When the devilish child realizes he's gotten a lot heavier since landing on this ball. Continuing, he bets Piccolo here doesn't even act like a demon, as Beelzebub tells of times he was given chocolates and didn't bother sharing. What's more, he ate them just before dinner time. His Koa counterpart, elated to find such a monster. Though, we know the dreaded Demon King Piccolo has committed much worse atrocities. Telling he's killed millions of people, making the son of the real Demon King look like Winnie the Pooh, inquiring if this guy's out of his mind.
Crazy? No. Just pure evil! Not bad, but as this attack would have surely killed you, it doesn't even affect me.
With a swift kick, the evil Namekian puts an end to his opponent. But lucky for him, at least he comes out alive, as one of the good Nameks rushes over to give aid to the boy. Paifu still patting his new idol on the back, believing he did a great job in the ring, as good as a super demon even, as it's really evil to snack between meals. To which, at least Beelzebub finds solace in. Announcing the end of the first round, the official offers his congratulations to all the challengers. Elaborating, there will now be a 12-hour break, to which the fighters can eat, sleep, or just kick back enjoying themselves. As for the spectators, there are shuttles awaiting to escort everyone to a luxury hotel in the Vargas native universe. Over the next few hours, the stands would empty, leaving only the warriors to themselves. As the same official, staying behind, explains they will place tables wherever the contestants desire, urging the fighters to mingle amongst each other, if that is their wish. And as you'd assume, are friendly Saiyans across many realms, join each other at a single table, all of them that will fit at least. Everyone devouring as much as you'd imagine, even Oob doing well to keep up, as the Vargas do their best to run dishes. One Videl ruffles Pan's hair, possibly being the one who lost her daughter. With an even better look, Behind the previous table, we find the boys getting to know their alternate counterparts, who had to fuse in order to stand up to their little sister, but even then, they're apparently no match. And on the other end, Yamcha is still trying to get the attention of Android 18, much to the disapproval of Krillin. Calling to dim the lights and return to night mode, the official wishes the contestants a good night's rest. But up to their insidious ways, Frieza has discovered there are several sets of Dragon Balls here, scheming. By the end of the night, they'll be in the hands of the Cold family. Inside, the warriors set up for bed after their giant feast. Vegeta growling, he refuses to share his food. Goku quelling his concerns.
Maybe they'll fight each other?
Is. Plus,
I like that.
Outside, so they have even more space because of that. Finding the Namek meditating, with the Kais discussing something, maybe 20
A goddamn nightmare.
The other Piccolo keeps an eye on his other self. Though at this point, it's not clear which one is
None of them are winning. Me and the bear are just watching. This bear and I are like mortified.
Very nervous at Pool, who stammers he's merely searching for the bathroom. Seeing right through this, the Kaioshin bluntly states, "No, you're looking
Pretty
for
good
the
fight.
Dragon Balls. Tell your master next time this happens.
We all work on the
it'll
bear."
Result in the exclusion of the entire 8th universe." Rejoining the Space Lord himself, Frieza has gotten his whole crew in on the plan. One of his henchmen explaining, nothing was found in the bleachers or corridors of the other universes, and only the main building of the Vargas remains to be checked.
Huh.
However, it's guarded by the Namekians, so
How many times that's happened to me?
That's when Birder,
Too many.
explaining for not the 90th time, he's the fastest in the universe, and no one is faster than he. Frieza scoffing, no one.
Did anyone win? I guess the Deathclaw won, right?
They need someone small, fast, and smart. Cooler taking
Just
this
gonna move
opportunity to power down a form,
nice and
indulging in
easy
himself
here.
while obliviously spouting,
No big
"You're talking
deal.
about me." But no, Frieza's merely referring to
There's
himself.
no way I could take that
Begin
Deathclaw,
like a
right?
hawk, Cold commands his children to each take a
Right?
separate part of the building and not make a single fuss about it. Taking a surprise hit. We see what looks like the people's elbow of Vegito crashing down on Cooler's head, laughing. "Who are you going to complain to? Now, let's go after the brother." Sensing him out, he notices the other is not alone, while the Frost Demon scopes through a safe. Someone sneaks up on him, but not Vegito. Super Boo, smugly informing the tyrant not to bother doing what he's doing, as he's already searched the entire facility, and the Dragon Balls aren't here. Believe it, it's simple, actually.
Champion.
Keeping them in this realm, they're most likely hidden in another universe. In fact, Boo himself would have done the exact same. Regardless, ever the one to stir the pot.
Was it
Often
cheap?
tells Frieza
Yeah.
he
Did
has
I
some
win?
very interesting
Yep.
information for him, inquiring if any of his men possesses that body change ability besides Captain Ginyu. Still a bit rattled, the Emperor clamors, no one does, causing Boo to explain. One member of Universe 8 is not in their original body, as Frieza demands to know who. Super Boo taunts. That's for him to find out on his own.
That's what I get.
The familiar
Oh,
Saiyan
man.
pass the time.
That's what I get for being happy.
Of all people, Gohan. Vegeta scowls, asking who gave him permission to enter. Laying eyes on Raditz, he thinks back to their only meeting. In a way, he set forth a giant chain of motions, changing the young half-Saiyan's life from a paradise to a nightmare in the blink of an eye. Then Nappa, having similar feelings to the bald brute as his dear uncle. This is the man who killed nearly all of his father's friends, remembering the fear he once struck into him as a toddler. Vegeta
toddler.
again growling, he answered the question. We're brought back to that sucker punch, or knee, on Namek. Thinking to himself, he knows he's stronger than all of these fools now. Then finally piping up, he wants to talk to Kakarot. Furthering, he has a proposal they should find very interesting. But first, a challenge. And if they are real Saiyans, they won't be able to refuse. Himself, against all four of them. But as to not break the rules of the tournament, it won't be a fight, but instead, an arm wrestling match. Which is the most Gohan thing I've seen since Resurrect 1. Introducing himself properly as his iteration of Universe 18, and not really helping his case. Or maybe so. He explains he's not fighting in the ring because he's the weakest of his group. All of them can try to push his arm back. He won't even go Super Saiyan, but Vegeta's resolved not to play his stupid games. Standing, Gohan points out that none of these Saiyans are wearing a scouter, which means they can almost certainly sense energy, boasting they already know how much stronger he himself is than all of them. So apparently, there's no need to test him. Moving on, Gohan elaborates his power isn't natural, it's magical. The elements to repeat this magic are available here in this very arena. What's more, he'll even freely trade this information. In exchange, he would like Kakarot to fight his daughter honorably, who barely knows the meaning of the word. But the halfling insists, no unnecessary violence, no death, no sadism. Quite the offer, really. As Gohan notes, he isn't even asking him to lose the match. Though rolling his eyes, the Saiyan piffs. Who do you think I... Not even finishing his sentence, Gohan has him thrown against a wall. Powering up to Super Saiyan does nothing to repel his strength. This going on while Raditz and Nappa charge from behind. Our hero barks. The only good thing Kakarot here has ever done, or could have ever done, was hit his head to become the man his father is today. Sending the pair back with a flick of the wrist. And facing their leader, he questions if Vegeta would like a taste next. But still sitting comfortably, he simply utters, "What for?" Assuring Kakarot will follow the proposed plans, wanting to know more of this magic he speaks of.
What's going on over there?
The pirate does what pirates do, and finding the treasure buried at the bottom of a bottle, giving a drunken toast to he and Bujin, the lone survivors. Bringing up, they are the only two
I
remaining.
may have made an error.
Himself sent at least one of their men directly
It's just not going well.
basically led Zenya to hers. Bujin more than realizes they are the last two remaining. Though furious
At least
on
I
the
got this
inside,
good
the
comic.
little one is at least relieved that Zenya will probably be revived. But this psycho probably just plans to kill her all over again, one way or another. As his boss thinks out loud, wondering how many there were in their original group. 20? 30? When the underling confidently quips. 27. As the intoxicated pirate merely laughs this off, chorting at their lack of resiliency. Panning to Universe 6. The group of magic female warriors know they're in over their head. Sid is already dead and Kat herself didn't fare much better, believing they should just go home. Jet, the blonde, reminds they need to have a little patience and she'll be revived, questioning May, to her right, what she thinks, who states, in another day, she'll be ready. And Bojack will be destroyed. And for anyone who may have forgotten, these girls share a universe with the space pirate and his gang. A few hours later, if there was a sun around here, it would surely be rising as the crowd groggily finds their seats to begin the next day of competition. Varga works a control panel to restore daylight illumination to the arena. Coming over with what could be assumed to be coffee, another asks how he slept. And given the alarms were blaring all night, he didn't get a minute of rest. But of course, no one was even detected. The audience livening up, chatter amongst each other, excited to see what today's matches have to offer. Cutting to the Frost Demons, Cooler explains to his father how he searched all night and found absolutely nothing, not even knowing who attacked him. Upon cold inquiring where Frieza is, it seems he's gone back to the ship for some reason. Finding him brooding, thinking back to more than 30 years ago in his native 8th universe. In a blind rage, Frieza screams at the destruction of the capital of his empire. Being the noble soldier he is, Ginyu kneels before his leader, taking full responsibility as he was unable to contain the Saiyan. Narrowing his eyes and pointing a finger, the dictator hisses, "Oh really?" Instilling a fatal wound to Ginyu. Growling it's time for the Ginyu Force to find a new name, and their days of dancing are finished, demanding they go burn the commander's body. A pool ushers the captain away, but Ginyu still clings to life, looking at the common soldier.
Terrible.
They have an idea. Though he managed to prove more than stealthy the previous 3 decades, the Emperor now feels it's obvious. Ginyu lives on. But in whose body does he reside? In the audience, a boy points out to his mother that the fighters are emerging, who seems less than interested. Goten shouting for his father to leave the breakfast and come on out already. Krillin, having his bias, scoffs the Saiyans got here before him. But behind he and Tien, we find Old Kai doesn't change no matter what incarnation he is. Having, quote, accidentally walked into the wrong room, presumably during a vulnerable time, and has gotten a good whack to the face from Videl. Boo zips out in his eternal loneliness, as simultaneously, 17 tries to get his sister to tag along. Today, he's going to kill Son Goku. She should at least come and see. But she warily explains she's boycotting this stupid tournament, refusing to spectate. Maybe Yamcha has gotten to her after all. Universe 16 coming out. Gohan explains to Videl He spoke to the Kaioshins last night, who questions if they agreed, but nothing more is expanded upon. Piccolo takes notice on how Cell hasn't moved an inch since the previous day. Brawl disgruntled, there are too many participants. All they're gonna do is spend another day watching amateurs all over again, frustrated at how boring this is going to be. Her father calmly telling her to use it as a time to train her patience and self-control, but only hearing the word train, she requests Piccolo make her a heavy-weighted suit. Being no problem, he responds he can create one up to several tons. Sinking her into the ground at first, this may prove just the trick to solve her boredom, as the officials welcome everyone to the second day and second round as the first and final Great Inter-Universal Tournament. Below, the boys hear music playing, alien music, as a group of now Disney-owned sounds and faces are unveiled. Pan loving the song, though Bra not so much. Tapion enjoying it as well, being a fan of woodwind music. But Bobbity thinks it sounds like an exploding Glaviot. The Cold family having their opinions as well. Cold himself piffing it sounds like that awful music his eldest son plays at his receptions. But Cooler barks, this is Punk Figuratin Symphony. He plays Figuratin Classical Symphony.
Moving.
Rhythm is much better.
Got to
Something
keep
about
on
this performance has
moving.
made Super Boo irate. While Bardock
Holy
tries to make heads or
shit.
tails if this is what he saw in his vision or not. Appearing in front of the band, the Majin scolds. You call that a performance? A meeting of this size? Millions of people, and they
Ah,
you. Going on to claim it's an insult to the world of music, as Figuratin isn't even played like this. That's how a beginner would perform it, demanding they hand over their instruments. South Kaioshin ready to put a stop to this rudeness, though the Grand Supreme Kai has to admit, Super Boo isn't wrong. Vegito finding this too funny to want to intervene.
Shit.
Besides, when's the next chance they'll get to hear Super Boo play music? Commandeering the fanfares. One Mini Boo tells the last alien, not him, he's playing great. Assembling. The Majins unleash a sound of such beauty. Even the most sinister of fighters are left awe-stricken. Except Goku, who feels like it's the same as before. The audience lets out an enormous cheer for their maestro. And with the Majin happy with himself, he goes to exit the stage, when the alien questions why he allowed him to keep playing. Staring at him coldly, he says he can recognize talent, and that the two of them have crossed paths in another universe. In fact, like many other artists, this man resides within him, sending a
Like it.
shiver up his spine. Ready to get the fighting started, the second round officially begins. Given the aptitude of warriors to come, the gravity of the ring will be increased tenfold, or about 100 times Earth's gravity. Kakarot, joking to his sibling, chuckles. This is where Nappa gets demolished by Frieza. That is, himself doesn't crush him, but calling out his brother's foolishness, as he and Nappa, both trained in
Hell outta
fighting
here.
than that of the ring. And the pair have made a small plan just now, so he'll just have to wait and see. Shouting, "Hey, cue ball!" Turning to face the Saiyan, Cooler can't help but smirk. As Nappa also laughs, he looked over on the spot, chiding this little one knows.
Oh, come on.
The Frost Demon
It's
not
not
to
a real
worry,
sleeping
this is
bag,
all
is it? It's
Then
just
Frieza's
set
not a
dressing.
midget. Going on.
Why do you
Well,
betray me?
I was just coming over to introduce myself to my opponent and former boss, but I guess Little Chief would be more like it.
Mocking. There are so many universes filled with Saiyans here, but only one Frost Demon group. Asking if he's ashamed. Getting furious. Frieza promises he's going to kill him as soon as they're in the ring. Nappa merely telling him to dream on. He won't even be able to touch him. What's more, the bald warrior scoffs. Everyone here is above the dreaded Space Lord, and he's not even talking about height. Frieza won't be able to land a single hit in this entire tournament.
Oh, hey.
We're more and more worked up.
Thanks for following.
Nappa pay for not having withdrawn. As their banter hits an apex, the officials usher them to enter.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
Well, you
still have
know.
your flying
Okay.
seats? For a long time, it was the belief you were a cripple.
Both having touched down, Frieza sprinting full force to tear him limb from limb.
Oh, by the way, I give up.
Confused, Raditz and Nappa's plan is revealed. If the Space Lord was to hit him now, he would be disqualified, leaving the tyrant more fuming than ever. As Frieza wins the battle, the Saiyans get a victory of their own, in the best way they probably could have in this scenario. Touching down in his own group, Burter questions if his master is okay. Not hesitating to take his anger out on anyone, Avarga cries out in shock, but Frieza bellows it's his own universe. It's allowed. This brings Goku of R18 and 17 from 14, and 18 has changed her mind after all, deciding to at least watch the matches. Her brother elated to finally get his chance to come full circle with this unfulfilled desire. Face to face, the android speaks. Kill Goku. I'm not doing it for Jiro. I'm doing it for me. Goku himself pointing out, it's weird the two of them never actually fought. Well, until... One-shotting the cyborg. Goku wins by knockout. 18, completely aghast by the effortless victory. Yamcha looking at her in the background.
Okay, this is probably the perfect time to pop a Radix,
Interest in my help?
blueberry donut, some bot bloatfly, and then we'll smoke a joint to save.
It's already his turn. But Grand Supreme Kai in the back requests he give him a moment of his time, questioning if he paid attention to what they learned of this Buu last night, which of course he did. Apprehensive, but without more to say, he urges the Kaioshin, express caution, though he believes he knows exactly what he needs to do. With the Majin, merely as gleeful and childlike as ever. Summoning his power, the Kai thinks back to 5 million years ago. In some universes, the most terrifying creature imaginable would be born. A creature that is one and the same with the one he faces.
Oh, you know what? Me too, Ronan. Oh, thanks, Ronan.
Expanding upon his inner monologue, in his own universe,
Yeah, just smoking during a radiation storm. No big deal.
In other realms, that wasn't the case. This monster went on to annihilate hundreds of planets before attacking the Kaioshins themselves. Kaioshin of the South was the only one who could hope to match his amazing.
Got a little bit closer. It's too bad I had to waste 2 joints to save, or 3. But, or you know, where you are. That didn't make sense as a sentence.
He went from a wild beast to an educated athlete, but his evil was still apparent. This caused the Grand Kaioshin to sacrifice himself, as he alone was the only one to understand that this creature's most exploitable weakness was how immensely impressionable he is. The iteration of Buu from Universe 4 further suggesting this. In a dark, albeit clever turn, the Grand Kaioshin put himself in position to be absorbed, and at the last moment, destroyed his own brain, resulting in the innocent, childlike creation we today know as Fat Buu. Believing all he would need now is a loving family with a good heart to show him right from wrong. But only focus on the fight rather than getting lost in thought. Buu shouts out in excitement, as South Kaioshin can actually hold his own, unlike those filthy sorcerers. Clearly seeing it may be a good fight, the Kai knows he will lose before long, though he does have a surprise in store. Charging an attack, he believes in another universe. He probably used this as a last resort. That very well may be the case, as the technique definitely gets Buu's attention. Giving us some exposition, Goku explains, this attack is comparable to Piccolo's Makanko Sappo, and the essence is predicated on focusing a high concentration of energy to a single point. Speaking, South Kaioshin states that ultimately, it's fear that triggers Buu's absorption. Super Buu, one to talk, calls this a dirty move, having bad memories of such an event himself. Covered in Buu bits. His idea worked like a charm, as he merely
see how close we are. We are getting so damn close. It's right there.
But not being digested, South Kaioshin utilizes a ki shield to continue to live independently inside of Buu, just like Vegito, determined to track down the Grand Kaioshin and the other version of himself. While the boys are fooled, under the belief that Kai was merely incompetent,
we go.
Has some insider information.
Stupid scorpions, here to ruin my day.
Which Gohan replies, everything, from Majin Buu and his absorptions, to Cell, Broly, Frieza, Vegeta, you, supposing they have the right to know. Back in the sci-fi trope, the Kaio doesn't manage to find anything he's looking for. He does, though, feel a distinct Kaioshin presence. So at least he's confirmed they are indeed part of Buu. So maybe being absorbed for such a duration, they're no longer able to be released. And it seems this plan was all for naught. At any rate, since South has been gone for 20 seconds, and only 10 more, Buu will be granted the victory if he does not reappear. As the Gohan of our universe wonders,
let's get that Ripper out. It's gonna be a miracle if I survive this at all.
Know a bit about this. admitting Kibito-shin, or Kibito Kai, explained everything to him.
Wow, that worked way better than I thought.
To know, given a part of Boo does live on Earth now, calling out to his other self. Super Boo informs his opponent is using a shield. That's why nothing has happened.
Okay.
He himself knows this also.
Maybe I will survive. Maybe I will survive?
As he appears to be one of the few that doesn't know anything that's going on right now. Alas, 10 seconds don't take 10 episodes. And Boo is completely hindered. The Kai is in a state of shock. And the Majin is still confused. Either way, next would have been Oob from our realm versus Nail. But again, since Universe 10 threw in the towel, Oob is given the W, putting him against Fat Boo in round 3. The creature he, in a sense, used to be. Turning to his master, he inquires if he thinks he has a
Ooh,
chance.
boy.
Optimistic,
Alright.
Goku believes he does.
Okay.
With a well-kept Kaioken,
Anyone else
he's
want some?
perfectly on his level. As the wizard congratulates his underling on a job well done, Boo asks if he can have some candy. When something shoots out of one of his
There are a lot of them.
South Kaioshin. To the bewilderment of Bobby,
Did it actually
Goku
have
himself
anything?
doesn't seem
It did.
fazed, but the Kai utters he's merely passing through. But what
Alright.
else?
I like
Takes a
that.
chance to interrogate
Take it.
Ubura, as he
I don't
once
care if
said
it don't
he'd never
match
leave
right
the
now.
realm. Who responds, his beloved kingdom is nothing compared to his master's will. In an interesting turn of events, the next fight will consist of our Vegeta versus future Trunks, about to set his weapon to the wayside.
Alpha
His father
Death
urges him to
Claw.
leave it, assuming he didn't
Fantastic.
train as much as himself. Admitting that's most likely the case.
Keep
he
heading
assures
towards
he
the
has
quest
greatly
objective, I
improved.
guess, and hope
Vegeta
for the
merely
best.
hopes so, as he doesn't mind holding back, but only so much.
Sees me?
Powering up
Nobody.
Goku via
Alright,
Super
good.
Super Saiyan 2. He questions Trunks if he can also do this.
Oh man, they're really making me go through some stuff
But Prince
here.
finds this disappointing. Trunks taunts him by telling him, "Come teach him how to do it then."
That's not
Goku
good.
powering to Super Saiyan Grade 3, or his bulked up state. Vegeta is astonished, as this form has a well-known glaring weakness. A weakness even
Hey.
Trunks acknowledges. Having seen enough, Vegeta is thoroughly impressed with the
Holy
tactics
shit,
of
how do you even know I'm
compensating the
you?
speed loss of Grade 3
You're gonna get me
by
killed.
using
Get out of here.
transformation when necessary. Launching the prince into the wall. He can't help but feel a shred of pride on how this is going. Admitting Trunks mastering the state to its fullest potential
is so
would have
fucked
actually
up.
given Perfect Cell some serious issues. But Vegeta himself can utilize both strength and speed at the same time. Landing a clean kick. Trunks scoffs this form is also good for defense. But not good
Oh.
enough. Carrying him back to his group, though unconscious, he tells his son that wasn't bad, as he's officially named the winner in the background. The Vargas feel Vegeta could have at least waited for them to finish their count before he carried him off. And so, the moment Gohan has been dreading, Pan versus Kakarot.
That looks so fucking creepy.
For her battle. Though the
I don't know.
Vegetas share a humorous moment
Was
of
that in the
joy,
original game? I don't
Vegeta's
remember
sailing
that.
up near Kakarot's for different reasons. Looking to her father for comfort, she asks if he thinks she's going to win. But answering honestly,
That's
he
hilarious.
admits he doesn't know. Her opponent didn't show his true power, but he does know he can go Super Saiyan. Something
Alright.
outside
I hope this fucking armor is worth it.
Gohan disagrees, believing her to merely be afraid to unleash her powers, but he knows she can. Videl,
Oh god, I just want to
this
live.
is only a tournament,
Huh.
and she can give up if she wants. But Goku, butting in, disagrees.
Is that fucking Batman armor? It's like Batman armor.
It's
That's
just a
cool.
tournament,
Where's
so
the rest
Pan
of
isn't
it?
Risking anything. Even if she dies, it won't matter in the end. Naturally, though, the girl is quite against her own death, even if it is just for a little while. And if she dies, she'll lose anyway. Vegeta appearing behind her, scoffing. Lose? What's this I'm hearing about losing? Using the "it's just a tournament" argument, the prince can't believe her attitude, calling it disappointing. Pan's mother chiding her husband to give his take, assuming that take is to convince her to surrender. But he simply tells Videl she doesn't understand, as Pan wants to test her limits. It's well understood. He himself doesn't like fighting, but he knows his friends and father do. And Pan is like them. Back with Pan, she questions why Vegeta is disappointed. And using the forbidden name, he growls, "Because you're a descendant of Gohan and Goku!" Leaving a dejected Videl to
Alright,
ask
let's
herself,
take this
"What am I for
nice and
nothing?"
easy.
Continuing his
Although there shouldn't be
diplomacy,
too much left to
I thought you
explore
were
here.
different,
Oh,
sluggards.
Bruce
I thought you were a
Wayne.
true fighter.
I guess
But
that's where the
I was
rest
wrong.
went.
You're a loser.
but defending herself
So this
with
version
shields.
of Batman
No, it's just that.
died and turned into a
She
ghoul.
has no
What a miserable
excuse.
life.
She is a fighter. Happy with the results, he urges the girl to forget about what he said about her losing earlier. He wants Pan to massacre the sorry excuse for her Kakarot. Who is
Alright,
happy to
looks
oblige.
safe-ish.
He begins to head towards the ring. Universe 13's Vegeta reminds Kakarot.
Can't wait to see what this armor looks like.
He piffs off the advice, scoffing he knows how to control himself. To which Vegeta simply replies, "Actually, no, you don't." Somewhat agreeing as he takes his place against Pan. He instantly goes Super Saiyan, rolling his eyes and daring this quote halfling to try to hit him. As the
That's
young
pretty
warrior
cool.
grows up, the angsty Saiyan
I'm gonna give it to my robot.
combat strength. Frustrated, he has to behave during this fight.
I like the
Effortlessly
idea of
dodging,
Batman
Goku
guarding
finds
me.
himself still stuck in the previous conversation he had with Vegeta.
We take orders from no one. Will you stop it?
Lashing out, Pan hits the dirt.
Oh,
as her
you
adversary
bitch.
bellows how outclassed she is and needs to just forfeit once and for all. Getting a bit sidetracked, Kakarot complains. He's always getting faced against these freaks, desiring nothing more than to hear his enemy's bones snap. And with a less than reassuring expression, he cackles he's not crazy, and Vegeta will see he can cope with his frustration.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's some hype shit right there.
Daddy's little brat is going to suffer. Stupid! Kill all humans, Kakarots! Don't kill the governor, Kakarots! Keep calm, little brother! Kill all humans! Don't kill the little girl, Kakarots! Your orders aren't even consistent, and they say I'm the crazy one!
As she attempts to finally mutter out her forfeiture, Kakarot begins to loudly laugh, calling her a pathetic waste. And given there is obviously so much human in her, how could he spare her? Turning to Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, he furthers by explaining he killed all of them in her place, having pursued him for years. And the little one, suddenly remembering his name, the ruthless Saiyan thinks back to fond memories the two once had. Before punching himself in the face repeatedly, commanding he forget about that, and killing humans is what's important. Dropping Pan in the process, he scowls down at her, saying how helpless and weak they were, and those who cannot save themselves deserve to die. Remembering back to when she was told it's up to her to protect the Earth now, she apologizes to her father and Goku, believing she's no match for these monsters. She's too young and too weak. When Kakarot utters, "You want to know what I do to little human girls?" Proving to be the trigger for Pan's transformation, her foe smirking.
So there is a little Saiyan in you!
And in a surprise, Pan surrenders, leaving Kakarot completely aghast. Turning her back, she merely admits her dad was right, and she gained incredible strength, but is still no match in this battle. But her weakness is only temporary, and she will soon become much stronger than him, and will protect the Earth from everyone like him, leaving the Saiyan with nothing more than a shocked expression, while the Vargas frown on the winner. Mirroring his face, Hate Vegeta is amazed.
Extra.
He somehow managed to calm him down. The next bout will consist of Cell and Bojack. Cell more than eager to get back in the ring. Looking toward the Universe 16 Gohan with a sneer, he offers him a deal. In exchange for a rematch between the two of them, he will let the Half Saiyan decide how Bojack dies.
I'm gonna have to dump some stuff.
Fell at the pirate's hand. Staring back, he glances over to our Gohan and Pan, celebrating the young girl's evolution of strength. Speaking at last, he says his own daughter died because she was brave, and like her iteration that just left the ring, she will pass this trial in her own way and come back stronger than ever, dotting his speech by affirming revenge does not interest him, and he has no desire for a rematch. With that, Cell flies off to the arena, but along the way, he shouts, Each of them have killed other versions of each other, and that will need to be settled. With both fighters set, the match begins. While the villain powers up, the other villain reminisces on the days of the
That's
Cell Games,
badass.
when he was so
I don't care who
full of
you are.
strength and newly acquired perfection. And now it seems like warriors just as strong seem to just show up one after another. Cockily
All right,
looking back at
let's
his opponent, expecting him to be
smoke a
intimidated,
blunt and save. We only
continuing
got
his
4 left of
self-indulgent
these.
monologue. In the good old days, he had some challenges, but now he's incomparably stronger. Clearly in for more than he expected, Bojack retains his confidence, mocking it'll take something greater than a gentle push to defeat him, as he's killed dozens of opponents that did the exact same thing. All while Goku and Vegeta comment on how stronger he's gotten, as they believe.
Let's do it, Worm!
Looking for someone?
Even easier than expected.
Is that all? That's so sloppy.
Will you shut up?
Make me.
Ah, impossible! Energy bombs! You can't move!
Neither can you.
Oh, they will cut you into pieces!
The girls of Universe 6 laugh and cheer how Bojack's group is getting humiliated again. Cat happy she decided to watch after all, causing Bujin to shout, "Hey!" knowing even against him they're most likely outmatched. Also not wanting Bojack himself to catch wind, Cat profusely apologizes, pressing she has no issue with him. But done being silent, he quips he can see what they're planning, knowing they're only here to kill Bojack. As the tyrant himself lies at the feet of Gohan and Brawl of Universe 16, the latter ready to let him have it. Looking up in terror, already
Alright.
matched by Cell, Gohan merely turns the other way.
Nice and
Though his
saved.
sister still argues, he's in their area, and it should be allowed. Vegito reminds that's not how things work. Getting up, Cell drives his knee into the villain's back, using enough force to actually kill him upon impact, giving us an anticlimactic end to the space pirate. Walking back to his area, Cell mocks he'll leave it to Group 16 to clean up this mess. As not far away, Cooler points out this Cell creature seems to slightly resemble the Frost Demons, though Frieza's ego won't allow himself to see the same. While one of their henchmen strolls out, bearing a new unit of armor, boasting he and the crew spent all night putting it together. As Cold, still in his final form, puts it on, feeling a bit naked without it apparently. In a seemingly fitting match, we have Tapion and Krillin ushered to the stage, as Tapion has to be shuttled to the hovering orb, unable to fly. Dropping him off, the Namekian can't believe his eyes, as himself is a high-level warrior, and the gravity feels enormous. But these fighters don't even seem to notice a difference. When he eats those words, as neither human or human-like contestant fares very well against the aforementioned gravity. But using their own respective techniques, Tapion shouts, "Wrap me in your aura!" as Krillin fires up the Kaioken, making it far easier for them to find their way back to their feet. The Quinatsian quips, if his opponent desires to leave, he shouldn't hesitate to do so. But the new Turtle Master didn't come here for nothing. As Tapion takes a defensive stance, Krillin knows he can't use the Kaioken for long, so he must attack fast. Acknowledging his opponent's strength, Krillin believes he has to be using some kind of shield. Tapion already aware he's far outmatched in terms of speed. Apologizing, he reveals he'll have to get a bit more violent, shouting, "Get out and fight for me!" And out pops Hirudegarn, Earth's hero admitting this is something else, as Tapion commands the monster to attack. Vegito interested by the fact that Tapion can now contain this entire creature, while Goku is astonished the two of them are friends now. Raichi, overhearing, boasts that's simply due to his amazing talents. The Kanatsian hoped it didn't have to be this way, but the only reason he is here is for the wish.
Suppose I should grab that
As nothing appears
the
to be
BFG while I'm over here too, since I'm all saved up.
He must attack.
Probably gonna die a few times to him anyhow.
This new strategy leads Tapion to believe his foe is growing tired. Firing right past the monster. Even his own team begins to doubt him. Yamcha giggling, it seems the miseries of old age have finally caught up to him. But we know that isn't the case. Even though Tapion does appear to be correct in his belief Krillin is getting fatigued. Not fooled, Tapion knows this smokescreen will act as a means for his opponent to attack him instead of Hirudegarn.
It's not listed as a quest, I guess?
Krillin can only pray he stays there
Strange.
for 30 seconds. Tapion knows
Whatever.
he himself is not nearly experienced enough for a fight like this.
Alright, here we go.
But in a lucky turn, Krillin goes down, leaving Tapion the winner. But even he knows he won't last much longer if he doesn't come up with a better method. Marking the halfway point of the second round, an official announces they will break for intermission. Again, ushering out the tables for the fighters to grub up. Turning to Goku, Goten can only grin, saying, "Hey Dad, I bet you were expecting that with..." But you ring the dinner bell, and he comes a-running, already placing his order, which includes roast beef, a double serving of pasta, hot potatoes, salad potatoes, ramen, some cake, an assortment of fish, 12 kebabs, a mountain of caviar, and that tiny little toast that comes with it. Trying to one-up him, Vegeta demands double of what Kakarot is getting. Having no need to indulge, is a little annoyed at the idea of taking another break so soon. The Kais invite Gohan to dine with them, as they gave thought to his previous request. The Grand Supreme Kai unveiling.
Wow, come on, really? Everyone? Every single one I'm gonna miss? That is so lame. Yeah, you like that shit? You like that shit? Who's next?
Apparently under the understanding that two Gohans talked about it, because unless they're pulling a switcheroo for some reason, Universe 16 Gohan that's been communicating
That him?
with Kaio.
Wow.
For a short time, that
Did
was
I get
the
fucking
case.
lucky?
They split back into Goku and Vegeta while inside Buu. Naturally, before Potara Fusion was expanded upon in Super. North Kaioshin blurting. Of
Cool.
course, the Supreme Kais that Buu absorbed. They canceled the merger. Gohan questioning why, West explains, the Pataras were made only for the Supreme Kais. Vegito's mere existence is blasphemy. Admitting this was told to him before, he details how old Kai enchanted them so they would work specifically for mortals. South
Pretty
didn't see
cool.
the Kaioshin essence, which still resided within Buu, couldn't understand that Vegito existed for a very good reason.
Crap.
So it unconsciously separated them.
Does it mean I'm caring too
Who's
much?
familiar with our heroes directly, Shin feels this only further proves the Pataras are far too powerful
Get it.
and should never be used again.
Why does it say I'm carrying too much when I'm not?
As they've come for, quotes, you
Probably
know
should
what?
be.
Goku asking, what? Food? To which Vegeta reacts,
There we
very
go.
similar to our own. Standing, Gohan claims their Kakarot.
Alright, we're gonna have to make some
but the Friends
sacrifices
say no
here.
need to be toyed with, as he believes they held up their end of the deal just fine, given his daughter came out unharmed. Reluctantly, Gohan knows he has a point, and goes on to explain that in Universe 9, there's an old Kaioshin who appeared during the fight against Cold. He's the one who has the ability to increase their power. To those who are worthy, that is. But warns, if Vegeta or the others threaten or attack him in any way, they'll be sent back to their own native realm. Pressing, they be very kind to him. Of course, Vegeta only piffs at the idea of being nice to anyone, but Gohan assures, if he changes his attitude, he will get stronger. Away, a Varga comes up to Jace with a plate of chocolate buns. When the Ginyu-gun playfully slaps him roughly on the back, thanking him, but the slap was way too much for someone like him. Crying that really hurt, causing Jace to apologize, assuring he just doesn't know his own strength. Meanwhile, on Frieza's ship, the
Yeah,
snack was just
that'll
a
do
ruse
for
to
now.
plant a camera on the hosting alien. The plot obviously to spy
Let's
on
save
Mr.
real
Newton
quick.
without being detected. And we see they've placed several cameras in various locations, believing surely at least one of them will tip
That'll be
them
the
off
last
the
time we
whereabouts of
save
the
for a
Dragon
minute.
Balls. Thinking,
'Cause I can't
it's a
afford
good
it.
to theorize whose body Ginyu could have snatched, considering Jace, but doubting the others would possibly cover for him. Then again, they did greatly admire their boss. So much so, they still bear his name even today. But the Emperor remains in disbelief they could hide such a thing from him, when a henchman interrupts his train of thought, causing Frieza to bark out, asking what he wants. Timidly, he only means to inform his master that if one of the cameras were to leave this universe, they would lose the live feed, but should be able to view the stored data upon its return. Walking off, he sneers that's better than nothing. But in reality, Frieza had just been imagining this lowly soldier was Ginyu himself, watching him, admitting he's starting to get paranoid. With the break over, we now get to see Vegito take on XXI, apparently
Yes.
pronounced C, as the old Kai shouts in fear, believing it impossible for C to be
Gonna just
feared,
smoke that whole
wondering
thing in
what could bring
peace.
such a being. Yamcha asking if he knows
A
this
happy
guy.
boy.
Tien pointing out they haven't even seen him yet, but as he emerges from the shadows,
That's a
it appears to be
lie.
an elderly man of unknown origin. As
There we
the Kai
go.
gets a
Okay.
closer look, turns out it's not who he thought it was. As the next fight begins to commence, Fujin is a bit surprised to see this old-timer still hasn't withdrawn yet. Muttering something in an unknown language, he uses his magic to enter the ring.
Is there anything else
Vegito
I should
knows
do
the
while I'm over here?
magicians, though usually
I guess I
not.
could go find that
Still
super
possess
mutant
insane powers
dude.
nonetheless, deciding he
Oh,
must
he's out here
eliminate him before
somewhere.
he can do something weird. Muttering to himself again, Vegito is taken to a realm of complete darkness. As he figures, sure enough. And here's the weird thing. Realizing his foe plans to win by a 30 count, he's aware he has to get back fast. And lucky for him, he knows it's actually fairly easy to break out of a trick like this.
Oh, I can't
Back
sprint.
in an instant,
Gotta conserve.
Rock and Cold are now engaged in their battle. What the? Watching them fight, the fused warriors bewildered. All shouts out, "Dad, finally! You idiots!" Asking what's going on.
Son of a
He yells
bitch.
over to the other contestants, wanting to know what they're doing here. While Boo only hopes the Vargas do the right thing.
Well,
South Kaioshin noting, Vegito doesn't seem to realize that time
good
has
thing I
passed.
smoke.
Screaming, people should listen when he speaks. Avarga hysterically tries to call for a timeout to set things straight, explaining to Vegito he lost his fight and for him to please leave the ring. But not accepting this, he demands to know how exactly he lost. Elaborating, he disappeared from the ring for more than 30 seconds.
Was
But
weird.
Hussein claims he was back in under 20. His daughter
Let's
Bellows had been
see.
missing for the last 2 hours, and even absent
Yeah, so let's
during
just
her
go
fight.
more
Baffled by this
southwest.
revelation, one of the Supreme Kais floats over with a theory, believing C trapped him in a dimension where time flows differently. For Vegito, it very well may have seemed like only a few seconds, but here, 1 hour and 45 minutes passed, and they've held multiple battles since. Realizing now he was tricked, he notes how that dimension must be like the Room of Spirit and Time, only backwards. With all of this out of the way, an annoyed Bardock tells Vegito to get lost, so he and Cold can continue their match. When he gets another vision, Goku assures Brawl they'll find a way to stop Vegito, as it's not like he's invincible. But she argues he is, and Goku just doesn't understand. Then we see Gohan with a piece of a Dragon Ball, stating as long as they have this, he won't get his wish. Then Yamcha sneering at someone, possibly Vegito, but not confirmed, that they may have beaten all the others, but they won't even be able to touch him. Questioning if that makes himself the strongest of the universes.
Son of a
And,
bitch.
almost as strange as an all-powerful Yamcha, Piccolo reminds Brawl and Vegito it's only because the Namek's own will they remain alive, and for them to be civil, causing the pair to apologize. Coming back to reality, Gohan enters the ring to usher his father away, but he refuses to leave, claiming it's not fair, it was a dirty trick. In a real fight, he would have won, and the tournament rules are stupid. Getting a bit abrasive, his son asserts that he was gone for hours. Imagine what his foe could have done in that time. He could have destroyed the Earth twice over. In a real fight, he would have failed all the same. Gritting for Gohan to shut up, Vegito still isn't ready to give up on the tournament. But he's reminded, keep this up, and they all get sent back home. And Pan stays dead, which Gohan will not let happen. Meanwhile, Boo demands of Varga go ask C for a rematch, who, rather terrified, obeys. Silent for a moment, the Saiyan mutters he needs some time alone, and apologizes to have bothered him. Looking away, Gohan can only sigh that there he goes sulking again. Less smiling, the drama's over, and the match can resume. Bardock relieved, it seems his visions have been averted. Possibly, Vegito raining havoc over the situation.
It didn't answer.
Are you kidding me?
Losing his mind, the Majin demands a rematch, not caring if those two cowards want to give up or not. He's had it with all this amateur mockery going on around here. West intervening yet again,
Oops.
urging it's not for Boo to decide. Snarling, not for me. Boo barks, what a joke. He's controlled everything since the beginning, unleashing Boobits in all
All right.
directions. He
No more
proclaims
messing
he's
around.
everywhere. He has the Dragon Balls, their technology. He knows their secrets, and he's even been playing with all their minds. He decides who lives, who dies, and who gets absorbed.
Send them back to his universe.
It stopped working again.
You fool! I decide when it works. I'm done pulling strings from the dark. Now I'll do it openly.
I'll use carbonite. Don't you dare!
This masquerade ends now!
The fighters of our universe join together in an attempt to stave off the Majin. Simultaneously, he rubs elbows with the other Buu, smirking, that's how you do it, to the great enjoyment of his childlike counterpart. Having some fun, he transforms his face to reflect the South Kaioshin, mocking him for his objection during the concert.
He's breaking the rules! Watch me protest and do nothing!
And why is it not doing anything? Am I crazy?
Himself reminding this is
I guess I'm just an asshole. I don't know.
He's assures it was just a nervous laugh. Who then declares he decides the fights from now on, and they'll see he's a very good referee. The new rules: you can get all the help you want. You win when he decides, pondering on what the first fight will be. Doing her best to stay afloat, Brawl intensely wonders where her father went. Light years away, Vegito blows off some steam, lamenting such a great opportunity has been ruined by a treacherous magician.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He wanted so
Just
badly
never
to
ending
break
these
his
little
skull off.
shits.
Even though he knew his son was right, he still wanted to break his skull.
Well, at least I
In a
have
moment of
power armor
self-awareness,
now.
The Saiyan knows his anger and frustration turn him into his daughter. And since Gohan has gotten cozy with the organizers, aka the Kaioshins, he can probably negotiate a few other matches. Or he can just fight Buu out here, away from the tournament. Surely he'll accept. Maybe even that big Namek, or Cell too. Resolving, everything will be right in the end, and he can control himself. But he does need to breathe. Literally. As Buu's destruction continues to progress through the arena, the Saiyans of Universe 13 are reached. Raditz attempting to use his Uzaro transformation, his brother scolding that won't work. And even the audience isn't spared. A couple spectators haven't even realized this isn't part of the entertainment, just thinking they've gone over the top to make this an interactive show. Goku points out to his rival, their shield won't hold out much longer, and the two of them need to unleash their full power. But the Prince objects, growling he can hold out like this for hours, and he's saving his strength for the two of them to battle later. While hope seems to be lost for the Universe 16 Gohan of Videl, the former urges his sister not to go Super Saiyan 2. There's no point in stopping Buu if it means killing all the people around her. Appearing as if this is merely a mild annoyance, Gas simply utters, "Stop."
We're saved! What? How is this possible?
You keep calm now. Buu asking the real questions. How was the mysterious Namek able to confine and control Super Buu so easily? 2 hours earlier, at the start of Vegito's match, Brawl wonders what kind of powers this magician possesses. Before soon finding out, as the officials are completely unable to trace his location, the Namek knows it had to be the doing of his opponent, making everyone look on confused. Trunks asking if he merely took off, while Oob simply states his puzzlement. Alas, 30 seconds go by, and upon making sure the statue-like sea is still conscious, he is named the victor. Peacefully leaving the fighting area, every universe looks on in complete shock. Vegito is one of the favorites to win it all, and on the outside, it didn't seem like he had much competition. As the magician makes his way back to the shadows, he's confronted by Gohan and Brawl, who order he explain what he did to his opponents. Showing no sympathy, the old man only tells. The organizers will use the Dragon Balls to return him at the end of the tournament, advising they step aside. As the
That's
situation
50.
seems it may escalate,
I'll take that.
Super Buu butts in, shorting.
Don't worry, friends. I understand everything.
But Gohan has no desire to be friendly with the Majin, commanding he stay out of it. Though, the villain assures they're on the same side here, and whether Gohan wants the knowledge or not, he informs. He sensed an alternate dimension open, and Vegito has merely been confined there. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge for the likes of him to escape it, and he'll be back here in no time. Sure enough, when that
What does that
happens,
mean?
the three
What did I
of them
fail?
request a rematch, given that kind of technique isn't exactly fair, swaying Brawl at the very least. The Vargas announce, after this strange victory, Android 18 and Arale will be the next fighters.
Enclave soldiers.
Goku notes that with Vegeta
You don't
being
say.
around, it does give his own universe a shot, but it's still pretty disappointing. Though the boys are fairly stoked. And Cell, his brain tells him he should be released, but his Saiyan biology insists he's a coward for not burning to face Vegito,
Damn it.
wanting the greatest challenge it can find. Dr. Norimaki happily tells his creation to go and wrestle with that girl in the arena. And, a little more happily, requests she bring her back here after, so he can tend to her wounded body. In the humans group, Krillin asks Yamcha if he made any progress with his blonde friend. But alas, no. Though he does nudge Krillin to stop making fun of him for it, as he'd probably fall for her too. Just imagine, in another life, Krillin would help her rediscover her humanity, refusing to kill her, and should plant a romantic kiss on his bald head. But the Turtle Master doesn't quite see things the same. Tien, also focused on 18, but more so on the match at hand, believes this fight could end up being a revelation for her, given the parapolar opposites. A woman who became mechanical and lost her humanity, making her extremely bitter against an innocent, happy robot girl who seems even more than human. The question is, if 18 will see things the same way, realizing the hope in this girl, causing her to reflect on herself. But shouting, "Come on, kid! I'll wipe that stupid smile off your face!" Tien's little speech is deflated. Cocky as she could be, 18 believes the fight to already be over. But grabbing the entire planet arena itself.
Aren't they been surviving here the whole time?
Distort reality, and she can even do so better than his own magic. Furthermore, she appears to be doing it subconsciously, acknowledging this universe too is far different from the rest of the Warriors here. Popping to the ground, Arale seems pretty satisfied with how things are going. Pointing to her opponent, Chidi, 18 fell out of the ring, so she loses. But calmly explains that not only is Arale out of the arena too, there's no instant ring-out disqualifications here. Screaming, she'll rip the young girl's head off, who then asks, like this? Wondering why it bothers him
Alright,
so
let's
much,
see.
the little Norimaki insists 18 should be able to do it too, who simply believes
Good
this kid must be
torso.
crazy and is ready to end this. But only able to land a light tap, Arale questions if she doesn't want to play anymore. But 18 realizes what's actually going on, or at least begins to believe what Yamcha is trying to tell her about infinite energy being a myth. But saying this all aloud, Arale offers her her bottle of energy, needing to recharge herself. Taking a few chugs, it's actually empty, freezing in place. 18 is granted the only victory fitting of the situation, the little robot girl staying down for 30 seconds with no juice left. Senbei ponders upon who could have drank up the bottle, while Robo from Chrono Trigger dances energetically in the background, elated he can go back to planing trees for the next 400 years. Away, Piccolo is amazed by the kid's power, chalking up her loss to only bad luck. She would have been a great threat to other opponents. Heck, if they had
I'm
one of her back
missing-
in their world, she could have easily crushed
There it
Cell,
is.
or even himself way back when, causing Goku to reveal she actually does live on their Earth, as he met her a long time ago, leaving Piccolo with far more questions. But moving on, Goku inquires if Goten and Trunks are ready for their fight, which Goten didn't even realize they were up next. Spouting Trunks is out in the audience flirting with girls. With a giant grin, the son of Vegeta chats up some rando, smugly telling, "Yeah, I'm the one participating," while the spectator urges, "Oh, she knows," and she loved his fight, looking so strong with his sword, letting the young man down a bit, as he's not that Trunks. Getting ready, looks like Gotenks will face Neko Majin, from the same realm as Arale, when the former makes a less than modest entrance, asking for the audience, "Oh, it's the amazing Gotenks! But why does the stage crumble under his feet?" Haha! That's because even a 100 G-ring is far too weak for the great Gotenks.
Go, now we got a leg.
16's Gohan points out there's no direct relationship between strength and gravity. Brawl chiding, it means his big head is too heavy for even the ground below him to support it. Shouting at her own Goten and Trunks to see how stupid they look when they're fused. Trunks meekly insisting it's not that bad. Still celebrating himself. We find out Gotenks prepared his elaborate introductions by taking influence from Mr. Satan, Or
Get
at
rid of
least his old
stuff.
VHS workout tapes.
I don't like getting rid of
Though,
stuff.
Neko catching a catnap definitely throws him off his moment. Stretching while getting up, he admits Gotenks' antics were boring.
Guess I
him, so he
can
decided to
do some
meditating.
right away and
Though
have
Fuse Warrior
a
argues that wasn't meditating
Nuka
at all.
Cola.
Confessing, his enemy really is strong. Neko has just the trick to win, though. He's gonna use fusion too, baffling our hero, our annoying hero, doing the dance while letting out. Phew! But by himself, Gotenks has to question if he's fusing with a fly or something. The cat only piffing at the idea. Finishing the dance, it's revealed Neko fused with himself, the air, as he's only half the cat he was. But with the fusion, maybe this makes him half as strong as twice the power? He vows his foe will taste his wrath, reeling back for a Neko Hameha, before remembering he's right-handed, and he can't do the technique like this. Shorting, well, so much for fusion. The King of Clowns himself barking all that build-up was for nothing, ready for his turn. Using one of his signature moves, which admittedly is kinda cool. He calls upon his Super Chibi Ghost Kamikaze attack. The feline
Yeah, there's no way I can lug that
controls takes out
around.
the tiny creatures.
But I want it. Maybe I can switch it out. Something
Throwing
he's
his head back in
carrying.
pride, Gotenks proclaims his victory, as a couple of the remaining ghosts congratulate him on the win. Recognizing his mistake, the specters reveal
Drop
they are
whatever
the
I
super
can't
suicidal God of the
take.
Wind magical cat ghosts. Quite the title. Timidly,
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Gotenks asks
Take
if they're the exploding
this.
types of ghosts or not, when
Take
one realizes he knew they forgot
these.
something. Brawl again scolding her own iterations, calling the duo stupid losers for being so careless. Though of course they argue that's not really them, but she's not having it, as it's their identical, not even evil double from another dimension. Cracking his knuckles, Neko smirks this is the end for the
Alright.
warrior.
Now we can get
Back
rid
in
of
his
some of
group, his
these.
friend collects bets on the outcome of the fight, all of which are on the Majin Cat himself.
I'd like to
Turning
keep the
inquire if
saw.
everyone has placed their wager. His buddy lets
Yes.
out a smile, shouting
Alright,
to
we're in
them.
business.
And in that case, he gives
Just
up,
gotta figure out how to
merely to collect a
how to
quick
get
buck,
out of here.
leaving several spectators furious.
Must be
But
missing
will win the
something.
win in Gotenks' eyes, and given the recent scam and the fact all their fighters have lost,
I don't know what this
Jocko
is all
suggests it's a
about.
good time to return home. He sells a bub in agreement.
Actually,
Fed
I
up with how
am
serious
going
everyone
to
is,
hit the
Toribon
head
liked
real
the idea
quick,
too, as
so
it would make for fewer
I'm gonna
characters
keep
after all.
this going,
So,
but
the time watch guy shouts out to Universe 2, questioning if everyone is here, and for any absentees to raise their hand now. Ushering the gag universe back to its own world, free to be as silly and illogical as possible. But it seems they've left someone behind, as Mary Sue giggles that she overslept this morning to find her entire universe gone. What effect, if any, will this have on the future? After the gag universe returned home, Tien and Superboo would face off in a battle where no one knows who will win. Looking down at the ring, the human comments on how intense the gravity is. This 100 G's really being something. The Majin admits he holds Tien here in high esteem, but assures he has no chance in this fight, even offering to give his foe a 5-minute head start, allowing him to attack all he wants with no retaliation. Snarking that's quite the generous deal. He tosses something out of his cloak.
Bakugan! Oh, really? Whoa, Nelly! Whoa!
Using the evil containment wave to trap the Majin within. A floaty tube? The audience is all stricken, as Tien himself catches a breath. Goku smirking at what a great idea that was, knowing they should have tried the same themselves back on Earth. Walking over to the device. Bravo! Such mastery! Of course, I know the Mafuba too, but I wasn't about to ruin your beautiful moment. To your credit, you really did manage to seal me inside, just not fully. You see, I've placed small pieces of myself all around the ring. Maybe you should try using that technique on each one. Questioning if Boo is only on the ring, his opponent replies, yes, why? But the author wants us to know this is a bold-faced lie. Obliterating the entire ring. Of course, Boo merely puts himself back together, even complimenting the blast did manage to splatter him everywhere. Out of energy and options, Tien admits defeat, throwing in the towel. And even with Boo trying to convince him, he still has some time left in that 5 minutes. The match is officially over. After the ring is reconstructed, next up is Sun Brawl and Elaine, one of the tech-based Helolite warriors who battled 16. His companions wish him luck, as he is their last hope. Eagerly getting in the ring. The ground can't help but crack under Brawl's feet, though the gravity itself does little to affect her. She feels that between that and the weighted clothes, this will be great training considering her actual adversary is quite weak. As her opposite prepares himself, he knows with the intense gravity, his armor is going to have to continuously compensate to keep him competitive. Angry this will be a struggle for him, but her, she willfully handicaps herself for laughs. But he does believe he can use this to his advantage. Using that slow but powerful energy ball from before. Falling to the ground, Brawl wonders what's going on. And just like in his last fight, Elaine knows gravity as his best friend in this situation, but admits, with the force he's using, she should have died instantly. Shorting out her foe as prideful as even Vegeta, she scoffs he'll need more than that. Using his signature move once again. Oh, come on! Coming! An official noting, this is the attack that can penetrate their shields, knowing the crowd is in great danger. And surely doing so, some of the innocent bystanders are chopped to pieces, while others receive but a scratch. Tired of dodging, Brawl goes to shed her weighted gear. But it doesn't seem to want to come off. Goten laughing at what a trickster Piccolo must be, but the Namek himself barks that they're the ones who always want clothes that are as durable as Frieza's armors. Knowing if this keeps on, she'll have to go level 2, which is something she won't allow to happen. Zipping away, Elaine wonders if he should follow, using his headset to scan for her. With our gang, Oob notes she's behind the stadium not far away, causing Goku to ask a fair question. Since there's no one out there, how did she
And I'm back.
Transmission? After all,
I bet you that was less than 5 minutes.
Piccolo stating, it appears she and Vegito have mastered the Kaioshin's teleportation technique, removing the downside of the
Let's finish off these Enclave bastards.
out of her heavy clothes.
Oop.
At it with her trading idea for now. Strategy.
Hey.
Without that gear, she is a bit lighter, but that gravity move will still be an issue. Then remembering
That was
her
close.
dimension, he can increase the gravity of anything he touches. Realizing
Oh.
all she has to
Hey,
do is not
maybe
touch
I
the
wanted to
ring.
kill him.
As the countdown continues, only a bit longer until the Helolite will win. Counting. 7, 6.
Oh, wow. It's got some nice damage resistance. I bet it's the only thing you're allowed to wear, though. Bastard!
Instinctively suspicious. Brawl's concerns prove life-saving, as that last seemed to close the
Always
limit
carrying
for
too
a
much
fit.
shit.
In the sense, it appears to alter whatever it touches on a molecular level, as the fighter shouts. This is
I'm gonna have to get rid of this as much as I want to keep it.
The substance his group wouldn't even want to use against
I'm never
Boo's
going to
attack
use it
later
because
on.
it's kind of like
With a
cheating.
shimmer in her
So,
eye,
alright,
she
getting rid of
explains
it.
she's battled
Sure,
many
I'll
other
find more.
cowards and magicians, and has come to accept she must be wary of everything. Further detailing this technique, it seems Carbonite not only turns its victims into a stone-like substance, but once that
Increase
process
damage at nighttime up to 100%. Decrease damage at daytime at negative 66.
and the only way to stop it
Hmm.
is to destroy it all before it grows too large.
Shit!
Extending his arm
What
towards
just
her,
hit me?
apologizes, as the attack will kill her, but she'll be resurrected regardless. Though she merely laughs this off, already aware she's way too fast for him. But this is where he plays his trump card. As below, his allies shout out he better not miss. While Goku points out, this is how they said they could have easily defeated Broly. Stating, if she indeed chooses to dodge, the entire crowd will become his target, and the Carbonite will exterminate all life on this asteroid. Furious, it actually hold everyone here hostage.
Shit.
Elaine's own team shouts he doesn't have permission to use the Carbonite under these circumstances. Trunks.
I save?
puts the pieces together. Questions 16 if it'll actually kill them all. Giving an indirect answer, the robot doesn't believe he'll go through with it. But the Helolite screams he has no other choice. If he loses, his universe will die anyway, so there's no difference either way.
Staying on the buff out.
Due to an accident on his home world, his entire planet fell victim to the Carbonite, transforming it completely into a destructive mass of astronomical size. Any collision with an asteroid will send
All
this
right,
flying
let's
substance
read
flying
some of
through the
this
galaxy, and their only hope
Enclave
is to
lore
keep it
here.
lit.
This would be from the colonel that was on site. Note: are you cleared to access communications? If not, please report to your superior for immediate disciplinary action. Have a nice day. Further orders. From redacted to Major Elias, Field Headquarters. Message start. Major, this has been duly noted. Oh, my camera's not on. Oh, man. You guys must be freaked out, thinking like a ghost is talking to you, right? Totally. All right. Let's get back to the war. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has been identified as a viable location for a permanent base of operations. Should your current mission proceed without issue, we will allocate more resources to your mission. In the meantime, I recommend you identify locations that would be ideal for a larger headquarters. It matters not if civilizations currently reside within potential premises, they can be removed. So they're looking to reestablish themselves. Status from the colonel here. The field headquarters and field encampment have been operational with minimal issues. Equipment recovery has been proceeding at an acceptable pace. I believe this pace could be accelerated if further personnel could be allocated to our current mission. Hellfire power armor findings. From First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp to Major Elias Field Headquarters. Message start. The trader has informed us that a member of the Forged uses armor matching the description of Hellfire power armor. The trader last saw this individual close to a listening post Bravo. We will arrange a recon patrol shortly to confirm this. That's cool that they worked that in there. I like that. Local trader captured. From Franklin Field Cap to the Colonel. Major. Oh, I guess he's a major, not a colonel. So the major's still out there? We have captured a trader who passed in close proximity of the camp. I believe they may provide valuable information after some coercion. PFC Mathis and I shall begin shortly. Tesla cannon location update. Lieutenant, we have reason to believe a Tesla cannon may be in fact in close proximity to the field headquarters. Until confirmed, hold off on any operations related to it. Then, encampment established. Major, I am delighted to report we have finalized our encampment. The squad has been briefed and we will commence our operations immediately. No, you won't. Yeah, so it's just reiterating that. Go out there, collect stuff, get ready for invasion. So this is how I can find the other ones. There's that Tesla cannon. Oh, I think it is out here. I think it's like in some like gully or I can't remember where exactly. Can't even remember which quest it was. Or maybe you have to unlock the quest still. But I bet it's just sitting out there somewhere. What is this? I can get that Tesla cannon. So happy. Yeah, I don't have the quest for it yet, so I would have to go out hunting for it. Which isn't such a big deal, but... Sounds like a vertibird. Supposed to do something with this guy? Sounds like there's a vertibird out there waiting for me. Yeah.
Chinese victory. Impossible.
Shit. Gotta be more careful. The left leg. Right arm might be as good as it gets. Second. Oh. Okay, that's better. Right arm. Helmet. What's left? Helmet, left arm, left leg, right arm. It's all looking good. What about that torso? Alright. So we got a clean set here. I mean, you know, once you mix and match. Just wait for health to get back up. that fusion core. Thank you. Oh my god, really? 2 shots? All that? Oh my god. That's terrible. That's terrible. And I'm out of Red Bull too. I got a fridge full right now, but oh my god, I'm all the way back here again. I just well, at least I'm close, right? Uh and it didn't take too much effort. Pretty much just use my good old ripper here. If I hit the top first, I can grab the core and not have to worry about any armor loss. Hopefully. Still carrying a shit ton of stuff now. So red here. I look like extra red. Looking forward to that Enclave armor. I've been playing this game since Fallout 1. That shit's iconic. What's going on here? Why would I ever need to go there? Kind of screwed myself there, didn't I? Alright. Sure is going off track. Where's my maple donuts at? I think it's over there, maybe? Man, did I get off track? Oh yeah, let's turn back our TV. I got lost in all that Enclave lore.
Why didn't you say so, Moment? Raw offers to simply give them a wish, as they make them all the time back home. But Elaine isn't so quick to believe such a claim.
Can't believe
She assures
Great. Well, I have a feeling I'm about to get on track.
tournament anyway, urging he let her team fight for them.
Holy shit. Okay.
Surrender their prize too. Built-in toughening, where they're from. They even get 3 or 2, depending on Toriyama's memory that day or who's writing the anime.
Come on, baby.
Her foe still.
Hmm.
So she resolves if he wants to be that way. Sending him away. Raw politely
Well,
requests the judges count to 30. As a
Oh, you
student
want some of this
is
super
where
mutant?
it's supposed to be, and 100 light years away. Seems Elaine is out of luck on this one. Raw is soon called the winner. Just as she chides to Universe 19, she'll go get him now. Leaving their collective run. Billions of clovers. Whatever that means. Reappearing. Elaine sulks in his loss, believing his entire universe to be doomed. But Oob comes rushing over, shouting no. Again, stating if they win, his group's wish will be theirs. Heck, it may even be a couple wishes if they can use their iteration of the Dragon Balls.
Spotty
With
go.
him piping up. Gentlemen, with the quality of Son Goku, your world isn't just saved.
Mutant
it's
rat.
saved.
You want some of this too? Alright.
We're already familiar with, and he only dies every
I did not realize the mutant rat was gonna be like a fucking goblin person. Holy shit.
Become allies.
Okay.
Our hero pumps
All
up with
right.
something to fight for, other than just being here for fun. Shaking
Oh,
hands,
boy.
Elaine thanks them for their sacrifice and generosity.
It's gonna be a long one.
Piccolo. Dynamic assumes she does not want her workout attire back. But on the contrary, she wants it to be twice the weight this time. Now that she has a universe to save,
Normal stuff.
she has to train now more than ever. Coming just about full circle, it's announced the next fight will be Bardock versus King Cold. The Saiyan calling out. This will be the King's final battle, as he's seen the future, and his defeat. When Vegito makes his return to the arena. Which wraps up the events of the flashback. We resume right after Super Buu is restrained by Gast, Goku salivating at the power the Namek shows. And in the booth, we find out their tech to send him back is still broken, so they'll be stuck with the Majin until they can find a way to fix that. West Kaioshin thanks their savior and explains the technical situation simultaneously. Since the backups are broken too, they'll have to wait until spare parts are gathered to exile him. Alternatively, if they can hold him in this state long enough, they can merely venture by ship and drop him off in his native realm. Vegito returning at an awkward moment, swinging his head side to side looking around. He questions why everyone is so tense. His family and friends a little irritated. So Gohan details everything that just happened, to which the fused fighter is quite upset to have missed out on. Glancing over towards his master, Dabura mentions Babidi has the power to imprison this Buu forever. It would make for an excellent opportunity to get in well with the organizers. Appearing aggravated, the wizard quips that's a good idea, and for the demon to shut up now, puzzling the underling. We then discover Babidi is worried his spell would seal his own Buu too, not willing to take such a risk. Then, with puppy eyes, the Majin apologizes, pleading to be given a second chance. But Gast thinks this must be some kind of joke. After all the destruction and chaos he just caused, now he wants another chance?
What's going on here?
Explaining away, Buu argues he has thousands of personalities within him and promises he won't allow them to get
Why
out of
does it
control
look
again.
like I'm having a hard time?
He doesn't want to be expelled from the tournament, swearing he'll behave and even fix the machines, allowing to be sent away if he does anything weird again.
Good enough.
Lights of Universe 19, downright angry with the creature's proposal, and merely believe him to be a depraved monster and master manipulator. Even the audience gets in on the debate, while most believe he needs to be banished and poses a great danger to them all. Some of them argue the point of this whole contest is the adventure itself, wishing he gets to stay. As the grudge of South Kaioshin and Buu continues, the Supreme Kai grits his teeth, growling there's no way those terms will be accepted. And of course, Vegito optimistically requests he stay, and he'll keep an eye on him himself. Trunks not approving. The Grand Supreme Kaioshin then states, taking risks so great goes against their age-old policies. However, this is a unique event, and this warrior is indeed comprised of many different individuals. Further elaborating and empathizing, Super Buu is used to being the omnipotent god of his own universe. Where he comes from, he's never had rules. Announcing they shall grant him another chance, but will only release him for his
Cool if you could
fights.
like turn this into a base, but
Even Gast,
survival
respectfully as
be kind of a
possible,
pain in the ass to get to all the time.
mentioning he does not plan to personally contain him for so long.
Yeah, well,
Ensures he will handle it himself. Shin
Right.
acknowledged he can do such a thing, as it's revealed.
Uh.
He's analyzed Gast's own technique, So, he will
It's
merely
like I get a
be saying,
little bit of
Goku
progress,
raised you
just
like
a
that,
little
Goku.
bit
Believe
at a
me,
time in
this incredible
survival.
magic or something. Piccolo commented
horde.
how Grand Supreme is the greatest of gods.
If I didn't have my adoring audience, I don't know how I'd get through it.
As Zakayo shouts for the matches to continue. Cold, dusting off and sneering at the unpleasantness of the situation, Bardock actually finds himself in agreement with his one-time overlord, though noting how outclassed the both of them are by Boo.
Alright,
Then again,
back on
if
track
someone like
here.
Vegito could be eliminated, anything can happen. But regarding the current fight,
Think.
Cold is forced on to lose, ending up in very bad shape. Powering up, the Saiyan barks he's seen his foe's fate, and it's not a pretty sight. But it's always possible to change the future. Recommending the Frost Demon give up.
I don't know why I got so
Laughing us
lost.
off, Cold chuckles at the thought of fearing an opponent who can see
Got
the
all
future,
turned
as
around.
his opponents have no future. Can't even catch my breath, but if he gets in close, he'll pay dearly. Getting the better of this match, Cold raises Bardock into the air by his leg, mocking. These are the legendary Super Saiyans who killed his own kind in so many universes. Angry, what a joke that is. Pointing out how helpless his adversary looks hanging upside down.
God damn it, really?
Upside down. You're the one who's
Yeah, why don't you pop out again, dickhead? No?
monkey scum.
That's fucking cool. I don't care who you are.
Terrified at the sight, Frieza gasped his father suddenly powered to 100% in an instant. Goku commenting that if this Bardock guy wants to win, he's gonna have to hold out until Cold tires himself. Vegeta reminding that Bardock guy is Goku's father, though uncertain. The Saiyan asks if that's really him. The prince screaming if he's even looked at him. Thinking hard. Now that he mentions it, he does bear a striking resemblance to Raditz. How am I going to win? I'm stuck so long. As Goku goes to block the immense impact, Cell states his annoyance with that brute Cold, just throwing his trash
Oh,
in
god
where he
damn
gets
it.
Vegeta snorting, he's one to talk. And it seems Cold's trajectory
Is there any
is
chance I'm gonna stay
intentionally aimed
alive?
at the others, chiding for them to consider that a small gift to all Saiyans who still believe they are capable of opposing he or his children. As the judge's 30 count concludes, Cold is named victorious. Bardock completely taken aback, having foresawn his foe's defeat. Raichi turns to him, smiling what a pleasant sight this is. Though he wanted to finish the Saiyan himself, it matters not in the end, as now he'll be served a royal delicacy. For the next battle is Cape Vegeta versus the Tuffle himself. Facing one another, Vegeta questions if this is the Tuffle who annihilated
whatever.
the Saiyans of his own universe. Though, not giving a clear answer, Raichi merely inquires if that makes him mad, promising his anger is nothing compared to, interjecting, it's actually quite the opposite, as the prince quells. No, you did well, bewildering the doctor. Explain yourself. Saiyan goes on to tell. He deserved to live. Raichi here takes where the Saiyans were he's from. That means they were even weaker. And good riddance to him.
Feel free to help, man. Like, you don't have to just stand there, you know? You are like a Batman robot.
They're all monsters. Having vanquished the ones back home, now it's time for the rest. Continuing, the prince doesn't believe that will be an easy task, as he himself is the one who erased the one responsible for killing the other Saiyans in his realm. Summoning his ghost warriors, the doctor sneers. Are you talking about this one and his little family? Sending the Vargas into a frenzy, one believing the wrong group is fighting. But his comrade isn't fooled, pointing out this Raichi guy just made him appear out of thin air. Yet another deducing that the ball he's sitting on is where his energy comes from, hence how the other fighters were created. So having technically entered the ring alone, it's allowed. Shouting for the Frost Demons to avenge themselves. Vegeta piffs at the idea of fighting these weaklings, as he surpassed them long ago. Frieza and his brother using Cooler's final form, which is something even Universe 13's Vegeta did not know Frieza could do. Who is pleasantly surprised himself to see he can do this. But frustrated, his sibling assures it's only an illusion. Raichi details how his ghosts are superior to the originals, and are even able to fight as a team better and control their power more efficiently. Using his final Gallic cannon, Vegeta doesn't break a sweat dispatching his old nemesis again. In fact, he quite enjoyed it, requesting if he can make a custom order for the next ones. The doctor growls. The prince has annihilated many people, asking if he could do the same to his own. Summoning dozens, if not hundreds of Saiyans, women, children, even Ozaru, who have all retained remnants of their unique personalities, including his father and other members of his family and allies, sending memories rushing back to Vegeta, from his own father teaching him as a child, to his cousin holding him and showing affection, and Gherkin exhibiting how to use the Blitz Wave technique. But Gohan and Goku only worry about one thing: if he's also replicated Broly, the latter not believing he could possibly reproduce the power of...
Nostalgia's a powerful thing. One that can... Hello again, old man! Hey, Gherkin!
Knowing just how depraved some of the Saiyans are apparently, Raichi delivers Vegeta nothing short of a gift. Even Raditz comments how lucky their teammate is, desiring to have a chance himself to get revenge on those guys. Kakarot screaming he wants to kill some Saiyans too. But Nappa argues he doesn't even know them. But Bizarro Goku doesn't care. That's what he wants, and that's that.
Well, Vegeta. Getting carried away, are we? Are you killing off your own kind now? You! The Psycho!
Yeah.
The walking disaster! I haven't had this much fun fighting in years!
Watching the slaughter, Goku can only be grateful their universe's Vegeta changed
Shit.
so much. This guy even
Oh,
has
I
his
thought that
own
was
family.
Enclave.
But
Goddamn.
our Vegeta kind of wishes
I
he
pooped
was
my
in
own
his own
pants
place.
there.
Hopefully, just so we could kill Nappa again. Curious. Trunks question 16. If killing a Goku like this one would satisfy his program.
Okay.
But alas, no. The robot can clearly see it's
Why
only
not?
an illusion. Beating Kakarot to a pulp. The Savage is ready for the rest.
Farewell to the worthless!
While Vegeta believes that could be the last of them.
Oh, come on.
Remains. Goku worried he's going to go mad again.
What
Even
good
if
is this
Vegeta
power
finds
armor
himself
if I can get freaking
It's
one-shotted?
obvious of him going on a rampage, but Piccolo has some skepticism. Not
Killing
thinking
me.
Can emit so much power. The doctor rambles on that when someone dies a violent death, his machine adopts their essence, their might, and powers as well, claiming this Broly to be invincible, and his strength is constantly increasing, just like his counterpart from yesterday. Vegito and Trunks laughing how great this is, ready for the challenge. But Brawl merely barks for the eliminated ones to keep quiet. While Vegeta scoffs at the notion that Broly is invincible, the legendary transformation, on the other hand, may be. But all the Prince sees is a simple level 1 Super Saiyan in front of him. And with a single blow, Broly meets his end. Whether bluffing or not, the Doctor then claims this has all been part of his plan, knowing he wouldn't hesitate to destroy them all. That's the kind of monster Vegeta is. So now, he is surely tired out, and Raichi hasn't even used his strongest ghost yet, stating hatred doesn't end, which he has managed to channel. When someone dies, their hate remains and becomes his own. In Universe 3, the Tuffle bore witness to Vegeta's massacres, collecting the power from his victims, as well as gathering it from the fallen Saiyans as well, naturally. Before summoning each of the warriors who have died in this tournament. Gohan and Videl horrified to see their daughter among the ghost fighters. Sid joking with Salza, she'll just turn him into a girl again, and... getting rid of the lesser combatants with a little effort. The Prince finds it hilarious. This was his ace in the hole. Using the Taioken. The Tai-Yoken, aka the Solar Flare. Vegeta simply closes his eyes, piffing he's already seen this trick before. When he's struck by one of the others' attack, So it appears bad. Is this really the end of Universe 13 Vegeta? After taking a savage blow, Raichu monologues his ghosts have no reason to fear death themselves. But if they're defeated in battle, they will require time to recharge. Electricity shooting through him. Tidar is horrified to see his attack didn't kill Vegeta, though brought to a knee and bleeding badly. The Tech Warrior goes to use his God's Blade again. It is struck down by the mockingly named Vegeta's Blade. And with the demise of this most recent ghost, Vegeta shouts he's killed all of Raichi's pawns, and still has more than enough strength for the old man. Before hearing a maniacal snickering from behind, the Cell Jr. remains. The one Cell specifically made as strong as he possibly could. Knowing how dire this miscalculation is, the prince can only lock his jaw. So, the doctor calmly utters,
It's over for you.
Piccolo notices, even if Vegeta was injured, their powers are really low. So at his best, victory would still not be a sure thing. Goku at him. Out of all the replica fighters, you must have forgotten Cell Jr. here is the strongest. The bio creature puts the prince down with ease, who's unable to accept what's happening, claiming he, the Emperor of the Universe, is being ridiculed by this pipsqueak. And even on the verge of death, he truly feels he has yet to tap into his full potential, the real potential of the Saiyan race. Having witnessed the Super Saiyan 3 form in Goku and Gotenks at this tournament, not to mention Gohan during his little visit before his daughter's fight, those people will die, using his services to improve themselves, not believing for a second they're worthy of his power. Through sheer will and rage, the self-proclaimed Hyper Vegeta is born. Kakarot ranting how he wanted to be the first to reach that level. His brother nearly rolling his eyes, snorting as if he could. While our Namek friend stares on in awe of this new strength, Vegito is fairly bored by it. Breaking through Raichi's shield and knocking him to the ground. It seems the Saiyan Warlord may pull this off after all. Even our Gohan believing this to be the case.
That's cool.
But Goku has his doubts. Now
Oh, the
realizing
office
how much
key, you
power
say.
Super Saiyan 3 saps. Not to mention his beaten and weary state, Vegeta has made a grave error in his fighting experience with the form. And adding
I don't.
are in trouble now. Reaching out to his crystal ball, the doctor decides to fit an end to this.
Holy
He
shit.
managed
Okay.
Vegeta
Alright.
with his
Alright.
self from
Okay.
Universe 3.
Who? What to do?
And not only surviving the battle, but getting to exterminate yet another Saiyan. The match comes to an end. Showing not to let up on his psychopath personality, Kakarot can only take the moment to boast he's the last remaining fighter in their group. And for the final match of round 2, Gas Karkle and the great Demon King Piccolo. The malevolent force ready to get this started. Meeting eye to eye, Gas questions his Namekian counterpart if he could have chose a more pretentious name for himself. But the demon pokes back, believing Gastier named himself after a Namek deity. But the fused warrior isn't having it, growling his foe knows nothing about their people's history. Who admits that's correct. In fact, the Demon King claims not to even be a Namekian, and is instead the polar opposite of Gas, being the ultimate evil. So, this
I didn't know it could do that.
all he sees is an amnesiac, someone corrupted by evil, before stating
Can it fly too?
is far too weak. Weak.
My god, what are the chances?
Causing our Piccolo to baffle. That's using Goku. But going on, we discovered the Demon King isn't just
I didn't have a little bit of comics here. I think I would have lost interest a long time ago.
Which, given how powerful we've seen this fusion to be firsthand, it's no wonder the evil demon has managed to survive for so long on Earth. Theorizing, Goku ponders if he somehow trapped Kami and forced him to fuse. But Piccolo explains that would be impossible, as Namex must be fully willing in order to make the merger work. As when he combined with both Nail and Kami, all he had to do was make contact and wait.
How can that be?
Putting King Piccolo on the ground, Gas towers over him, complimenting. He surely is powerful for a Namekian, but he still has no chance in this fight. And as far as his ultimate evil claim, he presses he's only fooling himself, as there are far more wicked beings in this very arena. Whether Piccolo Piccolo himself will admit it or not. He has kindness and love for others within him. Barking back, the demon screams he slaughters humans by the dozens on a daily basis just for fun, wiping out half the population of Earth, chorting what a fool Gast is. But pointing to 17 and 18, he continues to insist. If he really hated humans, he would have exterminated the entire species as the two of them did. Tripling down on his assertion, Gast then reveals when King Piccolo merged with his other half, he was in fact corrupted by goodness. It seems to come to a surprise to the rogue Namek. Smiling, Gast goes on about Piccolo's love of the Earth and humans alike. The goodness in his heart will continue to grow within him, eventually converting him to the other side of morality. And one day, he will refuse to ever again bring harm to the innocent. Of course, the demon disagrees, claiming to have complete control over himself, and he will never do good. Getting ironically sinister, the fused Namek quips, but he wants to. He wants to protect and save the people here, shouting for him to repress it no longer, stop fighting it, let himself become overwhelmed by benevolence at last. These words, cutting like knives.
It's unavoidable. It's your destiny. I'd rather be deaf than listen to this. What's the sound? It's horrible!
And even in a fan manga, King Kai has to get in King Kai dialogue, elaborating for a Namek. The frequency of a whistle is as unbearable as a million nails scratching on a chalkboard. Never previously being exposed to this before puts him at great risk. When a gentleman in the audience, feeling the same as myself, urges that Kaio stop babbling through the match. With another fourth wall,
I just...
why Gast just doesn't remove.
Why am I so fragile? In power armor. In power armor. You know that thing where you flick your finger and a guy flies 1,000 miles away? You know, remember that?
Wasn't even speaking to him directly. At any rate, it's not like
Lame.
Piccolo really stood much of a chance, as Gast is almost immediately after named the winner, muttering, "You still have a long way to go." The demon is healed. Gast advises he genuinely think about what really brings him joy, torturing people or watching them be happy under his protection, noting he doesn't have to find the answer now, but soon. Spectating, Tien questions Yamcha what he's doing, replying, "I'm writing this down. It's good stuff." Guess he took a liking to Gast's speech. With the second round's conclusion, an official offers his thanks to all participants. Before dinner, they prepared a surprise for
Everything
them.
have to be a struggle.
When a ship materializes in the air. At the sight of the Dragon Ball, the Cold family can only do their best not to let their dolls hit the floor. The same Varga explains, for security reasons, it's strictly forbidden for anyone to move from their seats or respective universe area. Powering up, Vegito shouts, "Well said!" And he will disintegrate anyone who crosses the low wall without warning. Completely fed up with panty wishes. And Gast, knowing what's up, flares down the Frost Demon. Sniffing, they better not even think about it. West, turning to Grant, inquires if Super Boo is secured, which his older assures he is. Besides,
That's something you don't see every day.
past the Dragon Balls at this point, so it's not late to try anything regardless. See, gazing from the shadows, simply muttering, "Too bad," that he will have his wish when he wins this thing. In the control booth, the others having removed the ring, declare Piranga can be summoned.
You have collected all 7 Dragon Balls. You may name your 3 wishes.
Penvikavi, Rubasigruvi, Igani Itavi, Gadoa Pavapako, Gabdiakasivi.
That's easy.
Staring up at the mighty dragon, Trunks points out this one can revive as many people as possible with a single wish. Working down the line, Piccolo adds they anticipated this from the beginning, while Goku remains concerned if Broly will return. But his son assures, even if he does, he won't be able to make it back from his own universe. And with this wish comes a heartfelt reunion, as the fallen Pan runs into her tearful parents' arms. Even Brawl can't help but be moved at the sight of her friend. Tidar is then welcomed back to his own group as well, along with many others. Even members of the audience, but maybe not having their heads all together, are merely angry they missed out on 3 fights, wanting a refund. Upon requesting their second wish, Mori tells they'll be saving it for later, causing Purunga to bid them farewell. As the balls fly into the air, Trunks worries he'll scatter around the universe, wondering who's gonna make the grand tour to find him. But they simply fall to the ground. Piccolo details once the Namekian dragon is gone, the orbs must return to their creator. Baffled Shenron isn't like that at all. He's explained Kami intentionally made the Earth Dragon balls to scatter as a means of making it a quest to gather them, giving people hope. As a Varga inquires how long it'll be before they can use the balls again, it'll be 40 days according to Morris, so next time, they'll have to use it as set. Not long later, North Kaios meets with Shen, who thanks him for coming, asking the meaning of the secret meeting. The North Kai questions if he finds it off the Grand Kaioshin was acting very unusual today, who in fact did find it quite strange, noting it's not like him to simply forgive Boo and put everyone in danger, always having the mindset of safety first. Shin then states he believes the Grand Kaioshin is in fact under Boo's control, and the Majin is only pretending to be his prisoner. Continuing their conversation, North admits he has been concerned with Shin's theory, observing the Grand Kaio's mind, soul, and movements, but everything seems normal. Also speaking to Gas Karkle, the Namek can't confirm whether or not Great Kai is actually using his own technique to contain Boo, but does not believe it should be so easy to copy. Shen brings up the possibility Boo is only pretending to be in compliance, though it remains a mystery. North simply knowing they need to stay vigilant. Calling out to the groups, an announcement is made that dinner is served.
That creepy breathing.
It seems Pan has no memory of her death, or the pain associated with it. As Vegito
It's like the
hears
texture's
Cell
missing on this or
away,
something.
asking if he'd like to explain why he has 2 kids with him after the wish. 2 would rather not. But it seems one particular Cell Jr. remembers the details of his death just fine. Barking at one of the Vargas, or fouls as he puts it, looks like Bojack's gang doesn't plan to stick around. And upon inquiring if he wants to see the end of the tournament, he replies he doesn't.
Come on, man.
The opportunity to return home as well. But one final adventure awaits you.
Why is it so easy?
We'll see
Why are for them to kill
the
me?
audience. We catch
I
a
get
glimpse of
16
the
experience
who found
points
their way
for
to
these
the
people
Dragon
that kill me in one
Ball.
hit.
A few of my favorites being Lee, Clementine, Claire Redfield, and Ellie.
Oh my god, it's gonna take forever.
Catch some Z's. And not long after, the entire stadium finds itself fast asleep. But behind the corridor of Super Boo's Universe 4, the Majin himself appears, confirmed not to be fully controlled at the very least, wandering to the back of the arena. He lets himself into one of the rooms, laying eyes on Dr. Raichi. He knows he must not wake the Tuffle. Scuttling over to Tapion, he taps his head with his tentacle, saying to himself, this will be a better way to use that monster of his, referring to Hirudegarn. Timidly approaching the doctor's crystal ball, he offers a free recharge, making his exit as quietly as he entered. Noting there are no participants in Universes 1, 2, 19, and 20, he makes his next move. Shottling down the hallway, we see at least one of the Piccolos still chooses his solitude outside. His eyes widening, Boo knows he'll have to be extra careful in this room, stating there's quite a crowd in here, landing in our own Universe 18's apartment, knowing Vegeta and Goku would be furious to receive any help whatsoever. The 2 halves of Gotenks, on the other hand, could definitely go for a boost. And since the Fuse Fighter will be his opponent in the next round, reaching out to the both, all of the secrets he has obtained about fusion are now theirs. Slipping over to his successor,
Jesus Christ.
he would actually like to have a conversation with his reincarnation, deciding to reset his mind in the form of a childhood friend. In a village, the young warrior calls out, beckoning
Oh my god, why? Why me?
are simply in a dream, and it's only the 2 of them here. Blushing, Boo blurts out her name, Anju. Not able to face her, or rather him because it's really just Majin Buu, she grows frustrated, chiding even as a powerful adult he can't simply talk to her, assuring him again it's only a dream. Cutting to the chase, she questions Oob if he can perform magic like Majin Buu, but he believes himself to be only human, not possessing such powers. With a big smile, Anju inquires if they'd like to learn.
Cell never sleeps, so there's no point in getting close. As for the angry girl of Universe 16, she doesn't require help either. So it seems you're in need of repairs and energy. Pop and good as new. Majin Buu is coming to town.
With the Kaioshins, the paranoia of North and East has finally gotten the better of them. venturing outside to make sure Boo hasn't tried to escape, which grants Supreme assures that everything is just fine. Peering in on Kakarot, pondering for a moment, our little home invader believes he has an idea. And with his fluffy counterpart,
Ah, buddy!
excitedly asking if he's come to play, Super Boo urges his other self to keep quiet, before bluntly stating, better explain the rules of the tournament to this one, or else he'll surely do something stupid. Then moving on to Frieza's ship, everyone from Universe 8 has decided to stay out here, instead of the gifted apartment. Looking down at Frieza himself, who already knows he has no chance to win his match, so he'll have to be a bit inventive. Implanting a fake memory into the Frost Demon, where the Space Lord met with a wizard on a far-off planet, who taught him to. The rest goes unexplained. Joyfully hopping down the halls, he knows for the other, he has something else in mind. With Cold, he merely influences the idea that his opponent is a Saiyan. Just talk to him. They'll accept any terms for a more exciting fight. Finished with the Frost Demons, the next in line would be Gast. But Boo knows how foolish that would be, so the last one will be C of Universe 5, the old man who trapped Vegito in another realm.
What happens here?
You!
Hey, but how?
How did he get in? Is that a question for me? No. My question for you is, how can I vanquish number 18 easily in the tournament?
The next artificial morning, shaken. Yaka discovered 18 was somehow fixed up overnight, causing him great concern. But the cold-hearted android simply growled for him to leave by 10, as well as a new invisible barrier installed, bearing a cylindrical form that will only be activated during the fights. It extends through the low wall into the air. For reveal, unbeknownst to the host, the next match will be a classic. Goku versus Frieza, urging both contestants to enter the ring without touching the low wall. Picking himself up, our hero is a tad confused. Gohan reminds, the gravity has been multiplied by 10 again, meaning it's now 1,000 times the gravity of Earth. Annoyed, Piccolo reiterates, don't touch the wall. While Goten mockingly wags his finger that it's against the rules to aid the participants, something the Sun family seems to have trouble with. Laying eyes on the black-hearted space tyrant, Piccolo can't help but point out the irony of this fight, though Vegeta knows it'll be over in 2 seconds. Walking towards each other, with a glint in his eye, the Frost Demon inquires if Goku would like to accompany him to his place. Reasonably confused, Frieza repeats himself, again inviting him. Our dim-witted hero utters, sure, why not? And we're transported to a frozen desert of a world, explaining this is an illusionary realm, only existing in their minds. If Frieza wins here, he wins the match, asking if that's okay.
Going on up here?
Goku knows this will make things a lot more intriguing, but judging by the look on the Space Lord's face,
Shoot that, buddy.
what could he be up to?
Oh.
With little effort, Frieza hits the icy ground. Goku shouts it makes
Is
it pretty
that?
cold, but that's about it. Not thinking this will really give his foe much of an advantage. Shorting, he should have chosen better. When the Saiyan lets out an uncomfortable cough, he then realizes he can't catch a breath of fresh air, and feeling his face. Cackling, we find out there is almost no oxygen in this atmosphere. What's more, the environment here will rapidly age creatures like Saiyans. As Frieza claims, his adversary has already aged 20 years. Between all these factors only impacting inferior species, Frieza proclaims he has already won this battle. Powering to Super Saiyan 3, Goku now knows every second is precious.
What? That's not overkill, right?
Unable to maintain the form, he won't even be able to utilize his full power here.
Alright, let's see if I can't kill this piece of shit.
Realizing Goku's beginning to slow down, he wants to end this now.
Damn it!
Popping back to
All
reality,
that, and I still couldn't seal the deal.
as he boasts his victory aloud. Videl turns to her husband questioning what just happened. All they did was stand there for several seconds without moving. Then Goku randomly said he won. Familiar with this technique himself, he explains it was a mental battle. As a vein pops out of his head, Frieza argues the deal was if he himself won, he would win the fight, and this match is not over. smirking, if you insist. One-shotting his foe, Goku wins officially. Carefully touching the low wall. Again, he exits the area. As another Universe 18 fighter prepares for his bout, Piccolo urging Oob express caution. He may have sparred against Majin Buu back home, but this one is very different, still containing his evil half. Getting his sea legs, the reincarnate can feel how much more intense the gravity here is versus the gravity room. Hearing Buu enter, he quickly becomes soup. Before resuming his normal form, the childlike villain is ready to win this entire tournament. Kaioken!
That's a cool fight.
Proving to be able to go toe-to-toe with Majin Buu, Piccolo can only wonder why he'd be so foolish to use his maximum Kaioken from the start, knowing he's just going to wear himself out. But Goku knows that is
Son of a bitch. Can't even beat these fuckers now. That's a great sign.
And the warrior himself does acknowledge he knows he won't be able to rely on this power for long, as it still rapidly drains his energy, whether maximum or not, while the Majin expends his own carelessly, as well as endlessly. Merging back into a single entity, the bubbly man is about done fighting, now in the mood for a snack. Shouting for Oob to turn into a cake. But luckily, due to some intervention by Super Buu, he tosses it back at his foe. Cracking. Fresh fruit is much better for you, turning him into a watermelon. This being the first time the others have seen Oob manipulate magic. Piccolo questions if he inherited that power from Buu. Even his mentor is shocked, never seen that ability in him before, as the boy begins to shout out in victory. The Majin wisely hid a piece of himself within the floor of the ring, while transmuting back to normal, possibly a bit confused. He giggles Oob doesn't understand the rules, as watermelons don't lose. Recognizing this as the same tactic from Buu of Universe 4, the Earthling knows he isn't as smart as his iteration from 4, so maybe a little trickery will work. Inquiring if Buu would like to play a game. Happily responding, of course. Oob explains while he counts to 10.
Nice.
His new friend here goes to hide, and he'll come looking for him. If Oob can't find him in under a minute, Buu wins. Thinking for a moment, the childlike monster remembers the rules as explained to him by Super Buu. If he's out of view for 30 seconds, he'll be disqualified. A little flushed after realizing his trick has failed. Buu himself is furious someone will try to deceive him. Galactic Donut, TM!
What does he mean by TM?
Gotenks doesn't give away his techniques. He provides a license for use.
I know I can do it. Maximum Kaioken! Super Kamehameha!
That's the last piece. Breakfast time. There, you're hidden.
1, 2, oh no!
Come on, stay calm.
18, 19,
You won't get out. No cheating, Poppy.
30.4 seconds! Ooh, from Universe 18 wins! Huh? You lose? Oh well, that was really fun! And I like being a watermelon!
The hell's that? Oh,
Back with the others.
fucker.
Oob admits he still has a long way to go before he can actually defeat Majin Buu. If this were a life
That's sucky.
things wouldn't have gone his way. But Goku insists he take pride in his win, as this Buu is even stronger than the one back home, and he fought very well. Informing the crowd, the ring is now being reformed, and in a few moments, the next battle will begin. Back in their private area, seemingly out of fighters, Babidi stews in defeat, calling it unacceptable cheating, vowing he's had enough playing around, and will take control of the situation himself, claiming to possess everyone possible on this asteroid, and destroy all those who resist. The bird liking his master's idea, knowing people runs rampant here, this would give Babidi an army of elites. And while the protective barriers
You doing, buddy?
from Ki, they don't block magic.
Having fun?
Gazing into his crystal ball, the wizard cackles
Wow.
one by one. They will all belong to him. The King of Demons suggests we start with Vegito, as he appears to be the strongest by a wide margin. He doesn't seem completely pure, but Babidi remembers Vegeta all too well. thinking back to when you refused to obey, not wanting to open that can of worms again. He's set on not involving him or any of his counterparts in any way. Also, the villain can sense that some of these universes are abundant with benevolent warriors. In fact, he doesn't sense any evil left within Universe 18's Vegeta. Deciding it would be smart for now to remain discreet, they will move forward with their plan, but hide the Majin seal for the time being. And mysteriously, who remains in the corner, sulking for the duration of the conversation, completely separated from his usual happy-go-lucky self, as in one of the apartments to Universe 3.
So you think you can wear me down from the inside, Kami? But I am pure evil! I am independent! I am at your command.
Stepping up, are Vegeta versus Kakarot, the psychotic Saiyan relishing at the chance to massacre the prince, and for some reason, is wearing his brother's armor. Knowing he should feel the same, Vegeta realizes this isn't his great rival, only a shadow. Though, his foe quips, a shadow who surpasses him, regrowing his tail, even coming to the surprise of his comrades. But our prince only feels it's a desperate, pathetic move. As Kakarot snickers, it's been a long time since he's used his miniature lance, or personal blood sways. Using both the Ozaru and Super Saiyan transformation, his team looks on horrified.
This is from Dragon Ball GT.
No, we thought of it independently.
This might be a challenge after all.
Their Vegeta can't reach level 3? I saw their Kakarots and little brats do it, and Vegeta is definitely stronger than them.
Big Bang!
So you taking me for an oath? You're wrong! Yeah!
Zap.
You're worn out!
I didn't take you for an oath. You are one! You may be large, but you aren't very tough. And now, you just aren't very tough. Vegeta, always so sure of himself. You think you're superior, huh? Did you expect this? You really are pitiful, Kakarots. You should follow the example of a certain little girl and her grandfather, Son Goku.
Collapsing to the ground, Vegeta gets the W. A ref alerting a healer the gravity has been lowered, so he better go and take care of him quick. But the Namek is pretty sure he's dead. Retrieving his brother, Raditz can only comment on how the prince really laid a number on him. Setting him back in their area, the Saiyan then goes on to propose they handle more serious matters now. Namely, he'd like to speak to that old Kai one-on-one. Rolling his eyes, their Vegeta agrees. After all, given his lack of strength, Raditz has had to develop his diplomatic skills. Heading off, apparently Kakarot still clings to life. As the Namek announces he's going to heal him now, Vegeta objects, bluntly stating he prefers him this way. When an audience member suddenly holds his head in
Much
pain,
crap, and
another
I need my
spectator
robot.
inquiring what's the matter. But opening
That's
his
the sound
eyes,
you wanna
he
hear.
assures everything is fine. Calling upon Cell and Tapion to enter the ring, the Varga turns to her ally, asking if everything's alright, or if he just had a, bad feather day. Though he only mutters he's fine, and it's merely a lack of sleep. Sitting with old Kai, Raditz is blunt, knowing full well he can't lie to a Kaioshin without being caught, so he cuts right to the chase. If he is gifted the deity's power, he will use it to free up his own universe. About to take his place, Raichu warns, if Tapion enters the ring without Hirudegarn's aura, the gravity will crush him in an instant. But due to a well-placed epiphany last night, he has a much better solution. Shouting for the monster to wrap him in his aura and fight for him. Looking on at the creature, Cell sees this match as nothing more than training. While inside, Tapion will be completely sitting this one out, not even in control of Hirudegarn. But at least now, he's not his own weak point.
This doesn't make sense. I'm hitting much harder than that Giza Krillin. Your attacks are of a ridiculous level. This will go on forever if neither neither of us can hurt each other. And I can go on for years. What about you? You make a good point. The audience would get bored. It's time to play on the same field.
He didn't do that against us.
Yeah! Nice combo!
Dad, don't support Cell, please. While everyone is distracted, Bobbity's minions make their way somewhere. Waking up, still with a hole in his chest, Kakarot is a little less than happy to discover he still hasn't been healed, shouting out for a Namek as he coughs up blood. Quickly saving him.
Raditz, where are you? How could you leave me?
He's not here.
Vegeta sent you to watch me. Stop taking me for a fool and go back to your kennel. You think I'm crazy, but... Well, yes. My mind has never been so clear. What should we do, Master?
You! Nothing yet. The fight continues while the wizard slowly places his pawns. Videl heads back to Universe 18's apartment, laughing to herself that if her father were here to see this giant cell, he'd be having nightmares. Bobbity's gang of thugs arrives to their destination, one mentioning how the woman behind this door is the weakest of her universe, and she'll make an excellent hostage. Moreover, no one will be able to detect him once they've entered the room. Though, all it took was a kick to the door for the others to realize Videl's in trouble. Gohan initially rushing to the aid of his wife, but Vegeta stops him. Instead, directing Pan to head there immediately. Explaining himself, the prince believes the young girl needs exposure like this in order to grow. Arriving in a millisecond wielding her grandpa's Niobe. Videl hasn't forgotten where she's come from, easily apprehending every intruder. Something does bother her, however. No matter how many times she knock him down,
Tesla
they just keep getting
cannon.
back up.
How the hell am I going to carry that?
In particular, bad memories.
He seems mostly unharmed.
Wow, that looks cool too.
Bounce attacks are either being deflected
Like that
or
chrome
damaged.
finish.
And when I try to pierce him, he just vanishes into smoke. But if he doesn't see it coming,
Let's think. I put on the clothing of that one guy. Oh wait, I forgot to look at the armor.
Commenting on the situation, the announcer
This guy's an
elaborates
army
Vegeta has been
fatigues,
completely
which
silenced
might give me
himself,
+1
beginning the
strength.
countdown. Trunks piffing these
Nope.
Vargas don't know anything, as that giant monster is clearly not Tavion.
Well, buff out for now.
They're past battle. Goku questions Vegeta
Oh wait, I got
if
the
he
Rags
cell will
tag.
explode.
That
Doesn't for a
works.
second consider it, as this technique
Then
has
the
nothing
buff
to do
out.
with that. In a somewhat messy explosion, one official does their best to hold their lunch down, as the other begins the countdown again, but this time for Cell. Hirudegarn lets out a beastly chuckle as the count nears the halfway point. Regenerating fully impressively fast, Cell turns the tables on his opponent, reversing the countdown once more. But the Biodroid claims there's no need, as both Tapion and his creature are dead. Regardless, the 30 count is reached and Cell moves on, heading to his quarters to wash up. Vegito jokes he try and not kill any of his kids on the way back.
I've improved from this fight, but it's not enough. I need to...
What? Who's trying to control me? Impudence!
Yamcha exits the room, leaving his teammates behind with Raditz, presumably because 18's fight is next. Clarifying the situation, Raditz would use the power-up to eliminate his two comrades, Tien asking about the third, but he refuses to kill his own brother, promising to take care of him in his
Missing a
own way.
hand?
Causing Tien to scoff, there's actually a heart in his chest after all.
Yeah,
The
just
Kaioken confirms
weirdly
he's not
robotic.
lying, knowing full well he'd like nothing more than to do away with Nappa and Vegeta. But fewer oppressors does not mean less oppression. With a smug grin, Raditz argues, managing, ruling, meaningless murder. He cares not for these things. That's Vegeta's MO. His brother and himself will only keep enough to live and prosper, nothing more. Videl jeering at the idea he's really going to stop committing evil acts. But the Kaio chimes that's not what he's saying. Raditz and Kakarot will continue their selfish behavior, even the killing of innocents, but merely in their own region on a small scale.
I don't understand. What is the point of it? What's the point of armor? If you die in two hits, I can't. Can't and I won't.
We then have CN18 ushered forth. Coaching. Yamcha notes she's already seen this.
Alright, this is my last go. I can't. My brain is like melting.
Down in the ring. She should charge. But she's still not having any of his friendliness. Telling him to kick rocks, we'll say. But even 17 doesn't think it's a bad plan. His sister admitting the same. However, she didn't ask for help. Falling to the ground lifeless, C unveils a remote, having his finger on the button this entire time. Future Trunks knowing this device well, and how it was used to deactivate her. The question is, how it came into his possession. And just like that, the wizard is announced the winner. 17 bellowing at the old man, screaming he's gonna pay. Yamcha holds him back, warning he go nowhere near that remote. Besides, unfortunately, the truth is he played by the rules. Before volunteering to go in the ring and get her, since 17 hasn't been repaired, it's not a sure thing he can withstand the gravity. Picking her up, Yamcha can only glare at C as he walks back to the shadows, not knowing who this guy is or where he's getting his information. But he doesn't like this one bit. Apprehending the intruders and reporting them to a tournament official, Piccolo points out to him they seem to possess abnormal strength. Apologizing for the incident, the Varga promises to send them to his own universe, and they'll investigate just what's going on. While the ones in the booth make small talk on how this is the last fight before lunch, which will consist of Super Buu and Gotenks. The Great Kaioshin releasing his grip, Buu is free once more, bowing at the head to offer his thanks for taking care of him, ready to have a nice battle. Gazing at the Majin, Goku notes his calm nature, as the Namek turns to the boys, barking to know what they're waiting for, urging they fuse and get in the ring. Scoping something in the distance, Trunks asks
like, that thing was not there every other goddamn time I've done this.
This is the brand new Gotenks.
Ugh.
Revelation last night.
A little heart can't take it. Alright, this is my last one. Has to be.
Who finds this curious? A revelation last night, just like with him and his friend who helped him. Unfortunately, even with all the wisdom bestowed upon him by the Majin Claws, Gotenks is still as gaudy as ever, bellowing.
So, Demon, we meet again. You think you can attack this whole tournament and go unpunished? Well, I'm here to stop you.
His sister piffing, he must mean Gast, or the Great Kaioshin.
Stop me then. But do you have enough power?
Astonishing Goku yet again, who says he hasn't felt this level of strength since Vegito and Broly fought. The former himself even appearing uneasy.
You ready?
You bet.
He's past us now, don't you think? Hey Vegeta, that's beyond our power, isn't it? Vegeta? As if just waiting for this moment, Universe 16's brawl lets out a sigh, because these morons didn't even account for the fusion having a lesser time while using Super Saiyan 3. Beating the boys to a pulp, Buu states he's going to be very disappointed if they're done already, but vowing this isn't over. Fusing again in under a second, Gotenks claims he's physically and mentally fit once more, the second of the two being debatable. Quite the upgrade for them. Super Buu is happy to see his tampering may have paid off. Chuckling, now it's his turn to try something new. Utilizing the Ultra Armor from the Helolites, in an attempt to quell his comrade's concerns, Elaine explains he won't even be able to use it without Xenolome's brainwaves. But more for
Don't
his face.
say.
That's not a problem.
Ultra Wave Ball!
Is this a joke? Your own attacks are stronger than this. Instead, try a taste of my Ultra Gotenks Ball. Here! Ha ha ha! Buu is defeated.
Defeated? I was just testing the barrier. Eat this instead.
Oh.
Oh, what a work of art! Magnificent!
He's using the armor carelessly. He'll run out of energy soon.
Huh?
Ha! Good timing! This is your end! 100 immediately. Are you kidding? What about my arm? It's done for.
If only you could see yourself.
Lucky for them, defusing also happened to solve their carbonite problem. However, separate, they are way too weak to fight Majin Buu. And getting bored, he decides to put an end to this march right now. Calling him back. Interesting turn. The Grand Supreme guy thinks, or communicates telepathically. What an actor. Causing Super Buu to respond not to Manga, but what did this mean? The big boy himself calling out the lunchtime. Seems Goten and Trunks of our universe agreed to a bet with Brawl that they had no chance of winning, in that they have to be her servants for an undisclosed period, ushering them to refill her glass. While Pan shouts out she wants some more cake. Goku liking that idea, getting a bit thirsty himself. Away, evil Vegeta wonders where his imbeciles of teammates are. Rushing through a corridor of their ship, a henchman of Frieza alerts there is food being served in the arena, inquiring if they plan on joining. All with an evil look in their eyes, Jace mutters, "Yeah, sure." In the audience, we find ourselves a couple of divine spectators. Since we're not in the canon continuity, the events of Battle of Gods never took place. Or maybe it's another reality's Beerus altogether, asking the audience member to his left if they've heard of a Super Saiyan God. But naturally, they have not. Then beckoning the person in front of him, who also has not. Whis inquires if he asked one of the Vargas to make an announcement. But the great feline destroyer couldn't stop himself from catching and eating him. But it's whatever. Resolving, they just head home. And an hour of gorging later, Fat Vegeta was born. But not through any dance or earrings. He simply ate way too much. Even for a Saiyan. Trunks laughing, he looks like he's about to explode like Cell. His daughter only calling him an idiot. Up next will be Brawl versus King Cold. The young girl requests Piccolo change her into a light outfit instead of this weighted garb. Switching her attire, her brother questions why she changed clothes, wondering if she thinks it'll be a tough fight. She must be dreaming, as the gravity is more dangerous than that mosquito, and this will be easy. She'd still rather not be weighed down. Overhearing, Cold says she's quite sure of herself, but he is much stronger than any of his children. Taking him out would be so simple. She stands her ground. Oh yes, it'll be very simple. But the Space Lord believes her confidence only resides in that Super Saiyan transformation. Without it, no one from her universe could have ever defeated his sons. Laughing this off, Brawl calls the tyrant ignorant, claiming he's outclassed 1,000 times over. She doesn't need Super Saiyan, or even her own hands or feet to win. In fact, she could squish him with her breath alone. In a few seconds, he'll see. And as the Frost Demons like to do, in adhering to Buu's interference.
It's fucking cool.
One that is official with the organizers. Gohan interjecting she not accept any of his terms, reminding they've promised their wish to Universe 19. Going on, Cold suggests they ban that transformation, and if she uses it during their fight, she loses immediately, proving to possibly be the most cocky of her group. She chorts. That's a handicap, and her untransformed Pinky alone could defeat him. Varga approaching, Cold asks if he heard, making the deal official. Brawl once again agreeing. Jumping in, she confidently spouts the demon doesn't seem to understand. She's not just a Saiyan, she's so much more. Shouting for her to wait, Cold points out he hasn't touched the ring yet, and he has a surprise. In shock, Cooler realizes his father has also discovered the secret of augmented forms. Appearing much like his older son's final state, but Brawl couldn't be happier in what she is witnessing, thinking now he might have a small chance. Before revealing a second augmented form, resembling a giant multi-armed version of the Frost Demon Xenomorph state, towering over her. The look on Brawl's face spells she may have bitten off more than she bargained for. Piccolo never imagining a member of Frieza's family could reach this insane height of power. Goku going on. It was 30 years ago when he first faced Frieza on Namek, and with time, he didn't feel like Cold was very strong, believing he must have trained very hard. The Namek adding, his power is close to what they sensed of Perfect Cell at this tournament. Shouting to his sister that it's too risky and to call off the bet now. Brawl narrows her eyes, smirking. This will be good training. taunting Brawl if she's tired already. The girl assures this is only a warm-up. Piccolo feels Cold is stronger, faster, and tougher than Brawl. But even though, she's still so sure of herself.
Let's get serious then.
Just want to keep it. See, I think I have 2 joints left, so maybe I'll just use one up here.
Insolent wretch!
Returning his assault, Brawl mocks the king. Scoffing this weak stuff embarrasses her. Oob notices the number of attacks growing. Whoa! She still has enough energy for this? Trying to stand tall, Brawl thinks this is the end for Cold. Appearing completely beaten. She falls to the ground, blood pouring from her open wound. The official begins the countdown, as 16's Pan questions her father if she's dead. Doesn't know, being difficult to sense her ki from here. Oob able to feel a faint energy emitting off her, but it's very weak. Overhearing this, the Frosty Man decides to accelerate the 30 count. Hiding some sensu beans in her glove.
Alright, let's do some comparison here.
Full strength, if not far greater, due to the ensuing Zenkai. Gritting his teeth, the Space Tyrant growls she cheated, but she claims she's just doing like him and using the rules to her own advantage. And now she has the upper hand. Looking over at Goku, Piccolo comments how he would have given one to Cold too, wouldn't he? Responding, of course he would. Why?
Overhand! I'll show you!
Don't touch it!
Smirking, this was over before it began, and until now, she had only used basic attacks. But now it's time to put this to an end.
You think you can take me by surprise? What the?
Nearly slicing Cold in half. That should just about do it. Goku commenting how her sheer ability combated her foe's raw power. Boo excited to finally see something new at this tournament. Piccolo asking Vegito if he can do this technique too, which of course he can, but a lot of credit actually goes to Gotenks, as he was the
What's that
first
key
to use
for?
energy to create constructs, and they merely followed his lead. Beginning to ponder on a few things, Super Boo realizes between the ability to use ki to create weapons that cut, protect, and lock up, and being
Alright,
able to limit
see if we
the
can't
teleport, Vegito could have easily defeated Broly earlier.
smoke a
Only
joint and
now,
save the
he and his
game.
daughter have been simply entertaining themselves this entire time, while the fused warrior chose to use his maximum power in a sort of old school approach.
That does
Brawl
look
will
good.
adapt herself and utilize novel techniques. Once again speaking to each other.
Wish I knew where my guy
Goku towards
was.
the great
Mine.
Supreme Kai, asking had she not done this,
See.
this fight would have been pretty boring. Who agrees?
Sorry.
But calling him out, claims it doesn't justify the aid he delivered to the others. Replying, Boo assures he only gave them ideas, which they had all along, and he merely revealed it to him. As the countdown nears,
Yeah, I think I'll have a little smoke too.
Brawl, who can only smirk at the win, officially calling the match. Cold uses Ginyu's body swap on the girl, and if you're aware of the specials, we learn Cold has actually been Captain Ginyu all along, stealing the body of his overlord's father in a plan of revenge. Varga tells the healer the gravity has been reset to normal, and he can go help that fighter now, leaving Brawl fully baffled, as, who we'll now refer to as Ginyu, walks off with a sinister look on his face, bidding farewell to Universe 8. The Namek amazed to see the Frostium is still alive. Brawl shouts for him to heal her already, but Frieza interjects, screaming not to touch him, and scowling they don't owe anyone, and they'll be taking him back to their own healing tank. Picking up their gigantic father, Brawl barks at these idiots not to let him leave. Heading to his new group, Pan cheers for her friend's victory. Gazing at his father, Frieza notes he's calmed down at last. Cooler commands a doctor to maintain sedatives consistently, and he'll return back to his original form on his own, before they're aggressively directed to leave. Catching on quick, Frieza says aloud he doesn't think this man is their father anymore. Excitedly asking how she did all that. Playing the part,
Saved up.
Ginyu ruffles her hair, promising to teach her. But right now, she needs a shower. Though, this deceit will be short-lived. Goku and Gohan hearing loud and clear what Cold yelled at the end of the match. Goku knows they need to alert the other universe of what happened, but his son assures they're already aware. The seed Super Buu planted in the Emperor, and that one of their own not being who they appear, finally begins to mature. Explaining to his brother, years ago, he killed Captain Ginyu, who had the ability to switch bodies. Not naming Buu himself, he claims a source told him he actually survived, and has lived among them all along. And at the end of the fight, Frieza clearly saw him use that technique. Now completely confident Ginyu has been hiding in their father's body, which explains why he's gotten so much stronger, as Captain Ginyu was an expert warrior. Cooler questioning if that means Ginyu now resides in that Saiyan's body, which very much so is the case, and their father died years ago. Stopping her from entering the apartment, Gohan and Vegito confront Ginyu, bluntly calling him out as not really Bra. Again trying to blend in, he scoffs. Of course not. I'm Son Bra, so stop calling me just Bra. Gohan chiding nice try, but he's not fooling anyone. Vegito further cutting to the chase, stating he is actually Captain Ginyu. Pan aghast by this revelation, realizing they must have encountered his other iteration in their own realm, figuring it's pointless now to keep up this ruse. Introducing himself with a bow, he comes clean, admitting he hasn't gone by that name in a long time. But from
Alright, now that we're both
they would just
saved,
call him Bra, a dedicated student of martial arts, a friend
back
that
in the
can help
armor with
in the
you.
life of any party, thanking them for accepting him, happy to join the family. Grabbing him and teleporting away. Shocked by their intrusion, Frieza points out this must mean they have figured out what's going on too, addressing they now have a common enemy, and while he doesn't like it any more than they. Holding Ginyu to the healing tank, Vegito
You're always
advances
scaring me,
his back,
Batman.
but cockily, he taunts, or else what? The fused warrior then threatens he will make him disappear, and he isn't talking about death.
Cool.
Much worse. Smiling, worse than dying, he reveals he has the ability to destroy one's very soul, and with that, there is no paradise. Resurrection.
Whatever. Now I'm saved.
But Ginyu believes this body is too important to dear old dad for him to do that. Continuing to argue, Vegito claims Shenron will have no issue in restoring Brawl to her original form.
Get stuck T-posing every time.
Body Snatcher's immortal soul once he gets done with it. Sighing, he reluctantly goes to use the technique. But trying to trick his adversary and actually destroy Brawl, Vegito is too privy to fools like Ginyu. In fact, he even had to prevent Brawl from pulling very similar stunts for years now, affirming against him, Ginyu's overwhelmed, and his only chance for survival is to obey. But the villain scoffs, the body in the tank will die soon.
Okay.
Seeing Vegito just get used to his new daughter, bellowing to kill him if he dares. Throwing him to the ground, Ginyu once again tries to talk his way out of this, reminding if they fight out of the ring, they'll both be sent home, which will separate Vegito from Braw's soul forever. But this threat doesn't concern him, as they are light years from the arena, knowing no one knows what they're up to. Going Super Saiyan, Ginyu then resolves to see how this new body fares.
Come on, armor. Come on. I need you, Batman.
Vegito boasts that
Get in
his
here.
precious daughter amounts to
You
1/10 of his
bitch.
power. What's more, one needs harmony between both the body and spirit. Ginyu doesn't have the true capacities of Raw, but he counters. That would only be the case. He landed in a body that was truly pure of heart, with no malevolent intent.
Whatever. I never needed him.
Powerful without losing at least some of their compassionate nature. Leaving Vegito silent. Before the villain vows to master his new vessel well, wanting to show him.
Deal with that one, huh? So special about it.
Going Super Saiyan 3 for a short
What does that
burst,
mean?
Vegito puts Ginyu
Plasma
down.
lights? Like a lighter plasma?
Stares into him, asking if he's got the message now.
Light ion. Ah, so it shoots a blue variant.
Really nervous. Gohan
Get behind that.
hopes Vegito is okay. With his far superior reflexes and fighting intelligence, the Fused Warrior is able to beat Ginyu at his own game. In a bit of desperation, he forces him to try to body swap, but directs it towards the recovering Frost Demon instead. Still as sassy as ever, Brawl scoffs it took him long enough. Vegito
Go
admits
on.
he's happy to see her too, before she realizes her father beat her up pretty good. But upon seeing the less than polite and
Jesus Christ, Batman.
Cooler wants retribution. Teleporting out of there as to not risk trouble from the organizers, the demon has left to stew in his frustration. Frieza questioning where Ginyu is now. When both of them hold their heads in agony, the Emperor realizing this is a psychic attack, growling to know what a reverent magician believes he is capable of controlling the likes of him. But Babidi views himself as more than confident in possessing Frieza. In fact, it's the Frost Demon who is the arrogant one, believing he should be able to resist the most ancient of magic. Hopping back to their group, Vegito immediately requests some sensu beans. While chewing one, Brawl announces she's going to bed, looking a bit defeated in her own way. Pan reaching out as if wanting to say something to comfort her. As Vegito explains to Gohan, Ginyu has been put back
Damn
in the
it.
cold. It isn't their problem anymore.
Alright, one more time and then I'm done for the day.
Vegito comments, it'd be wise of her to
That's
stay
all I
away.
got in me.
Her father admitting that would be smart, so of course she's not gonna do it. And we
Kinda
see
already got what I
the
wanted,
next match is
for the
already
most
begun.
part. Got my Tesla cannon, got my Enclave
Reggie and
armor.
Gas are called to the stage.
But if I can get through this, I think the Hellfire armor is available.
He must touch down for the fight to begin. But the doctor decides to allow his specters to worry
We will
about
see.
that. Stuttering, Gas questions if this man killed all these Namekians. But Raichi barks he has no innocence on his conscience. These Namekians were murdered by Saiyans, a predatory pattern in his life. Whipping Gas, also a vigilante, should understand his feelings well. And the two of them have the
That's
same
awesome.
ideals of peace. Though his opposite states,
I don't care who you are.
ideology seems to gravitate around vengeance rather than justice. Asking if he wins, will he bring back his people? People like the Namek himself. But the doctor utters, the dead. do
Did
not
he
return.
steal it from that
Gas
bin?
finding this statement
I didn't even know that was
ironic.
possible.
Themselves are literally surrounded by them.
You live in the past.
Can you
Entrapped
move your body, please?
It's time for you to move on. Your own
Yeah, I fucked this guy up.
Don't touch my master.
It's just the right leg, right? Why? What am I missing here? Why can I aim?
Destroy the remains. He can regenerate. Fool. He's going mad again.
Damn it!
There. That's the end of him.
Alright, one more time.
18? 19? Master, call back Broly. He won't be of any use now. Just a few more seconds. If I withdraw him now, I will not be able to summon him again for this fight. Gas may still be alive somehow.
Isn't the wall supposed to be impenetrable? 29? What? Gas is alive!
With the destruction of Raichi's crystal ball, it's made known the doctor himself was merely a ghost.
One more time.
Rising from the smoke,
That's more than
Gas
1-1.
deduces the combined hatred in the ball has manifested into a single entity who you may know as Hachiak.
The emotion of these violent deaths, collected by that machine, usually only come in waves. What we are hearing is the pain suffered by infinite souls the Doctor has harnessed over countless years.
More questions forming at every turn. A strange creature has formed with the demise of the ghost of the Doctor and his crystal ball. While Gas was able to prove he was more than Raichi or any of his specters could handle. This mysterious new enemy may prove to even be a challenge for the ultimate Namekian warrior.
Did he finally stop screaming?
Continuing his bellowing, Gohan holds his wife to comfort her, while the wizard only feels this screeching as music to his ears.
I can't attack him like this. No! Again? Both times. He screamed for exactly 16 seconds before firing. 2, 3, 4.
We need to get rid of him. He's attacking the audience.
Not directly, though.
Who cares?
Screw this! If Gas doesn't stop him immediately, I'm going to handle this myself! Damn the rules!
11, 12, 13, 15.
I don't think the Dragon Balls can bring Raichi back, but it's probably for the best anyway. Really? Gast killed Raichi for good? That would be a miracle. Where does that leave me? My comrades are still dead.
I don't care about your feelings. Come to me now.
Yes, Master.
Some normal stuff here. Don't worry about it.
The official names Gas the winner, remarking how their head feels much better. And there will be a short break before the next round, the quarterfinals. And during this time, Roar Gas. Exactly. Oob expresses his excitement at the opportunity to go up against his own master in the next match, Goku, asking the boy if he thinks he can win. This definitely causes a bit of internal conflict in the warrior. But after some silent reassurance from the Sun family, he confidently remarks, of course he'll win. With the Frost Demons, a Namek is confused, as he has been beckoned to kill contestant Cold after all.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Victim to the wizard's
Super
control,
nothing.
Frieza replies, their master has requested they accept the offered assistance, despite their previous objections. Cooler ordering he get on it immediately. Curious why Babidi hasn't moved in a few minutes now. Dabura snips at the button to silence himself, as their master is transforming the entire arena into a magic room, just like on their
Oh, God.
The wizard admits
Every time.
having trouble reaching the apartments, as the area is simply too vast. Dabura assuring
What
he and
the
other
fuck
minions
was
can handle
that?
themselves. Gohan immediately recognizing the apparatus that has appeared in the middle of the ring, all while something else seems to catch Vegeta's attention to his right. Using his magic, dozens of participants suddenly vanish, including Pan, Trunks, and Vegito from Universe 16, and Goku, Vegeta, Oob, and Pan of 18, as well as a few Helolites. As Gohan shouts everyone has disappeared, Piccolo points out it only seems to have affected the participants. Super Buu included.
God, can I save? I would be so grateful if they could let me save for free here.
And that goes for everyone. West Kaioshin demands to know where they've sent
Get
the
that
others.
sleep bonus going.
The ones who
Damn
matter
it.
are in fact still here.
Once in a while, I get lucky.
Babidi's army of
Not
possessed
today.
making their presence known.
Alright.
Long live our master! We have to send him back.
How the hell do we get downstairs? Door.
Destroying the control booth. There will be no easy solution for this mess. Salza declaring to everyone, they are all now their prisoners. Questioning what Bardock sees of the future, the Saiyan reveals it's not an ability he has any control over. The mark on their heads being a dead giveaway. Gohan piffs how predictable it is for Babidi not to accept defeat.
Don't move.
While Cell restrains our heroes of the 16th universe, the Cell Juniors cover the runs from 18. Even taking over Android 17, he spouts
Yet.
mission in life, serving his master. And maybe more surprising, one of the Helolites
I shouldn't have gone with
seems to
Baton
hold
in
his own
that
team
guy.
hostage. And with his affront finally made public, the wizard has but a single
See if I
plan
can speed
to
run
put
this.
every universe here under his control.
Don't pick on me. I know it's my last one, last one, last one, last one, last one.
The missing participants find themselves unable to breathe through a thick smog.
Alright.
Gas clearing
Stay
the
with
way.
me, Armor.
Goku thanks him for the assist.
You
As one of the
dick.
Helolites questions if they've all been transported. Our hero asks what he means by all. Future Trunks pointing out everyone here is a participant, but not all participants are here. Not Future Trunks rubbing his chin. Notices on first glance, it seems only the big jerk faces are missing. causing South Kaioshin to frantically wonder where Vegito is. Who's right behind him, annoyed at the insinuation. The lame, the Helolite, wonders aloud where they are, causing the Goku-witted Goku to state it's Frieza. He invited them here and he's gonna make them old. Which, that fight being merely a mind battle, comes off as crazy as it sounds. The fused warrior notes he can't feel the arena at all, so they must be on a faraway planet. When Xenolome, I think, blames Super Buu for all of this, believing he had to have struck again. But throwing his hands up, he claims to be another victim like all of them, and he had nothing to do with this. As Vegeta points to Babidi's platform nearby, knowing the situation almost as well as anyone, Vegito tells the group it had to be Babidi, as he has the power to move them all. And the other participants are most likely under his control. But Goku argues, surely Gohan could not have fallen under the wizard's hold. But off screen, he's reminded Gohan was not a participant.
Yeah, drop your gun.
Die! Be battling those who would, sending the rest of them here. But Trunks points out, if that's the case,
Come here, I'll send you to your god.
Questioning. He's like, super bad, right? Who, frazzled, can always tell him to leave him alone already. When Goku notices, they're also chasing Goten, wondering if he could have been possessed. But Trunks saw him head to the bathroom in the apartment before this all happened. His protege adds, the entirety of Universe 9, the Z-Fighter humans and Old Kai, are absent as well, and they were also in their apartment. Knowing his old friends, even if different iterations of them, Goku doesn't believe Babidi would be able to take control of them, leaving the gang to speculate if the apartments were out of the reach of the wizard. Whatever the case, they must get back to stop Babidi. Arrogantly, Vegito pips this off, having full confidence this little coup of his has already failed. A, Gohan is
Alright.
B,
I'm gonna do some jet. Hope for the best.
back to her room as well. So between the three of them, these bad guys don't stand a chance. But served a bit of humbleness.
That's right.
Remembering back to
Damn it.
Goku knows this
Alright.
should lead them to where they want to go.
That's it for me today.
Magic. He asks if Buu can open it. Or
I might stream a little bit later. We'll see.
Explains. It's only a slab of
If I do, it probably won't be on camera, but you never know. I've been looking to maybe do a late night stream one night, so who knows? Maybe it'll be tonight, maybe it won't. But either way, if I'm on, I'll probably be on voice. So, but thanks for tuning in, whether you did it now or later, and I'll see you when I see ya. Thanks.